The story continues on day 4 of the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix weekend. Welcome to World Cup Day for the Formula Regional Championship, along with the first ever FIA F4 World Cup and also the GTs that will be taking place. We've also, of course, got the local events, and that's exactly what we're going to get started with right now. We've got the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. It will be 9 laps in total. So let's hand down to the world feed as we get going for action on Sunday.
This season, that level motorsports Mercedes. One car that we lost on Thursday, Canche Way's Ginetta, that hit the wall at Moorish, huge damage, so that's been withdrawn, which puts us to 24 cars, but might be 23, as I say, with the absence of Yang Kai-Wan, the car not on the grid. It might be trapped at the end of the pit lane, or it may have an issue that's going to stop it from taking part altogether. We'll double check. BMW then, touring car by shape, but a very quick GT car, the M4.
And has been doing great things around the world for a number of years. We were trying to think about it the other day. Probably in the region of 10 years that car has been successful in GT4 racing. They brought a bit of a winner there, didn't they?
Yes, and BMW don't get it wrong terribly often, do they? So the M4 has been good both in GT3 as well as GT4 terms. BMW also providing the safety cars here, which got a lot of use early yesterday, but then as drivers in other categories came onto the circuit, they were rather underemployed. Briefly saw some sort of animal walking along the front of the grid. We'll possibly come back to that in due course as Sai Chung Ta is ready to go in his Mercedes.
I think it's a massive chicken. I think it's a big chicken.
Right.
Apparently yesterday afternoon, which was quite a warm afternoon, whoever is inside the chicken suit was a bit warm by the mid part of the afternoon, so decided to relieve himself of part of the chicken suit. So basically it was just somebody walking around with big orange fins in the afternoon.
Welcome to Macau. Yang Meng Chow, his Aston Martin, is the driver we're looking at the moment. And there's the front row. Toyota versus Mercedes AMG. And Darrell Young, perhaps through announcing this retirement, through all the merchandise, through all the social media posts that Alan was talking about, has piled a whole load of pressure onto himself here. But he knows this circuit so well. That's the Ginetta that had problems on Thursday of Lake Kit Meng. If you've got a very long memory, you might remember him racing in the British Formula 3 Championship in the late 1990s. He's been a winner in the Macau Road Sport Challenge twice over. And the Ginetta runs from the RPM Racing team, which is his stable. There's the massive chicken, look, at the very front. See what you mean about the big orange feet.
And it was very warm yesterday afternoon.
And I think it's going to be the same today. It's very warm already.
It's going to be more so today. The expected high today, 27 degrees. And the other thing that we do have here at Macau, quite a high figure for humidity as well. It feels quite warm already, doesn't it? 8 o'clock in the morning.
It does. There's the Mercedes number 99 of Wong Wei Hong, who's been a regular in the GT4 races here over the years. 77 is another of the quick Ginettas, although it's a little bit further back on the grid than Lau Kim Ho would like, but he's been another driver that we've seen regularly in the GT4 race for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. McLaren is another of the manufacturers represented out of our 10. Ip Un Ho, who's to be found a bit further back on the grid. He was another driver in trouble the other day, lost a lap and had an incident on Thursday, but the McLaren 570S all put back to how it should look. And yet another manufacturer, KTM, with the quirky up and forward bodywork to get Liu Qiren into the car. Chinese touring car racer. Again, he's been here regularly in the GT4 races over the years, and also this year has done the Hyundai N Cup. And here's somebody who is so intrinsically involved in the event, Miguel Lay, that not only is he a regular in the GT4 race, he actually works at the Grand Lisboa Hotel.
Couldn't get much more local, could you? And Lisboa, of course, one of the unique overtaking points around the 6 kilometre circuit here at Macau.
5 minutes, all the car.
Wai Ming is another driver that we've seen regularly in races here, but in the Road Sports Challenge in the past, now stepping up to GT4. Kenny Chung, his weekend started rather badly because he was 2 minutes late for the driver's briefing, so he got fined for that. Then the car kept stopping and starting on track in the pre-practice session. But Kenny Chung, great enthusiast. To the back row, you find number 23, the McLaren of Wang Cheng-to. He was in this race last year in a Mercedes, and the grid's going to be completed by Brian Lay, who never got out to do a lap yesterday. That car, sorry, on what day was it? Slept since then. Friday. That's the one. It got to the end of the pit lane and then expired, didn't it? A bit like I'm about to.
Pick a day, any day.
Yes, yes.
And it probably happened then.
I know there was an early start. There was a lot of talking and quite a few interruptions.
You're right.
But Brian Lay should be one to watch, I think, coming up from the back of the grid. Goes all the way back to racing Renault-powered single-seaters, going back a good few years. Right, the grid is being cleared. And the car's good to go for this rolling start, as befits a good GT race. GT4, to call it entry-level GT racing is perhaps a little bit unfair, because these are still serious bits of kit, but it's a cheaper alternative to GT3, and it's something that really has attracted the attention of the manufacturers. And it was a very slow burn, and then Porsche, having built the Cayman, wanted a GT4 model, and they thought, well, we talk about our GT3 Porsche, so they wanted to brand the Cayman as a GT4, and discovered that the IP to the name GT4 was owned by SRO, by Stefan Rattel's company. So they approached SRO and said, any chance we could use the GT4 tag? To which Stefan said, of course, absolutely no problem, as long as you build some cars to go onto the grid. And they did, and other manufacturers followed suit and thought, we better combat this sales pitch from Porsche, and the rest is history. The grid then has Han Li Chao on pole position from Darrell Young on the front row. Daniel Liu is next from Moritz Berenberg and Cao Tzu Lung. Kelmin Leung is sixth from Wang Ho, and number 27 of Tao Ti Quan. Next up, Chen Chunhua and Lu Kai Shun from Chuang Shi Shun and Tsai Chang Ta starting 12th. 13th on the grid, Yang Meng Chao. 14th is where Lei Kit Meng will start, and he's one to watch from Lau Kim Ho and Wong Wei Hong. Hopefully 17th on the grid is Kai Wen Yang. You've got Ip-Un Ho's McLaren. Lu Ki Ren next from Miguel Lai 20th. 21st on the grid, Fok Wai Ming and Kenny Chung next, with Wang Cheng-to and Brian Lai to round out the order. Is this the fairy tale that Darrell Young so craves?
We shall find out, because they will go off on their formation lap in just a few minutes' time. Last couple of words from the teams. Just wondering what's going through his mind now, because he's lined up here for a race in some form or another for 20 Macau Grand Prix. And how special is this going to be for Darrell Young? Would be nice, wouldn't it, to have a headline story for Darrell Young on his final race?
It absolutely would. He's been a loyal enthusiast of GT racing and of the Grand Prix. He was one of the drivers that came to keep the event going through the COVID period, which seems like a distant memory, but over here, of course, only 3 years ago, we were still having to battle through that. Grid being cleared of the mechanics, the engineers, the SRO officials as well. And there you can see the last engineers who will stay with the car to the 1 minute board. Engine will fire up, and then the leading car will take them away for the formation lap. Lovely mix of cars. You've got Audi, Porsche, Aston Martin, KTM, McLaren, Ginetta, Lotus, Mercedes-AMG, Toyota and BMW.
Well done.
There's not a lot you're missing out of that.
Well done. Super stuff. So the heart rate goes up just a little bit for these drivers lining up at Macau for the first race of the day on Grand Prix Day. And what a privilege that is as well, to come here to Macau. You know that there are going to be a lot of people already in the grandstands at 8 o'clock in the morning, settling down for a full day of action. We've got single-seaters, 2 championships represented for single-seaters. We've got GT racing in the form of GT4, which are lining up now, GT3 a little bit later on, and we've got touring cars as well. The fans that come here to Macau in the grandstands from early on in the morning are well catered for in racing, GT racing, single-seaters and touring cars. What more could you ask for? Motorcycles. Okay, well, we had them first thing yesterday morning. And they were earlier than this, weren't they? About an hour earlier than this they started.
I could smell the coffee from the hotel. There was so much espresso needing to be consumed. The aroma was everywhere. And it is the ultimate wake-up call for everybody when the bikes go out. They were fantastic yesterday, and I'm sure you'll be able to find the replay of that online. So the cars are good to go. The BMW pace car, as it effectively is, will take them away. That accelerates clear now, and then a glorious grid of GT4 machinery will be released with the green flag, and the cars now blast off the grid ready for our formation lap.
Hanley Chow there in the 33 car pole position, leads away. Darrow Young just behind, and already the important business of moving the cars to get a bit of heat into the tyres, that starts to take place now. And it's going to be absolutely vital if the circuit is going to be, inverted commas, cool at any point today. It's going to be now, and it's only a relative concept that it's going to be cool. It's going to be very, very warm as the day goes on. The forecast all week has been that today is going to be the sunniest day of all 4 days for the 2025 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. So it is going to be warm. If they need to get a bit of heat into the tyres, this is perhaps the one that's most critical for them to do.
Now, last year's race was one of the best of the weekend because it started on a damp track that dried out a little bit. It started, you might recall, from the assembly area because we were desperately tight on time, but it ended up with a virtual dead heat. Sadly, in the end, the result was affected by a penalty, which went to the Court of Appeal, but was not upheld. But it was a really, really good race, and it illustrated the way that the different types of GT4 car can all battle evenly against one another. There is Lisboa, which yesterday proved to be quite a pinch point for the local drivers in the Road Sport Challenge. Well, again, many of these are local drivers, but a level further up, and quite a lot of experience on this grid. More powerful cars, yes, really professional teams that operate them, and GT racing in Asia really has boomed in the last just under a decade.
It's a unique place, Macau. Not only does it host this 4 days of a festival of motorsport, essentially, but at night time, as soon as the darkness falls, the circuit is open to normal traffic. I went for my customary walk around Macau last night, and walked down pretty close to the Grand Lisboa, which is the hotel on the outside of Lisboa. And you do realise that building is quite unique. I'm not sure there's a building that looks the shape and the colours of that building anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, we've been saying over the weekend that Macau kind of has two personalities, because for motor racing purposes you see it during the day and it looks like it's got some modern buildings and it's got some old buildings and it's got some lovely old architecture, but you come here at night and it is a completely different place. It looks so different because then all of those casinos and hotels, all of the bright lights, just take on a completely different feel. The cars now making their way up from Police to Moorish, narrow part of the circuit, and a really early break for this very, very sharp right-hander, out of which there number 3, the Lotus of Liu Kai-shun, turns. Before he came into car racing, he was a professional golfer, and is hoping that he's going to be able to work the second of the 2 Lotus in Nero's up in the course of the next 9 laps. This is the slightly banged left-hander of Donna Maria, and that takes you down to Alan's favourite corner, the Melco hairpin. I say favourite corner because he's about to explain a yellow flag.
Yeah, it's under yellow flag conditions throughout the 4 days of Macau Grand Prix. No overtaking, very sensible. It would be horrible to see an attempt of an overtaking manoeuvre, but that opportunity is taken away from them. It's very, very narrow, 7 metres in total, the width of the road up at the Melco hairpin. So they can't overtake. They wait for the flashing green light on the exit of the corner. That's when the circuit goes downhill. It begins to open up. It goes into 2 lanes of normal traffic every day, and then opens up into 4 lanes. The widest part of the circuit is coming up behind the safety car now, and that's the completion of a lap. 2 right-handers at the end of the lap, Fisherman's and R-Bend, and it gets quicker and quicker and quicker as they get to the end of the lap, and consequently the start of the next lap. But no overtaking at Melco hairpin.
And the other thing about the hairpin is you can't cross that yellow line either, because if you are on the right of that, you won't have enough lock to get around the corner, so you've got to stay to the left of it. We're ready to go racing then, as the pace car, as it is, peels into the pit lane. The front of the grid then is Hanley Chow versus Darrow Young, the black and red Toyota Supra in the GR colours, Gazoo Racing colours, the white, largely white Mercedes of Darrell Young alongside. Keep an eye on the bullet-shaped Cayman on the second row of Moritz Berenberg as the cars are released now then to get the Greater Bay Area GT Cup race underway. Darrell Young gets his nose in front, but Hanley Chow fights back on the inside as they go through a reservoir for the first time. This is where the brave of the brave will shine through, and there's drama in the background as Brian Lay loses the bonnet on the Ginetta, but the cars accelerate down. We've got a McLaren in the wall as well, I rather fear, which may well be Wong Cheng To's car, but as the leaders come side by side down towards the reservoir and then Mandarin sequence of corners, it is the Lotus in the lead. It is Daniel Liu who has got ahead of Darrell Young. Hanley Chow has dropped back into third place. Moritz Berenberg is fourth. Kelvin Leung in the BMW is fifth. They scrambled through Lisboa for the first time, but I rather fear we've got two damaged cars at turn one.
We certainly have, and that was all a bit interesting, wasn't it? They were almost four abreast as they went down onto the wide part of the circuit, and that is the result of Brian Lai's car. It lost its bonnet, and I think it's got a fair bit of other damage as well, which is not good news, but at least it's running. Safety
car deployed. The other Ginetta in the background was the car of Kenny Chung, and I'm pretty sure that up against the wall on the inside, going through reservoir, was the Chong Wen To McLaren. Brian Lai's had a horrible weekend. Kenny Chung's hasn't been much better. He limps on, but Brian Lai's car is going no further. But I don't think it just lost the bonnet, in fairness. I think that was a legacy of contact. And those were the three cars at the back. So Kenny Chung is going to try and drag the car around. But doing an amazing job to do that, because the right front wheel is not rotating at all. Well, he wants a lap. Let's have a look and see if we can piece it all together. These are the leaders then, side by side. Darrell Young round the outside. And then, we've got a car in the wall already. Oh, it's the KTM. And no, Brian Lai's bonnet does just lift on its own. So independently, and Kenny Chung, I think, went wide in avoidance and got into the wall. So three dramas, all of which triggered a safety car period. So Kenny Chung, I think, had to go wide to avoid Brian Lai and hit the wall. Brian Lai's bonnet just either wasn't secured properly or something had happened to trigger the air getting underneath. And the KTM was having its own incident anyway. Yeah, that was quite a busy opening first race of the day, wasn't it? And we don't yet know precisely how the Lotus got to the front, because it looks as if Darrell Young had the advantage, just a nose in front off the line, got a really, really good start. It was side by side with Hanley Chow, and then I think it was 3 or 4 cars all contesting the lead of the race, and the best by the time they got down towards Lisboa was the yellow Lotus, which looks absolutely fantastic. There's the BMW safety car. It gets scrambled now, so off it goes, picks up the Lotus, and just behind him is the Mercedes of Darrell Young. And Yang Kai Wen, who I was getting concerned about for missing on the grid, has joined the race from the pits, and he's probably just done himself a whopping favour, because that meant that he could circumnavigate all of the dramas. The replay of the start then, Hanley Chow slightly in advance as they came into our bend, but the cars peeled through, accelerated away, and when the lights changed then, have a look at the back of the grid. The KTM at this stage is all good, so everybody blasts away. And how did the KTM find the wall? Hanley Chow was on the inside. The KTM, there was just a little bit of a rub, wasn't it, that unsettled the KTM in the background. That's how that ended up clattering off the guardrail. Then Brian Lai's bonnet goes, and yeah, Kenny Chung, I think, tried to avoid that and found himself on the dirty part of the racetrack, and damage is sustained. Brian Lai gets to a vehicle access point and stops. That was very good, sensible driving. And as the cars came down to Lisboa, by this stage, Daniel Liu was already ahead. I think Darrell Young and Hanley Chow were so busy scrapping amongst themselves, Alan, that they kind of left the door open for him. What Daniel Liu did was to give himself a little bit of space, and it was rather good that he was able to get over to the left-hand side of the circuit, get a bit of breathing space, and all of a sudden, because they were battling so hard at the front of the field, things opened up for the Lotus, and that's how he got to the front of the field. So, safety car is on track. We're going to have probably 2 laps minimum as the drivers weave their way down towards Lisboa. These days, it's not as easy to hoik a car out of the way, because the International Sporting Code requires that a race is neutralised before marshals are allowed trackside. So the good old days of somebody leaping over the wall, attaching a rope, and the car disappearing, I'm afraid, are gone. It's not quite that straightforward. it can be done, but only under controlled conditions. Moritz Berenberg, the AM champion, turning his way in the Porsche down through the right of Lisboa. Just the one Cayman that we have within the race. As you see, good representation of Toyota and a further 8 manufacturers as the cars now climb up San Francisco Hill. And Daniel Liu in the lead of the race. Not for the first time has he been at the head of the pack this year within the championship, because he did take a win in the first of the 2 races in Beijing. Now, Darrell O'Young is going to be on his toes on the restart, isn't he? Because he knows that he's running out of racing laps and therefore running out of options in order to try and take this fairy tale win.
He was certainly on his toes for the start of the race as well, wasn't he? Came up towards the start of the race and immediately got just a little bit of a nose in front, and it kind of showed just how determined he is to make this a race to remember. He would like to win, of course he would, they all would, but you know what, if he's on the podium, that would be a pretty good final race for Darrell O'Young. He's a huge character in the area, absolutely massive. A few years ago we were saying the other day that just outside the Macau Grand Prix, when you come up towards the paddock entrance, there are a lot of little stalls that do great business over the course of 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix. And a couple of years ago there was this very ornate sort of action man-sized model of Darrell O'Young. You could change his helmet, you could put a trophy in his hand, change his race suit, all that kind of thing, and it sold out. So, they didn't have one left at the end of the 4 days, that's for sure.
Well, there's probably going to be the 20th Macau anniversary edition.
Oh, would you imagine that would be
where you can interchange all the different trophies as well. Yes, there's another range to come. I'm sure Darrell's thinking commercially about all this. He won't be lost from the sport because, as Alan was saying earlier on, he's got his Craft Bamboo Racing involved, but he also manages Bianca Bustamante racing in single-seaters, so there's enough to keep him occupied, the Hong Kong Canadian driver. Only just in the last half a minute or so seen a flatbed recovery truck go past us on the way down towards turn 1. We've got 3 cars rather, to retrieve, so it is going to be a slightly lengthy operation, I fear, which is not great news for the drivers. It is one of the perils of Macau. There's that yellow line I was talking about on the inside of the Malco hairpin. If you are to the right of that, you're never going to get round the corner because you won't have the lock, so it's another of the regulations. Yes, no overtaking, but also please make sure that you don't cross that line.
And we have seen, it's very rare really, because it's a no overtaking position. It's pretty rare that you see a potential race position changing action at the Malco hairpin. But we did yesterday. It was in single seaters, and you can't afford to take your eye off the ball for a single second, can you, around the Malco hairpin, because just a centimetre out of the perfect line around that corner, and bop, we saw a single-seater driver yesterday bang a rear wheel, and as a result of that, relinquish a podium position on the final lap.
Now, as the cars come over the line, the field goes through. Recovery operation still taking place down at turn 1, and the drivers trying to maintain tyre temperature. We had in one of our many safety car periods in the road sport race yesterday, the top 2 drivers coming our bend for the resumption of the race, ready to continue their battle. And what actually turned out was that the leader got all sideways, and that delayed the second place car. 3rd, 4th and 5th accelerated past and went on to be on the podium, and then much later in the day were all given penalties for overtaking under the safety car. The officials said he should have braked and let the others stay ahead to the timing line. So 3 very happy local drivers got on the podium, and they left very unhappy because they all got penalties, and the result changed again. You can see the way that the cars are being guided through into zones. You've got one for the KTM, one for a bit of clearing up, one for Brian Lyre's Ginetta. So we're not going to end up, I fear, with many racing laps here, and such a great shame that it happened not only on the first lap, but really at the first corner.
It's a 9-lap race. It's the shortest of our races today. We've got a 10-lap race coming up for the first of our single-seater categories today. FIA F4 have 10 laps for the FIA F4 World Cup, 10 laps also for our second touring car race for the Macau Kia race. and a whopping 16 laps for the Macau GT Cup for GT3 cars, and that's all coming up in the early part of this afternoon ahead of the full build-up for our Macau Grand Prix race over 15 laps this afternoon. So this is the shortest race of the day, and we are losing laps as we continue to go behind the BMW safety car, a little bit like the road sports race yesterday morning, one of the races for the local drivers, a huge event for the local drivers, and even though they barely got a couple of laps of full racing during their race, it didn't quell the joy that they got when they ended up on the podium.
Safety car is in this lap, so we are going to go racing this time. This again is one of those situations where I would hate to be a race director, because if you put the safety car out for 3 or 4 laps, people say, why didn't you stop it and let us go racing? And if you do stop it, people say, why did you stop the race and not use the safety car? Because that's what it's there for, to keep the race going. Yeah. But you're damned either way. But it's a little bit more complicated here because of the timetable, partly because you've got to open the roads on time at 6 o'clock, but also the Grand Prix and the build-up to it is the start on time for the arrival of the dignitaries from the government, the chief executive, for example. So the timetable, perhaps on race day, even though there's less in it, is even stricter.
And of course, there are a huge amount of broadcasters around the world that are taking coverage of today's races, and quite right too, because the eyes of the motorsport world are on Macau over the course of 4 days, and more than ever on today's racing. Heading down from the Melco hairpin now, and indication on the timing screen that we have slippery surface, which we saw the marshals dealing with that down at the incident zone, so they need to be careful. Those Lotus, you know, look absolutely fantastic, don't they? You wouldn't often think a yellow car with stripes of gold on it would be particularly attractive, but it just works.
It does here, doesn't it? So Daniel Liu versus Darrell Young versus this year's champion Han Li Chao. So Han has taken, within the championship, 4 wins out of the 6 races. There is, within the SRO GT Cup, a silver championship, silver graded driver championship, and AM as well. He's the silver champion. Moritz Berenberg behind him in this race is the AM champ, and indeed second in the points of the championship. Green flag flies. We are back racing then as the cars come out of our bend, and a very good restart by Daniel Liu to jump clear of Darrell Young by a couple of lengths as they get down towards Reservoir. For the first time in this restart, the Lotus is away. Second then it's the Mercedes of Darrell Young. Third is the Toyota in the hands of Han Li Chao. Fourth is Moritz Berenberg in the Porsche, and there Darrell Young not even being able to go after the Lotus particularly. Daniel Liu has made a very good restart. This is the part of the circuit where quite often you expect the Mercedes to be the gun car with all of the grunt from that front engine Mercedes AMG power unit, but actually Darrell Young is under attack from Han Li Chao, who comes up on the outside line, and Moritz Berenberg to the inside. He's never raced here before, Moritz, but he's having a red hot go in 4th place.
Certainly is, yeah. A really good restart by the race leader. The Lotus getting away very well. And what's happened at the bottom of San Francisco Hill? There's been a coming together at Lisboa as well.
Lei Kit Meng's Ginetta is in the wall, and if he can't get the car going, we're going to end up with yet another interruption, aren't we? So it might have been that there was another car involved in that as well. Darrell Young has gone missing because Darrell Young has not gone through the second sector. You can see the Lotus, you can see the Toyota, and Darrell Young has ground to a halt going up San Francisco Hill. So you've got the Ginetta stationary there. The safety car again is called, but Darrell Young's Mercedes has got a problem and has ground to a halt further after this corner. Now let's try and have a look. This is the first incident. So Lei Kit Meng is given a bit of a whack by the Mercedes that just fires him off, but already look, the yellow flag is showing further up the road because Darrell Young has stopped.
You know, just saw something happening in the bottom of the screen on the right hand side, and there it is.
And Berenberg's gone in the Porsche as well, look. So Darrell Young, now that's curious because Darrell Young was second and Berenberg was 4th, wasn't he? So has Darrell Young had his own moment that Berenberg caught up in it? We'll try and piece it all together, but we've got the safety car yet again, and now 2 cars to remove at a pretty difficult pace. Not very many cranes at San Francisco Hill, for example. You need flatbeds.
Yesterday and today it's been a tricky first race for the largely local competitors, and now we need to try and piece together exactly what's happened. So yeah, so Darrell go. So Darrell goes straight on, if you like, at the bottom of San Francisco Hill, which is perplexing to say the least.
It is, unless he'd run over something that damaged a tyre. But you're right, Darrell Young then ran out wide, hit the barrier and bounced across the road, and then an unsighted Moritz Berenberg getting into the back of him. So the AM champion is out of the race. It's not going to be the fairy tale result that Darrell Young wanted. And truth be told, it's not really the race that people wanted, with still not a full racing lap completed. So the safety car comes through. We're down to 5 laps to go now anyway, and Daniel Liu, Han Li Chao and Kelvin Leung, the top 3. In 4th place is Liu Kai-shun, up from 10th on the grid, and there again is the safety car.
Race control to safety car, you know the drill. He's only done it a couple of laps ago, and once again the BMW safety car is scrambled, picks up the leading Lotus of Daniel Liu. We should mention again, Daniel Liu got a very, very good restart after the safety car pulled off into pit lane. And this time it's going to be a slightly different story, in as much as he's going to have Han Li Chao on his tail when we get the race started once again. Weaving the cars as much as you can while the safety car is out. They're losing tyre temperature all the time. They're going slowly around the circuit and under the control of the safety car. And the problem with that is you lose tyre temperature if you don't keep it up. Then you're more likely, once the safety car comes back in, to have another incident because of cold tyres. So it's a tricky situation, this.
So everybody staying to the right to give the track workers space. And you can see there the flatbed, but we might need another one of those to get both cars out of the way. So huge disappointment for Darrell Young and Moritz Berenberg. So trying to work out just why Darrell Young ended up in the wall, whether he brushed the barrier on the inside and that spat him wide. That's one option. A bit of tyre damage is another, but it would have been cold tyres. But this is an experienced driver we're talking about in Darrell Young. So very, very strange that, and also very disappointing for him after all the effort that has been put in. And I think he might have to delay the retirement and come back next year.
Yeah,
21 years.
You don't really want to go out on a race like that, do you? I feel very, very sorry for him. He was full of emotion heading into this final race weekend of his illustrious and very long racing career. We're still trying to piece it all together, exactly what happened to Darrell Young with all of his experience. You kind of think there was something that happened that meant that he went straight on at San Francisco Hill and hit the barrier. It's not an accident you see very often, is it?
No, it's not. We had an incident there in the road sport race yesterday, but that was by somebody trying to get up the inside, which was never going to work. Cars then turning their way through behind the safety car. So from another angle, this is the bottom of San Francisco. Have a look at the second place car. Now, does Han Li Chao get into the back of him maybe and give him a nudge? Doesn't look like it. There's a gap, and Darrell Young, I think he might have just skimmed the wall on the inside, and that fired him onto the wrong line. Berenberg's the unlucky one. He arrives around the corner and suddenly is staring at the back of a Mercedes AMG that he doesn't want to see.
So I think we're slightly closer to knowing. At least I think we've now worked out that he didn't get tapped into that position. It's still a little bit perplexing, and whatever was the cause of it, hugely disappointing.
We've got some good news.
Yes, please.
What Lei Kit-Meng's Ginetta that we saw get spat down the escape road into the tyres, that's rejoined. So it's lost its rear wing, but at least that part of the circuit's clear.
That is very good news indeed. He being the winner of the Road Sports Challenge race last year here at Macau. And he's not had the best of luck over the course of 2025 here at Macau. So that's good news for Lei Kit-Meng in the very, very brightly coloured Ginetta G55. Couldn't have more colours on it if it tried.
It screams Macau, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
So the cars come down towards our bend, and the number of laps tick on down. Again, this is where you kind of think, on the one hand, good, keep the race going because you need the timetable. The other option is stop it, suspend it, and then people aren't losing all of the laps, but it just elongates the whole slot that the race has to be finished within. Very difficult for race control to judge it absolutely spot on. So at least this way the race keeps going. And ultimately, although there is a frustration when a safety car is called, the onus is on the drivers not to hit things or each other. So as we saw yesterday in the World Touring Car event, in the FIA GT Cup, in the Grand Prix qualification race, it can be done without hitting things, hitting each other. And here, sadly, what should have been a really lively race has ended up with a number of the star drivers being eliminated early on, and we're looking forward to the resumption of the race, which hopefully ain't going to be too far away.
No further investigation into the incident at Marshall Post 3, so they've had a look at the incident in race control and deemed that no further action is required. Somebody was also saying to me this morning just how quickly the recovery vehicles, bear in mind that a flatbed recovery vehicle goes out to wherever on the 6-kilometre circuit. It doesn't come back here to the paddock on the circuit itself. It uses the perimeter roads that go around the Macau circuit, and already we've got Brian Ly's car being dropped off down here in the paddock. Very, very quick, aren't they? Yeah, they are. It's a well-drilled operation there at the bottom of San Francisco Hill. Still the clear-up continues to try to get Porsche and Mercedes AMG out of the way. There is a vehicle access gate just opposite that, but I'm really rather fearful about how many racing laps we're going to get in here. Well, we have 5 laps completed. It's a 9-lap race. They are on lap number 6, and one thing that you do have to do at Macau is make those manoeuvres count early on in the race, because you never know what's going to happen to you over the course of 9 laps around Macau, and making a move in the Lotus for the race leader early on may well prove to be a decisive move in the overall positions. Daniel Liu. What was it Christopher Haase said yesterday down there on the grid when he had a chat to them? Anything can happen at Macau. He wasn't wrong. And very often does. Yep. Indeed so. We're going to have at least one more lap under the safety car as the field turns through. Daniel Liu then leading Han Li Chao and Kelvin Leung in 3rd place. It's the second of the Lotuses in 4th of Liu Kai-shun, and then Cao Tzu Lung 5th. Wang Hao is in 6th spot. Miguel Lai 14th in the Audi, and Lei Kit Meng last and 19th in the now rather battered Ginetta. At least it's still circulating. It might be a bit of a handful when he goes racing without the rear wing. Something else there, but be a lively ride. He just wants to get to the end of it now. And they need to be prepared to get things back underway at any point. So keeping heat into the tyres when they get to the wide part of the circuit, weaving the cars from side to side to try and keep heat will hopefully prevent any kind of problems as far as cold tyres are concerned when the race gets back underway. Now the lights go out coming down through Black Sands, which is the other side of the Melco hairpin, and we understand that they're not too far away from getting the recovery done. Safety car in this lap. Brilliant. We are set to go once again then. The lights go out and race control trying to get the race back underway as quickly as possible. Right. Have you got anything that's not crossed? Because it needs to be crossed to get through to the very end. Daniel Liu leads the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. And now they know, don't they? Weaving the cars a little bit more vigorously than they have on the previous 2 laps to get things back underway, to get racing back underway here at Macau. Our first race of the day, the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. The safety car, the BMW safety car, busy already. It's only just coming up to 8:30 in the morning, and already he's been called into action twice in the BMW safety car. But we are racing. Green flag is waved, and the Lotus comes across the line. And he's not going to have this easy, is he? He's not, but a rather tardy restart from Kelvin Leung in the BMW. He'd lost a lot of time to the top 2. So the champion in the SRO GT Cup, Han Li Chao, now tries to concentrate his efforts on getting past Daniel Liu as the cars come down towards Mandarin, out of Reservoir, on towards Lisboa. Lotus leads, Toyota second, big gap back to BMW. There's a yellow flag at the end of the previous lap. We'll worry about that in a moment then, because somebody has had a drama coming through. Safety car again.
We've had a car crash at the end of the restart lap. There's a change going on for third place, but Lukai Shun round the outside of Calvin Lowe. That was a nice move on the outside, but the safety car again. And it looks as though Chen Chun Hua in the Mercedes has crashed. We've also got another Mercedes facing the wrong way at Lisboa. Sai Chang Ta facing the wrong way. Oh, it's one of those races, I'm afraid. And there, coming up to the resumption of the race, is Chen Chun Hua, who has accelerated on his cold tyres, Alan, and just understeered into the barriers.
It's so important, isn't it? Lap after lap behind the safety car. You have to get the tyres back up to temperature. And oh dear, there we go, understeers into the barrier, and quite hard into the barrier there as well. And then this down at Lisboa as well. Wonder if there might have been a little bit of a touch going in to Lisboa there from behind.
I think you're right.
But we'll wait and see the result of that. But yeah, so two separate incidents on the restart. However, I've got a real positive about this for the race leader. It's been exceptional. Both of the restarts have been really good. He's under pressure. That time he was under pressure from Han Li Chao, but off the line and on the restart, the race has got away very nicely indeed for Daniel Liu.
So the cars then for the third time are behind the safety car, making their way on lap 7. And I think you can get one lap of racing at the end under green conditions. Then we'll have done pretty well here, but sadly not one full racing lap has been achieved. Daniel Liu there discovering just how tight the Melco hairpin is. Same for the other Lotus of Lukai Shun.
What did we just see there? It was so close to the barrier on the exit of Melco.
Right, this is the Chen Chun Hua not restart. This is coming through our bend. This is the last corner. And I think, again, he might have just skimmed the wall on the inside, but he fires himself out to the outside. It was our bend rather than Fisherman's, and that's the reason for yet another safety car.
What was the reason for Daniel Liu, do we think, going so close to the barrier on the exit of Melco hairpin behind the safety car? That was really close.
Yeah, good question, that. Now, slightly concerned that we've not yet got anybody working on the Mercedes, but perhaps the diktat from race control is we need everybody through, and then we can deploy people onto the circuit. But I think this is going to go to the end under the safety car now, I'm sorry to say, because we're on lap 8, and let's have a look as the cars come down towards Lisboa in replay. So this is the Lukai Shun pass for third position. Green flags are still being waved here, and now there's a yellow flag. So had he done that move just before the yellows and the safety car was deployed, it's marginal, but I think he was just okay. But Chen Chun Hua started the weekend with a damaged car. Prediction, by the time that is out of the barrier, will be for a checkered flag, I think. Because, oh dear. That's not the best way to jump down from the wall. Anyway, they keep smiling. It's going to take a bit longer, I think, than normal because of the way it's embedded under the tyres.
At least they were quite jolly about that.
Yeah, right.
They could see the...
oh, you did it as well, yes.
The amusing side of it. And word should go to the marshals that are dotted all the way around 6 kilometres on Macau. They do an amazing job. It was incredible when you saw Darryl Young's car at the bottom of San Francisco, and then all of a sudden when the word was given from race control that the marshals can come on to the circuit, how many did you see? A dozen marshals all in one go. Something else that I've noticed walking around Macau in the evening, increasingly so now, the security guys on the marshals that are working on the corner elect to stay there on the corner overnight. So they set themselves up, little air bed, all the home comforts, little alarm clock set up, and a few drinks and some food to get them through the night. But the commitment to duty and looking after all the equipment that's on every marshal post, that happens all the way around the circuit. It's quite a commitment that they do to this event to make it, to help it run as effectively as it does.
I'm afraid to say that the race is going to end effectively in the order it is now, because we're on the 8th lap of the 9, and I don't think the safety car can come in this time, so we have a result and not one racing lap completed, a full racing lap, which is a massive shame for a championship that really rather deserve better, but if drivers hit things, what can you do?
Yeah, very disappointing. We said it yesterday about the road sports as well. The bigger the grids, we love big grids. It looks really, really nice when you've got a full grid lined up down there to take the start of a race. However, the probability of something going wrong, like we saw yesterday morning and this morning, it raises with the size of the grid, doesn't it? So we've got quite a comfortable number of GT3 cars competing for the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup later on. It's less cars than we've had, but you know, coupled with the fact that we have GT drivers at the very top of their game, world-class drivers, we had a lights to flag race yesterday without interruption.
Yeah, quite. Yeah. And because that car's at the very last corner and its nose underneath the tyre barrier and the recticel barrier, it's taking a long time to move, and the safety car would have to have extinguished the lights by now. So we've got one more lap at the end of this. The road is now clear. The road is clear. Brilliant stuff as the car's lifted over the barrier. So can the safety car dive in, or is it too late? I think it's probably going to have committed, isn't it, to stay out for another lap? No, lights, I think.
They're still on.
Still on. It could bail.
At the moment, it's in the wrong part of the track to bail.
Yeah, so we're going to have to do one more lap under the safety car, and that will take us to the checkered flag, and that's monstrously frustrating when the road had just been cleared. Maybe 10 seconds earlier would have been okay, but it is not to be.
It is frustrating. However, on the form that we've seen so far, it's probably the safest thing to do with the timetable the way it is. 9:15, we've got the Macau Formula 4 race, the 10-lap race for the FIA F4 World Cup, and the Greater Bay Area GT Cup with 3 safety cars deployed. We can't afford to have further delays, can we? Because that F4 race is due to get underway in just under 40 minutes' time.
So the cars now come down through the approach to Mandarin, and of course the safety car can only leave the circuit into the pit lane. It's not that it can park anywhere else around the racetrack and get things underway here, for example. It's got to come into the pit lane. So again, sadly, a bit like yesterday's Road Sport Challenge, it's a race that is going to be finishing under the safety car. Now, perversely, because of a spin and then having to press on to catch up, the fastest lap of the race to Sai Chang Ta's Mercedes, that's in 18th place. So Daniel Liu is going to take a second victory of the season, and in second place will be Han Li Chao, and the champion is going to therefore round out a very good season with yet another podium finish, and it will be the other Lotus of Liu Kai-shun, the third position.
How often do you say that the fastest lap was about 1.5 minutes quicker than anybody else in the field? That's quite a unique one, isn't it?
And only at Macau, and you say that the fastest lap of the race was done under the safety car.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say, because we've had so much safety car running, there's no real option in this race. So Daniel Liu will bring the field back towards the start and finish area.
We saw it yesterday in Road Sports that the safety car will peel off into pit lane, and they are allowed to go up towards the checkered flag. And yesterday I think we had the car in second place that had a bit of a Geronimo moment when they came around the final turn. Geronimo Badaraco was going for the win, but that can't happen.
No, and in the end he got a penalty for doing so, but you're right. It's like a ceremonial finish, isn't it? So the cars will drive to the checkered flag, but we know the result because you can't overtake until you get to the timing line, the control line, and that's where the checkered flag is. So it's for show more than to restart the race. But what could happen is that somebody else goes wide and puts it in the wall, and you gain a place as a consequence. So it's possible to change the result, but it shouldn't really be happening. So Daniel Liu, who was Carrera Cup Asia champion back in 2021, has been a regular in single-seater racing, drove in Europe for a time in the Euro Formula Open. He raced the GT World Challenge Asia, in Asia Le Mans, and he is on his way to win number 2 of the season. He won the first race in Beijing, and looks like it's going to be a victory here for him as well.
Well, you make their way and the left-hander Donna Maria, and will go down towards the Macau hairpin under the control of the BMW safety car once again. And I think Hanley Chow will be a little bit frustrated by this, because he looked as if he got a really good restart that last time after the safety car came in, and was looking at challenging the Lotus for victory on the top step of the podium. He'll be there on the podium, albeit on the second step of the podium for our first race of the day for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars under the control of the BMW safety car, whose lights are now out. It will pull off the circuit at the end of this straight, and then the top three and the rest of the field will make their way up towards the checkered flag for the first race of the day.
So Daniel Liu takes a Pyrrhic victory from Hanley Chow, and then Liu Kai-shun in third place. Lei Kit Meng getting to the end, but I think there'll be a real sense of frustration amongst the drivers and for the drivers as well. Safety car peels in, they drive to the checkered flag, it is waved, and Daniel Liu, who wins from Hanley Chow, and we have had Liu Kai-shun take the flag in third place, but he's just been noted for overtaking under the yellow flag, so that move down on Lisboa may not stand. For now, he is shown as being in third place, and that was your Greater Bay Area GT Cup race for GT4 cars. Daniel Liu, the winner, and all of that work done on the first couple of corners.
It most certainly was, and we say it so often here at Macau, you need to make those manoeuvres early on, because you never know what's going to happen over the course of the race. And the victorious Daniel Liu, Liu Wenlong, across the line first, takes the checkered flag, and there will be, of course, the slowdown lap. Probably one of the first laps that he'll have done in completion without a BMW in front, up towards San Francisco. About to turn past the marshals. They all wave to the marshals, don't they, and thank them for all that they do. And in fairness, bright and early on a Sunday morning, the marshals have been pretty busy already here at Macau.
Can you answer me a technical marshal-related question?
Oh, I know.
And I'm open to answers from around the globe on
Go
this.
on.
I can't think of any other circuit that I go to where marshals trackside are not in fireproof overalls. They're not in orange suits, they're all in their Macau jackets, they've got their orange tabards, but finding a marshal in a fire suit and an orange suit, we talk about the Orange Army, for example, in terms of marshalling, but not here.
It's a really good point. It's a really good point.
Do you have a really good answer for me?
I don't know.
Ah, okay.
No, well done.
That's the winner. That's Daniel Liu, that is.
It is. I don't feel like a winner. I don't know the answer to that, but a really good question as well. Although, and I sort of have a variation on a theme of an answer for you.
Right.
Marshall's suits, the pro bands, the orange suits that we see in many parts of the world, including the UK, do seem to be worn by security at nightclubs here.
Okay.
So now you know.
I'll ponder. Let's have another look at this moment for Liu Kai-shun. So the second of the yellow Lotuses is what we're looking at. Right, there's a green. There's a green. He comes up to the outside of the BMW. We're still under green flags. Look at the green flag nearest to us at the bottom of the shot. That's still there. Still a green flag. He's alongside, and there's a yellow coming out any second. He's ahead. He's ahead. He's ahead. He's ahead. There's a yellow flag being shown there. It was ahead slightly, and then the car goes out of the corner, stays ahead of the BMW. So that is what is being looked at by race control. But equally, at the speed you're going, to suddenly have to stand on the anchors and drop back in. So that was one part of the excitement. And then that, of course, that bit of contact that turned around the Mercedes of Tai Chang Ta, that was under a yellow flag. So it's one thing to complete a manoeuvre, it's another one to turn somebody around under a yellow.
They're going to be busy in race control, aren't they?
Not wrong.
Goodness me. This is our winner of our first race of the day. The number 20 car started on the second row of the grid, started third on the grid. Got a couple of really good manoeuvres completed by the time they got down to Lisboa on the opening lap of racing. And that all rather paid off for the Lotus driver, Daniel Liu, on this slow down lap onwards and inwards into pit lane. Those Lotus are really cool, don't they? Really very smart indeed.
And it's interesting that they have gone so well over here. There are certain cars that seem to, I mean, you can put a lot of it down to the team, but they work better in some regions. You know, we have seen the Emira in British GT, and the team that was operating them, Mahiki Racing, eventually just could not sort out the reliability and eventually moved to Ginetta and got rid of the Lotus project, which is a shame. We've seen Toyotas here winning this championship. They've been really good in French and European GT4, but haven't worked necessarily in other markets. So maybe it's down to the nature of the tracks or the teams that operate the cars, but certainly here the Lotus has done very well. Team Pegasus, the squad that operates Daniel Liu's car, well, he's a delighted driver. He may not have done many flat-out laps, but he cares not. He's a winner at Macau.
Because that is an iconic shot on the top of the car in Parc Fermé. A win is a win, and he's going to enjoy every single moment of that. However many laps you are behind a safety car, this is what it means to a driver and to a team as well. To be on the top step of the podium at Macau is something very, very special indeed. So celebrations down in pit lane, celebrations in Parc Fermé as well. Very soon we'll have our first podium of the day. But you see, it might not have been the race that we were looking forward to, racing lap after racing lap. But you have to be there to be there.
Well, exactly. And what Daniel Liu did off the start to jump ahead of Darrell Young and Han Li Chia, who were so busy concentrating on each other, they let him through. The work was done. You know, he didn't luck into that because they crashed out of his way. He had to overtake them, and he did it on cold tyres on a really fast part of the circuit. So Daniel Liu has done a good job. Provisionally third is Liu Kai-shun there, his teammate, and the other team, Pegasus Emira. But Daniel Liu is all smiles, and hopefully next year the GT4 brigade will be able to keep themselves a little more the right side of the line. Whether it's, you know, the fact that it's early in the morning and the road is still cool, discuss. But I think part of it comes down to the fact that you want to do well at Macau, and there's a lot of pressure on.
And one of the other things that comes out of that race is a very sad way for Darrell Young's race, his final race, announcing his retirement a little bit earlier on this month, his retirement after this race. But unfortunately, retiring for the race early was not quite the fairy tale answer that he would have liked for his final race. So, do you know what? I'm going to go with your idea. Maybe we'll have another retirement race in the future for Darrell Young.
Yeah. Yeah, comebacks are quite a thing in motorsport, aren't they? So, Darrell, we'll see you next year. And that also gives you another year of merchandise to sort out. Let's have a look at the very provisional result then, headed home by Daniel Liu Wenlong from the SRO GT Cup champion Han Li Chia, and under investigation Liu Kai-shun for third. Calvin Leung was fourth. In fifth spot, it was Cao Tzu Lung, and Wang Hao was in sixth place. Chang Shi-shun seventh, ahead of Tati Kwam, Yang Men Chao, and Lo Kim Ho. Rounding out the top 10, we have Miguel Lai in 12th place. We have the recovered Lei Kit Meng in 16th. And Liu Kai-shun's passing under the safety car yellow flags. No further action. The move was done in time, say race control. And that's good news. That means the podium we're going to get will be the podium, the top three confirmed, without having to go and investigate anything post-race. Lots of disappointment for the likes of Brian Lai, who's had an absolutely miserable weekend, and Liu Tiren also struggling. The grid is being formed ready for our next race for single-seaters here at Macau, but the representatives of the Greater Bay Area GT Cup presentation party will very shortly be making their way to the podium, and it will be Daniel Liu that will be on the very top step in readiness for the podium. Representatives of the Galaxy Entertainment Group are going to be there, and the podium ceremony will be getting underway very shortly. The trophy queens will be on the podium, the trophies will be brought forward, the drivers will be there as well. And first up, they've got to sort of battle their way through the paddock, haven't they? Through the hundreds and thousands of people, it feels like, that are there. And
not the work of a moment.
No, the enthusiasm from the drivers we talk about, but the same is mirrored by the fans who all want to see the drivers, all want to be there and celebrate the moment.
Photograph, please. Can I just have a quick photograph with a winner at Macau? Because it's a fairly rare thing. It's a very exclusive club, isn't it? The drivers over the years that have been on the top step of the podium and experienced that joy of victory here at Macau. And yeah, rightly so, fans, spectators and officials alike, they all want to get a few selfies over the course of the weekend.
So a second Lotus win of the season, and a Lotus 1-3.
Well, that is the first race of Sunday complete. Thank you to everyone who has joined us here on JB Motorsports. It is great to have you on company. It is the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix, and just in a few moments' time, we are preparing and getting all set and ready for the first ever Formula 4 World Cup. Now, we have had Formula 4 races before, but this is the first time it is a World Cup, so it is the inaugural Formula 4 World Cup with a lot of title contenders, title contenders and title champions from all of the F4 series this year, starting near the back of the field, so it is going to be quite the wide open race. Myself, up here in the commentary box, will be discussing all about it, and alongside me, for all the action, once again, is going to be Wes. And Wes, before we get into what we have coming up for us in Formula 4, can we just quickly reflect on what we have just seen in this last, in quotations, race that we've just had?
The biggest quotation marks in the world. I'm getting a huge amount of deja vu from the Road Sport Challenge race yesterday. That just not a single lap of green flag running, and it's a shame to see. You never want to see it, but yeah, there we go. So let's just hope and pray that the rest of the event can be as trouble free as possible.
That will be the aim as well. So we are now getting all set and ready. You can see the grid. It will be Olivieri next to Ruzel. We've had a bit of news come in. Now, it should have been Sato in third, but now it's Ryan Caretti, Wes. And it was a penalty that came in for Rentaro Sato, and it means he starts all the way down in 11th.
Yes, so some of you who were watching our stream yesterday might remember us mentioning how both Slater and Sato were under investigation for, I believe it was either speeding in the pit lane or a starting infringement, one of the two. Well, Slater, given that he has all the luck in the world, was cleared, and Sato was not. Sato was hit with a penalty, which sent him to the back of the classified finishers, which admittedly wasn't very far, but nevertheless to the back. So he will be starting in 11th, as you said, Omi, but we still have Slater on pole.
Yep, that is exactly how things line up. To quickly run you through our schedule for this event, we have had the Greater Bay Area GT Cup just now as well. 9 laps of action, which didn't really have action, as we've just described to you. We've got Formula 4 coming up. That'll be in about just over 15 minutes time. And then we will have straight after that the TCR World Tour race number 2 of their season. They've already crowned their champion. That was yesterday. 10 laps coming up for them. That'll be from 3 a.m. We've got the GT World Cup, 16 laps in total, the most of any series across the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix weekend. 4:35 is when we will have that session, and then we will have, of course, a long build-up. We'll have plenty of filler content, and of course we'll have the pre-race ceremonies from the Formula Regional World Cup. 15 laps coming your way for the main race that will get underway from 7:30. All of those times are in the UK time zone as well. But We've got an action-packed day, we've got a busy day, and we've got quite a lot of good racing to be had. 4 to go, all in the build-up to the 4th and final one, which is, as I mentioned, the Formula Regional one, the big event that we will conclude with, and we will see another great driver added to the list of the winners of the Macau Grand Prix. Before we do that, though, it is the podium that we currently cut over to now. So we're about to welcome the drivers onto the podium for this race as well that we just had for the Greater Bay GT Cup. And it'll once again be a situation, Wes, where, I mean, they did the job. They did the job brilliantly earlier on, and they get their reward. Let's head down to the podium ceremony, sir.
72nd Macau Grand Prix, and now it's time for the prize presentation on the podium.
Attention in the paddock. Paddock gate is now open. Paddock gate is now open.
We're gonna present the prize for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4. First of all, please welcome our winners. The second one-up, number 3, Liu Kaishun from Hong Kong, China. And the first one-up, number 33, Han Ni Chao from China. And the winner is number 20, Lu Wenlong from China. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our winning drivers. And first of all, please welcome Mr. Bernard Falk, Vice President of Program Management of Galaxy Entertainment Group, to present the laurel and trophy to our second one-up, number 3, Liu Kaishun from Hong Kong, China. Thank you, Mr. Falk. And next, please welcome Ms. Carol Tai, Vice President of External Affairs of Galaxy Entertainment Group, to present the laurel and the trophy to our first one-up, number 33, Han Ni Chao from China. Following by Mr. Buddy Lam, Director of Corporate Affairs of Galaxy Entertainment Group, to present the laurel and trophy to our winner, number 20, Lu Wenlong. Congratulations. You've earned this, all of our winning drivers. Please, our guests, move to the center and let's look to the front for a group photo. All right. Thank you, our fans. We saw that they have been cheering us on all the journey. Thank you so much. Thank you, our guests. Thank you. And I would like to invite all of our winning drivers, please, our winning drivers, remain on the podium, on the top of the podium. We're going to have one more good photo. Yes. Please look to the front again, and let's give a big round of applause. Sending out congratulations to our winning drivers. Thank you. Please return back to the position as now it's time for your celebration. 有请各位可以回到我们刚才的位置，我们现在呢将会邀请各位进行我们庆祝的时刻。
Okay, well, here we go then, everybody. We have just had the podium for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, and now all eyes are set on the Formula 4 inaugural World Cup. We had the qualification race yesterday, and now it is time to prepare and get ready. I can hear the roaring sounds of engines. We'll quickly unmute the raw audio for you because the world feed commentators aren't there yet, so we can actually play you some of the background noise as the cars make their way out of the pit lane and prepare to make their way on to the grid. One of the big issues we had yesterday, Wes, was a lot of the drivers not thinking about the bigger picture. Now, of course, the approach changes because, you know, this is more of a win it or bin it type thing. If you're in 4th, you want to get into 3rd. If you are in 2nd, you want to go for the win. But you need to make sure that you don't just go for a complete Hail Mary down at Lisboa lap number 1, because it can end completely in the wall.
It certainly can, yeah. And it's usually the case as well that if you're too conservative, you tend to be in trouble from behind as well. So it's almost like you have to be attacking just to kind of stay where you are. So it's such a fine balance that all the drivers have to find over the course of the race, and they don't always get it right.
Yep, they don't always get it right. Lots of Irish fans would have been disappointed yesterday in specific. McLaughlin has got quite a bit of support, Wes, as well. And what do we think are the chances there? Now, it's not as bad as Sebastian Weldon, Key Nakamura, Berta, I guess. Few positions, but, you know, every single position here at Macau is important. McLaughlin is in 12th, Key Nakamura, Berta, and Weldon are 15th and 16th. So those extra few positions still are helpful. So if he can have a good start and just hope for some chaos. Remember, the drivers ahead, they are even less, like, you know, experienced as well. And in terms of, we haven't seen the absolute best, and we haven't seen them kind of be the powerhouses of this event yet. So actually, if McLaughlin gets on with it, hopes for a bit of chaos, gets a little bit of drama, he could still end up with a good result here.
Oh, certainly, yeah. They'll be making their way up the field forthwith, no doubt, and they may even benefit from an error or two in front of them if chaos does happen in the first couple of laps. But yeah, it's just unlikely that they'll maybe find themselves on the podium. So yeah, that compromise that would have happened in yesterday's race most likely won't be overcome, unfortunately.
Yep, absolutely. If someone is able to get themselves to the podium from there, then I think that definitely has to go down as one of the great Macau performances as well. So we've got the cars making their way out onto the circuit. If you are synced up with us, we're on board with Key Nakamura Berta, the Italian F4 and E4 champion of this year. We've got plenty of talented drivers in the field, and we've got a talented duo up there in the World Feud commentary box. Let's hand over to David Allison and Alan Hyde.
Have a road car license, so they can't drive on the roads, but here, for 4 days of the year, they can.
Yes, you can just imagine, can't you, having their first driving lesson. Have you got any experience on the public road? Well, I've done Macau. Oh, well, you know, you've passed. This is Key Nakamura Berta. He's a British driver. He's the Italian F4 champion. Came here really with a very, very strong reputation, and he was in the wall on the opening lap of the race yesterday at Lisboa, and he could not believe it. You could see the expression and the body language. He just couldn't understand that what should have been a good result for him had disappeared. The same was true of the man that was on pole position, and that was Sebastian Weldon, son of the late Dan Weldon, because he slithered into the barriers. And one of the big stories of the weekend has been the British champion, Finn McLaughlin, who had an awful Thursday with a car that just did not work. He was given a replacement chassis and engine and got himself mid-grid. Here he is. And yesterday, after all the dramas at Lisboa, he was in second place and squabbling for the race lead. And we thought, no, he's played this safe. He's going to be second and get on the front row. And coming out of the Macau hairpin on the last lap, just somehow, we've not seen it before, managed to hook the right rear wheel round the barrier and break the rear suspension. So he didn't get to the end of the race. And again, he could not believe it.
Nor could we.
No,
nor
true.
could anybody. And he reposted the video yesterday of that unfortunate finish to the qualification race, and then said in his post last night, I'll be back tomorrow. So this is going to be one to watch. Finn McLaughlin, I think the story, or if you like, a slogan of his 4 days here at Macau is never give up. because he didn't turn a wheel in free practice 1, didn't really turn a wheel in free practice 2. He got a new car, a new chassis to experience qualifying, straight into qualifying, and was able to do amazing things and qualify in 6th place, and was looking like he'd be on the podium, but for that little tap of the right rear wheel going around the Macau hairpin, which is quite inexplicable, really.
And this, the run down through the Solitude S's towards Faraway Hill, and Finn McLaughlin, like all of them, all bar one I should say, racing here for the first time. At this point it's really hard to find a reference because it just seems to go from one left to right to left to right. Eventually you get through Pyle and drop down towards Police, and at the bottom of the hill you go right through Police and make the climb up towards Moorish. This is Police. Slightly more open right-hander, early break for Moorish. You think the corner is a long way ahead, but it's so tight you've got to slow down really early. And then you're still climbing at this point up towards the long approach to Donna Maria, and then it's a long left-hander itself. It's slightly, ever so slightly back, just tilts you to the left a little bit. Very narrow section of the circuit here. This is the aforementioned Macau hairpin. You see a yellow line on the inside, which you're not allowed to cross either, because otherwise you'll never make it round the corner with the lock, and then the road opens up coming down through Black Sands, and that was the corner yesterday that caught out Finn McLaughlin. From here on in, really good fast part of the circuit, speed building. You're heading down towards Fisherman's, and when you get out of this next right-hander, suddenly the road goes from 2 lanes to 4, and it is paradise. You've got all that width of circuit.
You can imagine how much they look forward to this part of the circuit, can't you, in a Formula 4 car. And Finn McLaughlin is a very, very good driver. He claimed the British F4 Championship this year, and he did it in great style, taking 5 race wins. I was excited to see him competing on the streets of Macau, but it's not been an easy story, as so often is the story of a driver on a trip to Macau, and I think we can expect a great race coming up from Finn McLaughlin. Yesterday was the disappointment. Let's see what he can do today. Right, so the cars lining up on the grid. The team personnel are down there, and the grid boards marking the point at which they need to come to a stop. 2 single-seater categories this weekend here at Macau, which is fairly rare. You normally see just the Formula Regional, or previously the Formula 3 cars competing for the Macau Grand Prix. But agree absolutely 100% with David. It's really good to see Formula 4 cars on the timetable for this weekend.
And these are not slow cars either. The run down towards Mandarin and from that section to Lisboa, 230 kilometers an hour, 6th gear, and then you're down to 80 kph in 2nd gear for Lisboa itself. Emanuele Olivieri, as the winner yesterday, is going to line up on pole position, and Jules Roussel, runner-up in the French Championship, will be alongside. This is Ryan Coretti, another driver that has come from the French F4 Championship. He was 4th in that, double winner this season, and made some pretty decent progress yesterday. Now this is the youngest driver on the grid. He was 16 only 4 days ago, Ari Bansal, and the Indian driver has won the GB4 Championship, which is effectively a UK series for the older iteration of F4 car, and the Elite Motorsport driver going very well this weekend. Number 61 there is Kimi Chan, and he's another of the drivers that has been in Chinese F4 this season and has been a race winner. So it's a quality field, this. You've got lots of champions and lots of race winners and a jumbled grid. In fact, we've almost got a reverse grid, because Finn McLaughlin starting 12th, 14th is the French champion Alex Munoz, 15th is the poleman yesterday Sebastian Weldon, 16th is the Italian champion Keen Nakamura Berta, 17th is Thomas Behrman, who's been a race winner in British F4, and 19th is the Central European Zone champion Gino Trapper. So a reverse grid race in a sense.
Poor television director, we're not going to know where to look, are we? Goodness me, this is a very exciting race, and it's what single-seaters at Macau at the end of a season is all about, because when we have international champions coming from domestic championships all around the world to compete, if you like, for the driver that is going to be deemed to be elite in this year around Macau. It's just something to enjoy, something to savour this, and you can tell that all these young drivers, this is going to be a memory in their motor racing career that they will remember forever.
F4 did us proud at Macau in the COVID period because it was the category that ran for the Grand Prix. It was the Chinese Championship, and because of the travel restrictions, it was really the only single-seater category that could tick the box. It was then rewarded with a race or an event, so race each day, at the 70th anniversary weekend in 2023. And here we are with a brand new FIA badged race. We've had F4 at the FIA Motorsport Games in the past, but now here with a World Cup. That's Rintaro Sato, son of Takuma Sato, winner of the Macau Grand Prix. He did race here last year, in fact, Rintaro, and also in Japanese F4. This year he's been racing in France in the French Championship, French F4, where he won at Lebanon.
And these young drivers are going to have experienced quite such a busy grid before. If you have a look at the build-up to this race, just double it, treble it, quadruple it, and that's what we have building up to the FR World Cup a little bit later on for the Macau Grand Prix. But this is a first glimpse into what things are going to be like. And you know what? If these drivers come back next year and they are competing in the Macau Grand Prix, they have had this experience to get used to everything about the Macau Grand Prix. It's going to really equip them very nicely indeed.
It is indeed. That's Emily Cotti, who was in the race yesterday and in qualifying, the Chichester-born driver who has been in the Italian and Middle East Championships this year. Keen Nakamura Berta then, the Italian champion, although he is a British driver with a Japanese mum and a Slovak father. And he was the runner-up last year also in the UAE Championship. Sebastian Weldon then, who's been 5 times a winner in Italian F4. He's been a race winner in the Middle East F4 Championship this season and affiliated to the Andretti Global brand. Of course, his father raced for Andretti twice at Indy. Now, that's somebody that has raced here in F4 in the past, the 2023 Chinese F4 champion Thiago Rodriguez, and therefore he does know the track and he does know the cars, but he crashed yesterday, tripped over Thomas Behrmann, who was already in the barriers at Moorish. Grandstand's pretty full already, and it's early in the morning yet. It's only just gone 9:10. That is Thomas Behrmann. He is the younger brother of Ollie Behrmann, Grand Prix driver, of course, for Haas. He's the son of David, who used to do a bit of MG racing, and Thomas was a race winner in British F4 this season gone. After him on the grid, you will get to Gino Trapper, who is going to be the final driver, and the Central European Zone champion has had a pretty tough weekend. There he is, so 2 incidents, and he's got work to do from the very back.
Because this grid kind of tells the story of the journey so far, but this is the race on its own. This is the 10-lap race where heroes are made, and a quick handshake with the British F4 champion, Finn McLaughlin. He's been riding uphill pretty much for the whole of this weekend, but I'm not sure that any of the climbs have been quite as big as the one that faces him over the next 10 laps. But by no means right off Finn McLaughlin. I think this could be a very entertaining race from the back of the grid for a number of the drivers. You were talking about Sebastian Weldon in car number 98, of course, qualified on pole position for the qualification race yesterday, and now finds himself on the 3rd to final row of the grid. So there are mountains to climb from the back of the grid, but in Macau, you know, anything can happen. Let's see what does as it emerges over 10 laps for the FIA F4 World Cup. The Macau Formula 4 race is coming up.
You can make progress on the run down to Lisboa, and that's a key part of
it really is as well. Okay, let's run you through the grid then for this first ever Formula 4 World Cup at Macau. Emmanuel Olivieri lines up on pole position next to Roussel, and then it is Ryan Caretti next to Ari Banzel. Struggled with pace yesterday. Can he try and turn it around today? He still starts from a good position off P4. Then next up in position is Kimi Shan, and then in 6th we find ourselves with Kyu Lee, and then it is Simon Shang next to Itsuki Sato. And then we find ourselves with Xiong in 9th. And then we have Wang in 10th position. Rintaro Sato, we described earlier to you about how he dropped down due to the penalty. He'll go from 11th. And then we get to one of our big contenders, McLaughlin, who is in 12th. Emily Cotti is in 13th. And then it is Alexander Munoz, quite angry yesterday after his retirement in the pit lane. He's in 14th next to Sebastian Weldon and Key Nakamura Berta. Those two are next up. They, of course, started on the front row for yesterday's race and crashed at Lisboa on the opening lap. The drivers who would crash a few corners on were Thomas Behrman and Tiago Rodriguez. They are 17th and 18th. And then the final car, his race didn't even really get underway after he stalled as well, is Gino Trapper, and his race, hopefully Wes, can only get better from P19 on the grid.
Yeah, we have to issue a bit of an apology to Gino Trapper, both from us and on behalf of the world feed commentators as well, because with all the chaos that did happen on lap 1, absolutely nobody noticed that the Gino Trapper, he did get away eventually, but it was incredibly slowly, and he just did a slow lap around and then went into the pits to retirement, and but nobody noticed, unfortunately. So yeah, apologies to Trapper, and we hope you do better in this race, Gino.
We really, really do indeed. So, we are about to get underway for the formation lap here on the streets of Macau. Green flag is waved, green light is illuminated, and the formation lap for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix is underway for the F4. And we mentioned the 72-year history, including this year. But Wes, we have to remember, this is a big accolade. This is officially now going to be the first ever Formula 4 World Cup race. Of course we have the qualification race, but this is the main race. This is where this all begins, and it's been, as we described earlier on in the weekend, as something that has been in the works for so long, so it is a big moment as it finally comes into fruition.
It has indeed, and yeah, this track is of course very well suited to these much more narrow but still fast cars, and as you said, Formula 4 cars have had an interesting history. They were kind of thrust into the limelight back in 2020 with the onset of COVID-19. The Macau Grand Prix moniker was kind of given to F4, if you like, when it was run as a round of Chinese F4 for 3 years. And then in 2023, it was a non-championship round of the Formula 4 Southeast Asia. But now it's official. It officially has a World Cup status, exactly the same as Formula Regional. It's much more uniform now, and it is hopefully here to stay for many years to come.
Yeah, exactly. Just like the regional, just like the GTOs you critically mentioned, this is a World Cup. This is the best talent from F4 coming to this arena. This is just as important as some of the racing that we will end this whole event off. And it will mean so much for any of these drivers to get themselves, possibly even some F1 team backing heading into regional level next year. The only driver on this grid to have said backing is McLaughlin, Red Bull Junior. He, of course, will go from the position of P12 on the grid. It's been such an up and down weekend for him, or week rather, if we include Thursday and Friday. It has been such on and off. Practice went terrible. He somehow, with absolutely no practice, improvised, got a good result in qualifying, then is in second for most of the race, is challenging for the win, is looking at possibly then, if he finishes in second, having a go at the win today, but no, he crashes at Melco hairpin with the inside barrier. He clips the tyre, he finds himself out, and then he drops down all the way until 12th, and that is where he is going to be starting this race from.
Absolutely, yeah. If Fionn McLaughlin was hoping to tug on people's heartstrings this weekend, he's definitely succeeded in that achievement with the most incredible up and down weekend I've seen for one driver in a very, very long time. He now starts this race in the middle of the pack, so he's going to be surrounded on all sides by drivers all hoping to make their way up the field. So he needs to watch out for not only from in front but from behind as well.
So, there is no more racing to be had for Formula 4. This is their final session. So, the approach that we were talking about all of Saturday goes out of the window for all of the races today, because this is it. If you are running in second, you know, realistically, no one's going to remember that second. A podium is better than nothing, absolutely, but you're going to want to go for the win. Yesterday, you would settle possibly for a second. You would possibly settle for a third, knowing that you will keep yourself in contention for the main race, and now you can go on the attack here. But that goes out of the window. There is a lot more risks that will be taken. A bit of bodywork damage, a bit of the paint has come off the final car that is getting themselves into position of Trapper. And let's see how they are going to get on. Shouldn't affect things, but everyone is now lined up in position then. So is our medical cars at the back. Green flag is being waved. We count up with 3, 4, 5 red lights. The first ever Formula 4 World Cup race is underway. Major smoke in the background as we see a lot of wheel spin further back. And Olivieri defending from Roussel, who's already alongside. They're side by side for the lead. And Roussel is inching ahead. It is going to be neck and neck, and I'm sure they'll have plenty of a company. Down towards Mandarin Bend we go. And this is going to get really, really close now as Coretti looks to try and make his way through into the lead as well. So it is going to be a big crash further back. Big crash in the background as well. And is everyone going to be able to take avoiding action? Just about. But a big moment as Roussel takes the lead. Coretti moves up to second place. And our pole sitters drop down to third. But let's hope everyone is okay. And into the wall, going straight on, is going to be Kai Hu Ho. And that is such a shame on the first tour of 10.
Yoo-Ho Lee, yeah, the South Korean driver, makes his way into that famous barrier at Lisboa. Couldn't quite tell who it was that ended up in the barriers on down the straight coming towards or coming out, sorry, of Mandarin. We'll let you know that as soon as we can. Lee's name's going down. So we believe it's the 17 and the 21, which is Azuki Sato and Simon Zhang. So yeah, and they were two of the beneficiaries from all the chaos in yesterday's race. So they both had very good grid positions, but sadly it's all come to nothing for them.
Absolutely, that is how things are looking at the moment. The field continues to push on and make their way through out there on the circuit. McLaughlin has got up to 7th position. What a start from P12 on the grid.
Oh yeah, that was a brilliant start from McLaughlin. All the way up into 7th, as you said, Omi, and yeah, he's somehow managed to wind his way through all the chaos, like we said he needed to be careful to mind out of the way, and he's done just that. So once the safety car comes in, hopefully not too long from now, we'll see if he can advance any further. Yeah,
so safety car is out. It is Roussel leading. It is Roussel leading Coretti, a French 1 and 2. The timing board will update as they come across the line in about 20 seconds time in terms of the timing board that you are currently seeing. But it is Roussel, it is Coretti, and it is Olivieri 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Bansal in 4th. Okay, Wes, let's go back to the start of the race. We're going to get a lot of wheel spin further back, but we're going to get an absolutely extraordinary launch off the line for Roussel, who immediately went chasing, but there will be contact further back as we made our way towards Mandarin Bend.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it didn't look like a bad start initially from Olivieri, but he just didn't seem to get the speed up in time, and he was surrounded by the two French drivers, first of Roussel and then of Coretti, and then and I believe it was Simon Zhang clipping the outside barrier and just being pitched into Azuki Sato, who was an innocent party in the whole thing. But yeah, the two French drivers got an absolutely unbelievable start, and Olivieri just had no answer to it on the way down to Lisboa. So, which isn't to say he can't come back later on in the race, but yeah, strange that he couldn't make the best of that pole position.
Yep, absolutely. Key Nakamura Berta. Now, there's something that has gone on the race start, definitely for him. He is running very much down, so we'll take a look when we can to see and confirm what's happened. Go on.
He's in the pit. he's listed on the live timing screen as being in the pits. So I'm not sure if he clipped another car and we're seeing it on the pictures now. Key Nakamura Berta in the pit lane. There's nothing obviously wrong with the car. And he switched the engine off. He's being pushed back into the garage. So could this be some sort of technical problem for the British-Japanese driver there? He's speaking to one of his engineers about a problem, presumably. And what seemed at the start of this weekend to be the possibility of a dominant weekend for Nakamura Berta has just gone from bad to worse. The engine cover starting to come off now, but any hope he had of a good result in this race has gone away now.
It really, really has. We've got Owl in the chat saying, can they please stop crashing? I came to watch racing. Definitely not too pleased with what he is seeing as well. He's also just messaged in our commentators chat saying, "I think you're in for a long night." So yes, Wes, we're not getting any good encouragement. JT's not been giving us any good encouragement across the event. Owl's not giving us good encouragement as well. They're all just, making it already seem so negative. It is 1 a.m., 25 past 1 here in the UK. I've still got a long way to go. I need encouragement at this time.
We all know what we're here for. Let's be honest. we all know what it means to watch a race at Macau. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap, so hopefully we'll see some some good racing coming up now.
Oh, while. Okay, well, yeah, disappointment for Key Nakamura Berta, as you were talking to us about. Quite the shame. And he would have definitely came into this as one of the favourites, absolutely, with the way he's dominated Italian F4 and E4. But that is an opening lap crash, an opening corner crash in race number 1, the qualification race. And now the proper World Cup race ends in what we believe is surely some form of an issue. So that is such a shame for Key Nakamura Berta, but he's a talented driver, and we are going to be looking forward to watching him next year. Safety car is going to be ending the final race, of course, for a lot of these drivers in F4 machinery. That also probably does apply to Key Nakamura Berta, so such a shame for him that it's ended in this way, but it will be Roussel leading us round the final corner, and we are going to get back to the green flags, and Coretti in second place, and Olivieri is going to be in third. Can he now try and recover the 2 positions that he lost earlier on? But the slipstream is going to begin down towards Mandarin Bend.
Great restart from Jules Roussel up front. He really gapped what seemingly was a sleeping Coretti. Though having said that, even Coretti's got quite a gap back to Olivieri. So yeah, it's not the close for safety car restart that we all tend to hope for. Olivieri coming under pressure from Bansal behind, and Coretti having a little look at Roussel up front, but no overtakes this time into Lisboa. And someone's going slow. I didn't quite catch who that was. Someone going very slow out the back of Lisboa. We'll get back to you once we find out who that is.
Bit of an attempt for the lead. Bit of a look for Coretti, but yes, you are correct. Someone was going slow there, Wes, on the exit as they climbed up San Francisco Hill. The leaders are basically pushing each other, which is why I, for a second, thought we were heading to contact. That is Roussel and Coretti, not separated by anything, and Olivieri having the best view in the house in terms of possibly getting a bit of contact in this race if they continue with how close they were getting just up ahead.
Yeah, and it's Alexandra Munoz who's falling down the timing tower here on screen at the moment. So yeah, I'm not sure if he just got a bad run out of Lisboa or whether it's something a bit more technical than that. But Alexandra Munoz, he's not had the greatest of weekends here at Macau. Unfortunately for him, he's had a couple of crashes already, and he's come to a halt now right by a marshal's post, luckily, so hopefully they'll be able to back him behind the barrier fairly quickly. But yeah, Alexandra Munoz, unfortunately, is out of the race again.
In terms of the improvements, we have McLaughlin P6 now, Weldon P8. So the recovery drives are going well. They're capitalizing on chaos and they're making the 1 or 2 overtakes when they can. Olivieri nearly dropping it into the wall as he made his way through Fisherman's Bend. He has to try and be cautious. He has to try and be careful. He needs to keep his head down pretty much, I think. I think that is so important at this phase. He cannot let this one get away from him. The green flags are back out. As Wes mentioned, it was at a marshal post, which made it easier when it comes to the recovery. Now, Caretti is sticking with Roussel. That is first and second place. Olivieri is having to defend, though, from Ari Bansal. He didn't have much pace yesterday. We said that he could possibly put on a bit of a charge today, and it looks like he's trying to do exactly that. The podium spots are ahead for Ari Bansal, the GB4 champion from this year, getting closer and closer down towards Lisboa. Meanwhile, dive bomb for the race lead. Caretti goes to the inside and takes the position. He takes the race lead. That was a late move on the brakes. He's cashed his rivals out, and he's kept it on the road, and he's taken P1 at Macau.
Oh, what a brilliant move from Ryan Caretti. He waited until the last part before the right turn at Lisboa. They were already well on the brakes, and that would have surprised the hell out of Jules Roussel. But yeah, absolutely professionally done from Ryan Caretti. Great stuff. We just had a note on the live timing here that 2 cars were out of position at the safety car restart. It was cars 5 and 42. 42 is Emily Cotti, and 5 is Fionn McLaughlin. So, yeah, that's under investigation right now. Hopefully, nothing comes of that.
Brilliant move. He wasn't alongside. He went late on the brakes. He nearly lost a car on the way in, and he sent it up the inside. Great stuff. And I mean, for McLaughlin, what else can I say? It's just the story continuing of his weekend. He's now had a good start, and there's more issues going on. He's having quite the Macau weekend. Welcome to Macau. But yes, this is his final race in Formula 4 level, and and I'm hoping that nothing comes of the investigations and he can just get himself to a good result by the end of it. But Caretti leads, Roussel in second, and Olivieri, Wes, he's looking quite understeer. It's not looking in control like it was yesterday. But to be fair, we have to say McLaughlin was all over him yesterday, just couldn't make the overtake. But today he is having an issue, and today he has got Bansal, and Bansal can get his elbows out, and I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to do something to go through and take the further position up the road of the podium spot. Meanwhile, though, the gap went to 0.7 of a second between first and second. It is much more closer than that as we make our way down the straight, and Caretti may have taken the lead. He's gonna have to defend it. Through Mandarin Bend we will go, and there will be an opportunity for a switch in position to come in the first ever Formula 4 World Cup race at Macau. We have 6 laps to go, and Caretti is placing the car on the inside line. Roussel will pull to the outside. Bansal will do the same as well. Roussel on the brakes won't be able to go around the outside there, and first and second, third and fourth are all maintaining order as we climb up San Francisco Hill now.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy defensive move from Caretti there. Similar story with Bansal on Olivieri, and just to add on what you were saying, although Olivieri was, for the most part, I thought yesterday, in control of the race. I mean, McLaughlin had a few goes, but not that many, to be honest. And Olivieri was easily one of the fastest cars on the track, and that just does not seem to be the case today. And it's so incredible how things can just change like that from day to day. And yeah, Olivieri's nowhere near the leading 2 cars at the moment. It's very much a French civil war at the moment between Ray and Caretti and the re-attacking Jules Roussel, who is nailed to the back of his French compatriot at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They really are putting together a great race. Some with a lot of work to do on the evidence of what we have seen so far. We are currently watching from the back of McLaughlin. He is in this train and he is in this fight that currently goes on. Weldon and McLaughlin together on the circuit. What a race it has been for Weldon. And I think Wes, it'll be Kei Nakamura Berta with the issue or something of that description. He'll also probably look back at this race and seeing where Weldon is, and I'm sure he'll be quite disappointed knowing about what possibly could have been on the cards for him.
Oh, most certainly, yes. And it's great to see. I was just looking down the field, and Sato's recovered from his starting position. Weldon is largely recovered, as has Thomas Behrman. And yeah, it's so good to see that they have this speed. And side by side actually was McLaughlin and Weldon coming down to towards Mandarin. We sadly cut away from it on the television pictures. We'll have to wait and see if anything comes of that.
It was a great move around the outside, I think. He's gone all the way around the outside of the first turn. So I think he's made a superb overtake. I hope we can get a replay of it somehow. But McLaughlin was leading us onto the lap. It was 75 thousandths of a second. So surely Weldon has made a superb overtake to go all the way around the outside. Laps are running out, but if Weldon continues, could a podium even be on the cards? He's got so much pace.
I mean, who knows? There's 5 laps to go in this race, which doesn't sound like much, but we all know what can happen at Macau, especially with the chaotic nature that usually comes with most F4 races.
Yep. We find ourselves with a great race that has been set up brilliantly after the safety car. We've seen some great racing across the event so far. We've got a battle that is raging on for third position and downwards. Olivieri ahead of Bansal, who then also find themselves ahead of Rintaro Sato. Great job from him. I don't think we've mentioned him too much as well. We mentioned, of course, his penalty earlier on in the broadcast, but he's recovered well. He's running in 5th position. So he's another driver in this train who is absolutely salvaging stuff after the penalty that he received after the qualifying race.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Kei Nakamura Berta is actually, he's come back out onto the track. So whatever gremlins was in his car seem to have been exercised right now because he's back out, albeit he's running 2 laps down on the rest of the field.
Yep. That is how things look at the moment in time. Now, can Weldon try and set up another overtake? If he wants any chance of the podium, he has to make the moves quickly. He has to do them as quick as possible. Now, Roussel and Caretti, great to see those two fighting it out for the race win. Meanwhile, Ari Bansal will still want that third and podium position. Here comes Roussel then for the attack on Caretti. Let's see whether he can try and make this move. Can he edge his rival out into the braking zone of Lisboa? It's going to be a battle on the brakes, and a battle which Roussel stays ahead in. Caretti though tries to get the cutback, tries to fight this one back. Brilliant racing between them as they continue fighting now up San Francisco Hill. We're heading to single file, and it means he'll have to sit in behind. But great to have these two drivers going for it here into the final stages of the race here in Macau.
Yeah, Caretti had a nose in front and would have breezed past had the straight just been a little bit longer, but all Caretti had to do was match the braking pattern of the Frenchman next to him, and he was on the inside line and was fairly easily able to maintain the lead there.
He was indeed. Great fight that is beginning to play out around this Macau circuit. We have got Caretti versus Roussel, and what Macau does is it can make careers. It can give drivers the opportunity and the spotlight that they wouldn't have had otherwise. And you know, these two drivers, they really haven't been on my radar. Of course, we've not covered them specifically on JB Motorsports, but there is drivers that you'll hear about constantly. You'll constantly hear their name, and neither of these two have been those drivers. In terms of everyone who's been telling me names regarding other series, I've not had them been brought to me at all across this year, and we've not really heard much of them. And I think that tells you how these two are absolutely utilising the opportunity to get themselves into a chance of a good year and a good seat for 2026. Great to have them fighting it out. Olivieri also looking to end the season on a high, and Bansal looking to also conclude what has been a successful year for him. He, of course, is the GB4 champion, as we've mentioned. He didn't actually lead the GB4 championship at all until we got down to the final round and the second race of the weekend there. But okay, let's go back to the racing out there on the circuit, because this time we are going to see the move possibly into Mandarin Bend, and Roussel is going to get the advantage and take the lead. Meanwhile, Larry Bansal has to defend, and Roussel has got through and he's taken P1 on the road, but now Caretti's going to try and fight this one. We're heading into the final stages of this race, and it is Roussel versus Caretti. Great fighting between the pair of them, and Roussel is just going to have the advantage. Meanwhile, Weldon in the Gainbridge livery car is fighting away, and it looks like he has cleared Ari Bansal. He was still fighting away with Ari Bansal, I should say. We'll wait to see who's ahead in that battle.
I think it was Weldon ahead of Bansal there. Ari Bansal had a terrible run down both straights, overtaken first of all by Rintaro Sato. Brilliant move from the Japanese driver, by the way, and then an opportunistic Sebastian Weldon taking the opportunity to nip past.
Oh my word! Out Caretti! Caretti hits the barrier from second place, just like yesterday. A driver who was running in second has hit the wall. He was trying to chase down the lead. That will bring out the yellow flags, and Caretti going all in hits the wall, and that is his chance of winning the first ever Formula 4 Macau race in terms of a World Cup. Gone.
That's such a shame for him. He just had a flick of opposite lock in the middle of the corner, and he just couldn't correct it in time. This track is so narrow, and these barriers have teeth, and yeah, there was just no way he could have saved it in time. Unfortunately, Ryan Caretti, who's driven absolutely beautifully pretty much the entire weekend, in fact. We're seeing a replay now on stream. Just I think he goes over a bump or something, because he just gets opposite lock immediately and just basically runs out of road. Absolutely whacks the rear left hand wheel, and yeah, and that's it after that.
Wow. Well done to the rest of the field as they had to navigate their way by. Well done on getting on the brakes and making their way through. The safety car is out, and that will most likely be the race concluded, unless they can have the quickest recovery we've ever seen. But it has taken a lot of time across the weekend so far. It would need to be in at the end of this lap if we are to go green.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I believe there is a crane down there, but even with a crane, it still takes quite some time to declare the track clear, and with only 2 laps to go, including the one that they are on, we'll need a bit of luck, I think, to get this race going again. May possibly be able to get a 1-lap shootout. Look at a replay now from Emanuele Olivieri's point of view. It's such a strange. Caretti was seemingly on the same line that Roussel was, but just got opposite lock out of nowhere, and yeah, just hit the barrier on the way up. In fact, that was a different corner. Yeah, so he got a huge swapper on a couple of corners before the one where he ended up in the barrier. So maybe there was some sort of car trouble. It's really difficult to say, but yeah, he had a moment a couple of corners before that was almost a carbon copy, which he managed to recover from, but not the second time.
Yeah, doesn't look like we're getting this one going. There's absolutely no progress that has been made. There's absolutely nothing that has been done in terms of the car, and well, they're getting to it now, but yeah, it will most likely end behind the safety car. I think it is fair to say a one-lap shootout would probably go quite crazy anyway. Roussel is like, well, you know, we're done here. I've done my job. I want the win, and I think he'll be a deserving winner. Wes, has driven it so well, and I think him and Coretti have put on a show. Coretti, without that mistake, also has been great, and Weldon will finish 1 place away from a podium spot. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's actually a shame that that moment happened when it did, because I was just about to share with the viewers and listeners just a brief go over of what happened in French F4 this year, because we've actually got 4 drivers from that championship coming over to take part this weekend. The other 2 were Rintaro Sato, he finished 9th in that championship. Been doing equally as well as the others, I feel. And the other one was Munoz, who interestingly absolutely dominated the championship from start to finish by a long way. Like he finished some 60 points in front of the second place driver, and then Jules Roussel and Ryan Coretti finishing in 3rd and 4th, taking a pair of wins each over the year. But yeah, Munoz just not had the ability to show off his skills here in Macau this weekend for whatever reason, and it's been Roussel and Coretti who have been the impressive ones, along with Sato. But yeah, French F4, a very, very good and underrated championship, I feel.
Really, really is. So many good and great championships at F4 level, and that's why it is great to have them all come to this one arena, this one single arena, and have the chance to fight it all out. I think definitely, especially this year's one, we haven't, I think, had the proper full idea of who's been the absolute best and who should have come out on top in this. It has been great. I mean, we've seen now a new driver get an opportunity and absolutely take it. But in terms of I think the outright fastest, I think just due to the nature of Macau, Wes, we've not been able to really get to actually see that, because we've had drivers in different positions and all of that stuff. And Coretti, you can see how disappointed he is.
Yeah, in fact, he looks distinctly like he's sobbing down on the track. In fact, he's very much shaking. He's kind of leaning against the barrier on it with his legs bent, and he's shaking from side to side. So yeah, he's the emotions have a habit of releasing themselves. The adrenaline is still pumping, of course, and when you're that disappointed, incidentally, it seems as though this race is going to finish under safety car, which is a real shame, but it's definitely been going to be a deserving victory for Jules Roussel.
It really will. So to quickly, I guess, give you a little bit of an update in terms of the different drivers, in terms of the different races, sorry, I should say, that are coming up. In terms of the schedule, we'll run you through the full classification later on, but we've still got the TCR World Tour that'll be on from 3 AM UK time, and then we've got the GT from 4:35, and then we've got a bit of a long build up until we get to the race of the Formula Regional, the World Cup. That'll be coming up for them. And in this break, we'll have filler content coming your way in between this F4 and TCR World Tour as well. We will make sure that we have some filler content ready for you. And
yeah, we're going to be taking a trip down memory lane, aren't we, Omi?
Yes.
I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yes, we're gonna. So the way it's gonna work is over the next. So in between this break that we have coming up now, we're gonna play selected clips from all of the years of Macau, whatever we have access to. We're gonna just play a few snippets of it, and then from recent times, we'll pick a race in between the GT and Regional. We'll pick one race and we'll air it as well in full. For the full race, it'll be something from a few years, the latest few years that we have had this Macau Grand Prix as well, with World Feed commentary. So we will have something in that way for that. But in terms of old and historic stuff, we'll have a few clips. I can already tell you. Right, well, I guess, Wes, we have the field making their way through, and I guess they get to now live in these moments. They get to live in these moments, enjoy themselves out there on the circuit for this final time. So while they probably would have definitely wanted to have been racing, especially if you are like someone like Olivieri or Weldon, just outside of position, but it, I guess, allows you to really consolidate the week and the honour to be selected to race and get to put on, put your talent on show here.
Oh, absolutely, and it's always a pleasure for all the drivers that get to come and race here. It's such a unique challenge that you don't really get anywhere else in the world, and yeah, all the drivers love coming here. Even the ones that yeah, don't tend to cover themselves in glory for whatever reason, they always consider the trip worth it. And I've just noticed there's a nice little bit of justice in the race result that's about to take place, because we said right at the top of this race how Rintaro Sato lost the podium that he scored yesterday. Well, he's guess where he is right now? Third position for the Japanese driver, and yeah, I feel like all is about to be made right in the world again.
It really, really is. The final few moments then of Formula 4. It's been quite the chaotic World Cup. It's been, I mean, the most craziest one that we have had. Over to you, Formula Regional. Over to you, GT. Coming up later on today. But Formula 4 has delivered the goods, and the driver who has delivered the goods on the circuit has been Roussel. He finished third in the French F4 Championship, but in the 2025 Macau Grand Prix, the first ever Formula 4 World Cup is won by Roussel, who takes the checkered flag first. Olivieri gets second, and Rintaro Sato, after being denied the podium yesterday, he's gone from 11th on the grid to the podium spot in third. Weldon's gone from the back all the way to fourth, and it's Bansal, and then McLaughlin. Behrman, who's also come from the back, he's finished in 7th, and then it's Chan, Xiong, and Trapper. What a drive from him. He's also managed to get in the top 10, having started in last. Quite the crazy race, quite the chaotic race. Just Macau for you, Wes. It's delivered in the Formula 4 World Cup.
Oh, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? There's been drama almost every step of the way, and you really love to see it. A bit of a shame we couldn't have seen more from Keen Nakamura Berta, but yeah, his skills really only got to be shown off, I feel like, in the timed sessions, the free practice and the qualifying, because yeah, just everything seemed to go wrong for him in both races this weekend. He did finish. He was classified in 14th, 2 laps down on the rest of the field, but yeah, so not able to take too much away from this event, unfortunately.
Yep, that is exactly the case. What an absolutely brilliant Formula 4 World Cup it has been, and I hope it is here to stay. Macau, we mentioned, can really make careers, and I hope that is exactly the case for Roussel. Looking forward to seeing what this will do for his career moving up and forward. But congratulations and a big well done to our podium finishers on what has been an absolutely great and sensational drive. And congratulations to all the drivers. This is a challenging circuit, most of them making their debut, and it is great for them to get themselves around the circuit, and congratulations to them all on what will definitely be a valuable experience, and one that, you know, for a lot of them, they may never get to experience again.
Yeah, that's true. Not for lack of wanting, certainly, but motorsport is such a fickle business, and sponsors come and sponsors go, and they're nothing if not unreliable. So you really just have to grab each and every opportunity with both hands. But yeah, I'm sure many of the drivers today probably will be back either once again in F4 or perhaps even in regional next year.
Yep, that will hopefully be exactly the case. Right, well, it has been a great Formula 4 race. Myself and Wes have given you our thoughts on it, but should we go down and get also the thoughts of David Addison and Alan Hyde, who have been commentating it for the World Feed. Let's hand over to them now.
Anthems as well, and that is what Macau is so about. It's about a race like no other. It's a place like no other in the world. There isn't really a motorsport event quite like the Macau Grand Prix. Very often over the recent years that I've been here, it's coincided with a Grand Prix somewhere over in America, if it was the US Grand Prix or potentially the Las Vegas Grand Prix. But you know that the teams are all keeping a very close eye on what's happening in Macau, because a number of these drivers are already signed up to be part of young development driver programs associated with Formula One teams, and Macau is just magical. And I tell you what, Jules Roussel is about to experience that and then some when he climbs out of the car down in Parc Fermé, experiences the joy of a win here at Macau. And you can hear the applause in the background as well, the media attention, and the podium is coming up.
You might be able to hear from our winning drivers. Emanuele Olivieri steps out, goes to be weighed, which is all part of the technical process. There's a very, very happy race winner, though. Jules Roussel clambering out of his car. Olivieri, I think, will be very disappointed with that. On paper, he should have been a shoe-in, given the way that he went yesterday. But Jules Roussel, brilliant start, got himself in the lead. And although he lost out to Rayan Karate, he was not to be denied. And the driver he's raced against, Ritaro Sato, for third place, there to celebrate as well. Sato will be delighted with that, given that he started 11th after his penalty from yesterday. And a very happy Jules Roussel. Some rather more somber faces from the drivers that didn't get to the end, but Jules Roussel is very happy indeed.
I love these scenes from Parc Fermé. I love the celebration, the joy. Can I stand on the car? Yes, you can. You're a winner at Macau. And that's the picture we want. And with the backdrop in the background, the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. I love the fact that he asked if he could stand on the car. It's not my car, I need to check. Yes, you can. They're quite strong.
Alex Legui there, he's going to have a word with the winners for us in a moment, and the trophies will be presented for, if you like, the Macau Formula 4 race by representatives of Melco Resorts and Entertainment, and then Emanuele Pirro will hand over the trophy on behalf of the FIA to the race winner. Jules Roussel then puts himself in the history books, and once he's gone through the process of taking off his gloves, undoing his helmet, and taking off his hands device, and taking off his helmet, and taking off his balaclava, and taking his earplugs out, finally we'll get a word.
There's a winner. There's a winner at Macau, and I think it'll sink in a couple of moments' time. We'll hear from Jules Roussel down in Parc Fermé with Alexander Legui.
You provided us with a lot of battles there, brilliantly executed, you kept it clean, job done.
Yeah, I'm really happy. All of the week we had the pace, and now we concretize, so hard battle all of the race. We have to be here since the beginning, make a great start, overtake Olivieri at the first corner, and after big battle with Ryan and overtake him in the few last moments. So I'm really happy.
How much have you enjoyed your Macau debut?
I think for now it's my best race of my life in terms of experience on the results. So I'm really happy, and I will create Macau with only good memories.
Well done.
Thank you.
I think we're going to hear a lot about Jules Roussel over the next few years. We'll see where his single-seater path takes him next. He's had 2 seasons in the Championnat de France Formula 4, and he returns the crash helmet to the car, and in a few minutes will be on the podium. Provisional result though, Jules Roussel the winner from a somewhat disappointed Emanuele Olivieri, and a delighted Ritaro Sato 11th to 3rd. Sebastian Weldon then, a really impressive drive, 15th to 4th ahead of Ari Bansal, and Finn McLaughlin 12th to 6th. Thomas Behrman started 17th and he bagged 7th from Kimi Chan, Marcus Chung and Gino Trapper 19th to 10th. Thiago Rodriguez 11th, and behind him there was Wang Yuzhe, Emily Cotti, and after the pit stop, Keen, Nakamura Berta. We lost Ryan Caretti, Alex Munoz, Lee Kyu-ho, Simon Zhang and Itsuki Sato. Well, certainly F4 has given us some great racing and some drama as well, and Rayan Caretti is going to take quite some time, I think, to get over that accident. You could see just how distraught he was. It's a great shame for him. It's a great shame it ended up preventing us from the last couple of laps worth of racing, but Jules Roussel taking the advantage ahead of Emanuele Olivieri and Rintaro Sato third. They'll be on the podium shortly at the end of the FIA F4 World Cup, the Macau Formula 4 race.
Okay, welcome back everybody to the JB Motorsports commentary box. Huge thanks to David Allison and Alan Hyde. And Wes, well, have you been able to take a bit of a deep breath after that race? It was quite wild from start all the way until we had the big moment for of course, coming for Caretti, and that ended the race early.
Yeah, definitely. It was that was a real excitement from start to finish. You never really we had lead changes up at the front, which to be honest, we haven't had too much of that in any of the races so far this weekend. But yeah, nice to have a couple of lead changes. We had redemption, if you like, from Rintaro Sato, which is very, very nice to see. And other drivers starting near the back, advancing up. So yeah, that race had a bit of everything.
It really did have absolutely everything taking place. Definitely quite dramatic, and definitely one which we had to keep our eye on a lot of the grid, because, you know, we got to the final lap, I mean, Wes, and we were like, oh, well, that happened. Oh, this driver's done this. It was such a race which fluctuated, and lots of drivers ended in so many different positions, and it was really, really great to watch and see how much the race ended up changing. So we will now have the podium that should be taking place for this race, and then we can get some filler content ready for you. A few clips, as I mentioned, will be getting played of previous and historic races, and then myself and Wes, or well, Wes specifically, I'll not be unfortunately I'll not be offering a bit of a hand in this, but I'm gonna let Wes decide what the race will be that will be played. As I mentioned, it will be of recent time, so anything in the era of Macau having a world feed, basically.
Okay, no pressure.
Yes, no pressure.
It's all right. It's all right, everybody. I'll find a good one.
Yes. Myself and Wes have already discussed and found a bit of a plan in terms of how we're going to try to keep ourselves awake. But yes, that'll be what you guys will have to try and keep you awake yourself. Okay, the drivers are about to make their way on to the podium right now. So let's hand down over to the circuit commentators.
Italy. And the winner is number 7, Jules Roussel from France. Congratulations, drivers. And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner. Congratulations once again to all the winners. Before we present the trophy to our winners, we would like to wait for the national anthem. This is another glory moment for our winning drivers. Thank you very much, team. Lovely.
L'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé, entendez-vous dans nos campagnes.
Okay, they're struggling to play the national anthem, which is why you're hearing everyone basically singing it. But where's brilliant scenes?
I love that. I love that so much. That's
there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Such a lot of love from all the teammates. Thank you very much. And now we are ready to present the trophies to all the winning drivers. First of all, I would like to invite Ms. Oscar Chang, representative of Macau Resorts and Entertainment, to present the laurel and trophy to our second runner-up. Number 30, Rintaro Sato from Japan. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Chang. Coming up next, let's welcome Mr. Scott Tang, Senior Vice President, Head of Resorts Operations, Macau of Macau Resorts and Entertainment, to present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up, number 68. Congratulations. And last but not the least, let's welcome Dr. Kent Wong, Chief Advisor of Macau Resorts and Entertainment, to present the laurel and trophy to our winner, number 7, Julie Roussel from France. Congratulations, drivers. Now, would all the guests please gather at the center? Let's take a group photo together. Please gather at the center. Thank you. And smile for the camera. Please look at the center front, at the media zone, together with the official camera as well. Perfect. The moment is perfectly captured, right? Thank you once again, all the guests. Thank you very much. Drivers, please remain on the podium. Thank you. Drivers, please remain at the current position. As coming up next, we are also going to present the FIA Trophy Formula 4 World Cup for our winner driver. I would like to invite Mr. Emanuele Pillo, FIA Single-Seater Commission President, to present the trophy to our winner. Once again, number 7, Jules Coussel from France. Congratulations. And Mr. Pillo, please remain at the center. Let's take one more photo with the drivers. Please look at the front, at those media friends' cameras as well. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pillo. Thank you. Drivers, please again remain on the podium as it's the champagne time. So please note that the champagne is for your photo taking only, please. So please have the champagne. Let's take a photo together. And in accordance to the law of Macau, the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee has provided non-alcoholic champagne for this podium celebration. Please just take photo with the champagne, please. Look at the front. Yes, for photo taking only. Thank you very much. You can celebrate with your team after the trophy podium. Thank you. All right, thank you. Please remain on the podium for some interview, drivers. Thank you very much. We would love to hear your feelings at this moment. Thank you very much for your understanding. So now, Chris, it's your time, please.
Later, celebrate later. Rintaro, here we are again on the podium. But you had to come from further back than we thought. Great drive. Talk us through it.
Thank you very much. It's been a tough races because I started P11 really back in. But yeah, I managed to finish P3. I'm so happy about it. Thank you very much to the mechanics and engineer and my family. Thank you.
Were you just going for it? Nothing to lose?
Yeah, that's true.
So next year you've got to come back and have another go? It's a great circuit. Obviously, you enjoy driving here.
Yes, this is. I hope.
Well done. It was a great to watch. Great drive. Well done to you. Emanuele, well done to you as well. I know you would have loved to win, but second place at Macau is still a huge achievement.
Yeah, I mean, not what I wanted, but anyway, yesterday I won the race, today P2. Somehow I didn't really have the pace to win anyway, even with a good starter. But yeah, anyway, still P2, I can be happy.
Looked quite close when Ryan crashed and you just about squeezed through.
Yeah, it was not the best moment of the race, because if he was going to my car, it was a good moment. But anyway, still okay.
Well done to you. Great job this weekend, right? Top step. First of all, congratulations to your guys down here for singing the national anthem. That was magnifique. Wasn't that the best weekend? You had an up and down race. You got the lead early on, then you lost the lead, but a few times you tried to get the lead back, and then you went for it, and it was a great move at turn 1 into turn 2.
Yeah, quite hard with the defense of Ryan. But here the toe, first of all, for me defending with this toe, with this long straight was really hard. And after I profit to this and overtake him. And after close the door at the first corner, but the pace was there, even at the race since the first session of the week. So I'm really happy.
You didn't want to finish second, did you? If there was any chance, you were going to take it.
I really don't want to do second place. When you know we had the pace to do first and we can overtake him, I just take all of the opportunity again, and I'm really happy for that.
And you know your name's in history now, the first ever winner of the FIA F4 World Cup.
Yeah, I think I didn't realize again, but maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, let it sink in. Congratulations, you're champion. Well done, Jules Russell.
Thank you, Chris. Congratulations once again, drivers. Thank you very much. Thank you. And rest assured, your non-alcoholic champagne is with you. Later, you can share with your team. Thank you. Please proceed off the podium. Thank you very much, boys. And ladies and gentlemen, we see you back here for our next
first ever
podium
Macau
trophy
Formula 4
presentation.
race, FIA F4 World Cup winner Jules Russell leave the podium. Fantastic racing provided by the Formula 4 drivers as part of our 72nd Macau Grand Prix weekend. History made. Our first ever winner of the event is Jules Russell.
You are correct in saying that, David Addison. Congratulations to Russell, the first F4 winner of the World Cup in Macau. So quite special for the driver who finished third, as I mentioned, in French F4. Well, Wes, it's now gets to the point where we have got still just about under 50 minutes now to go until we actually get going for the race. So we've got plenty of time, don't we?
Yes, start of the next hour will be the beginning of race 2 for the TCR World Tour. We had a bit of a subdued race yesterday, not too much in the way of action, nothing in terms of yellow flags, which is rather unique for Macau. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see whether race 2 provides any sort of action for us. And then yes, after that, about an hour after that, will be the GT World Cup, which will once again be an all-Ferrari front row as yesterday. And then once we get the ceremony out of the way, it will be time for the titular Macau Grand Prix.
It will be indeed. So we're just actually loading up now some of the filler content as well from what we have. So I want to go, first of all, Wes, over to 2005. And I would like to quickly play the race start. So let's go and hand down momentarily. Well, I mean, this was in 2005, so I'm not technically handing down to them now, but you get what I mean. We're throwing down to past them from 2005. So let's first of all relive this clip as well.
1983. They both retired. They have been given grid positions, and so too has the Japanese Taku Bamba, who did not start the qualification race, but he should be allowed to start from 30th place on the grid. There's Senna's car coming around the corner, so he is certainly there, but I don't think Bamba is on the back, so no Taku Bamba, so Bruno Senna is the last of starters. On pole is Loic Duval, alongside him Robert Kubica of Poland, and as the red lights go off, there is the field, and they spread out 5 wide. Kubica immediately on the defensive against Lucas Di Grassi, as Di Grassi and Duval from the right hand side of the grid, as they saw it, made good starts. See the blue car of Paolo Montin, the yellow nose of the Red Bull car coming up the inside as well, and that is Sebastian Vettel. Vettel having a good start, but lots of jinking and dicing as they slipstream each other up to this first major braking at Lisbon corner. And on the outside is the front row starter, Robert Kubica. He gets through. Can they keep it clean through here? The organisers resisting the temptation to make the first corner a yellow flag affair and actually allow some racing, and they've done well. Stephen Jelly's picked up a place or two there, down in the late teens and early 20s.
Yep, really have. That was the race start then for the 2005 Macau Formula 3 race. Really great to see, Wes. And, well, this, as you were just mentioning to me off air, 20 years ago. Do we have Wes? It looks like we may have lost him possibly. As well.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, I was down there. Yeah, 20 years ago. So time really does fly, doesn't it? But yeah, that race featured a number of names that are still familiar with us. In fact, the top 3 that ended up finishing on the podium with that race were Lucas Di Grassi, Robert Kubica, and Sebastian Vettel, all of which would go on to careers in F1.
Okay, well, shall we play you then the last lap and the last bit of the race then?
Up spots to different drivers, you're in better position than either of them, and Di Grassi was, as you said, behind Kubica in the last race by a considerable margin, and Loic Duval, our onboard shot with him, showed him closing in on the tail of Nakajima, but out of the hairpin for the final time, Di Grassi squirting it down the hill with every ounce of throttle he can muster. That gas pedal nailed to the floor, but Kubica's all over the back of him into Fisherman's, a very quick corner. It'll be a break and down into the R-bend, and he's not close enough. Di Grassi's got phenomenal grunt down the hill. The Mercedes engine in Lucas Di Grassi's car just keeping him clear of the Neil Brown Mugen Honda in that of Robert Kubica, but Kubica doesn't need to risk it. Di Grassi takes the checker. 3rd place, Sebastian Vettel is thrilled to pieces. De Oliveira 4th, Nakajima just holds off Duval at the line. Then Baccarut got ahead of Paolo Montin as well. Montin in his birthday weekend can not match his 2nd place in the year 2000.
Yep, greatly called by Martin as well. And we had Di Grassi, as Wes mentioned, who came home to win that. Now, 2005 also did have a bit more chaos as well. Let's go all the way back to the WTCC race as well. Race 1, and they had a start pile-up. So that was a lot more from the Macau weekend in terms of chaos that we had that weekend. So let's play it now.
In 5th, Fabrizio Giovanardi in 8th place. They chased Prix in race 1 of 2 here. 18 laps of the Macau gear circuit to decide the world champion. It's Muller by 1 point, from Prio and 5 from Giovanardi. As their lights change, away they go. Fast start as ever from the BMW. But look at the Seat of Ricard Rydell, a former Grand Prix winner in Formula 3. He's already jumped up to 4th place away from the start. Shocking getaway from Nicola Larini. There he is in his blue Chevrolet. Looking back from Prio, the first corner of any note is a right-hander, and around his nose sweeps Andre Koto. Don't forget Koto, local hero here, former winner of this race in a Formula 3 car with no penalty ballast at all. And here comes Farfus as well, and if Farfus gets involved, then it could all suddenly become very tough indeed for Prio. But he takes second slot, and I think that Koto will check out, and that is Jörg Müller. Jörg Müller tangles with one of the Chevys, and there is the first corner pile-up that we were expecting. It happened last year, it's happened again a little further down the field, but the leaders, the championship challengers, have all got through. That car that went into Müller, I have a feeling the yellow and blue car may be Tom Coronel.
Yes, indeed, a name which you see a lot on social media. He even follows me on social media as well. So if anyone is predominant, especially on Twitter, then you definitely would have seen him quite a bit. But yes, that was a pile-up, and you know, whereas we are used to seeing so many pile-ups nowadays, but it's been happening since the start.
Yeah, we usually get at least one every single year, and luckily the drivers involved, which were Giuseppe Ciro, Tom Coronel, Jörg Müller, and Rob Huff, were all okay after that. But yeah, very big and expensive accident.
It was indeed. Now we're just quickly getting you a few other clips as well that we have got for you at this moment in time. But yes, Macau, such a long history, so it always manages to deliver us with so much. So it's great how it's evolved, how it's changed. What has been one of your favourite years, Wes, of watching Macau?
I mean, probably my my absolute favorite was the 1990 race, which was that absolutely titanic battle between Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen, which went all the way to the final lap and resulted in a collision between the two.
Yep, absolutely, definitely one to consider as well as one of the greats of the event as we make our way through. Okay, so we've got another clip for you coming your way. This is from 1991 and of course features the great Murray Walker as well.
Seconds behind Coulthard, who is second on aggregate, also goes round Melco, and it looks to me as though from Barcelona, Spain, Jordi Yanay is indeed going to win his first Formula 3 race by winning the second leg here at Macau, beating David Coulthard, but in staying as close to Yanay as he has done. Coulthard is going to win on aggregate by, I would guess, about 7 seconds, maybe a bit less. There's nothing that Coulthard could do about Yanay. Yanay wins the second leg. David Coulthard, however, from Twynham in Scotland, wins the 1991 Macau Grand Prix on aggregate as Christian Fittipaldi finishes in third position.
Okay, well, that is one of the great clips and great to hear that specific voice as well. And as you were just mentioning to me, Wes, it's someone, Murray Walker, who did actually do a few occasional Macau Grand Prix as well.
Yeah, he's the reason why many of us in the commentary community were first inspired to take it up, and yeah, we're forever grateful to the old man.
We really are indeed. Really set the standard of broadcasting, which we all try and continue nowadays as well. Right, well, we are getting all set and ready. We've still got just over 30 minutes to go till we get to the TCR race, I should say. But going back to Formula 3 to Macau, should we go back to 2014 and listen to the race? So we're going to show you a few clips from this 2014 race. So let's go down and actually listen to the race start that we had all the way back then, over a decade ago now.
Rose and Chris started the day. Can he finish it as he needs to go on? The lights go out. Good start from Lucas Auer. He's already alongside his teammate and into the lead. They head down towards Lisboa, but that was a cracking start from Lucas Auer.
And it was a super start by Tom Blomqvist as well. He got a really good traction off the line, and he's right there with Lucas Auer as well.
Look at them spreading out, and already 3 abreast. Somebody hits the wall. Classic Macau mistake because he was just too hot. But luckily he's bounced off and it hasn't caused a major crash. We are 3 wide. It was Ocon. And 19. Whoa! Through they go.
Lucas Auer goes wide and Tom Blomqvist leads. Up towards San Francisco they go.
Oh no! Well, and that's it. Ooh, no, that's a big crash. Well, and the crowd on their feet.
There was a crash between Ocon and Blomqvist in Lisboa, and that probably broke Ocon's.
Well, there you go. That was a bit of a pile-up. I think it is fair to say, probably a bit of an understatement. We had a car in the barrier even. But yes, that's things that you can get at Macau. And the race, of course, was, quite obviously, and quite understandably, red flagged, Wes. Which shouldn't come across as a surprise. But yes, this was quite, it was quite the race. And it is, of course, one that Verstappen was running in.
Yeah, you're right, and you said in the barrier there. I think on the barrier might have been a more apt description there. He literally launched up the top of the tyre barrier and was resting on top of it there. Quite odd to see in motorsport that, but yeah, this was Max Verstappen's one and only visit to Macau, and he didn't win it sadly, but yeah, did cover himself in glory nonetheless.
Really did. It was a great event of racing, a chaotic event of racing all the way back in 2014, and it was really great to see how it all played out as we continue to wait for the action to get underway for the TCR race. Perfect, because we can actually now quickly go down and join the press conference from the GT Cup that we had earlier on. We're going to go into this midway through as it currently takes place.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I had to get the job done today. Thank you, first of all, to Lotus and my team, my engineers. They worked really hard this weekend to provide the car. We knew we had the pace all weekend, but qualifying and knowing Macau is very tricky and anything can happen here. And knowing that today's race was the plan is to try to get ahead as soon as possible. So making the move at Mandarin was definitely essential to win today's race. So yeah. That was it, and really happy about it.
Congratulations. Can you please also share a few words in Chinese to our audience?
Yeah. 先要感谢莲花车队和我的技师 engineer， 他们这周末真的很辛苦的帮我 set up 我这辆车。我们知道我们这里澳门是个很难的街道赛，但是到最后我们 一起一个车队都成功了。
谢谢。第二题问题问一下韩立潮，可不可以跟我们讲一下你在这次比赛中的感受？
首先这个周末我们整个团队做了很大的努力，包括首先非常感谢JR China为我们提供的所有的这些支持，然后另外呢就是甚至我们的这个车型总开发的工程师全部都到场了，所以为我们提供了很多的这种帮助。然后另外车队在整个周末其实也非常的努力的去工作，因为我在排位赛的时候其实遇到了一些小的问题，然后车轮刮到那个墙上，然后转向拉杆弯掉了，然后车队利用很短的时间帮我更换新的转向拉杆，然后让我可以再次有机会进行排位赛，然后取得了一个不错的杆位，所以也非常感谢我的车队。同时，在比赛，因为我们的车整个周末其实在直线上并不是说很有优势，然后并且起步的时候，也遇到了一些混乱的状况，所以很遗憾，但是也很享受这个过程。对。
谢谢。A quick recap on what our first runner-up Han Li Chao just shared. He would like to thank the team for the effort and all the support, and he would also like to thank the engineers who are actually here to help him fix the car when he actually touched the barrier earlier in the race. And he overall throughout the weekend he didn't do a very good start and he didn't have much advantage through the straight, but he's happy with the results. 第三題問下廖啟信，可唔可以都同我哋講下今場嘅精彩？
今天很荣幸吧，可以从第10位发车到第3这个成绩啊。我们排位赛遇到了很多问题啊，我的变速箱是卡档了，然后在后面经过车队的维修，只有1圈的时间啊，也很可惜在排位赛没有做出一个很好的圈速，可以在今天的前排的位置争取一个更好的名次。但我觉得，可以从在澳门这么窄的赛道，从第10位发车，我们仅有可能6、7个弯的绿旗，可以从第10到第3，我觉得，我已经发挥了全部，也很感谢我的车队给我的支持，谢谢。
A quick recap from Liu Kai-shun. He didn't do too good in the quali because of some technical issues with his car, and he would like to thank the team for fixing his car for the race. Starting from 10th, finishing 3rd, he's pretty happy with the result, and he would like to thank the team again. Now we're opening the floor for questions. 開放現場提問，開放現場提問。Okay, so that's the end of the press conference. Thank you very much. Can we please stand up for a photo? 麻烦大家站一下，我们来一个 photo， 谢谢。
Join us back here at Macau. The press conference just concluded a moment ago, and the build-up continues to the TCR race. Should hopefully be an exciting one, should be quite a good one. We were talking about yesterday, Wes, how they actually kept it clean quite nicely, which was really, really great to see.
Yeah, surprisingly so, considering given the history of touring car racing around this track, you sometimes get quite large incidents into the barrier. We let you hear proof of that earlier on. If anyone listening wants to go back and listen to that, feel free. Yeah, so we're expecting the excitement to come from this particular race. Although the championship was indeed wrapped up at the race yesterday, this morning locally speaking for Macau, is going to be the famous gear race, and that is the one that traces its ancestry all the way back to that initial Macau event back in 1954.
Yep, exactly the case. So as the build-up continues then to this, it should hopefully be a very, very exciting and good race. Of course, the champion was all crowned yesterday, and we found ourselves with a race that was quite interesting, I think, especially the mid-pack. We had a good few battles in it, and hopefully this time we can get something at the front. The F4 race, well, that is exactly what it had. Quite a lot of battling at the front of the field, as we mentioned, Wes.
Yeah, certainly did. It was a very, very good race to finish off the F4 action for the year, and we're looking forward to. There's I think a couple more local F4 races around the world before the year is out, but this being the main one end of year before we start back up again in the winter in January.
Yep, you have stuff like F4 Saudi Arabia, that's also been going on this week, in fact, as well. Have you been able to watch any of that, Wes?
Just snippets here and there. I know it's largely been dominated by Lewis Werrell and Kit Bolofsky, who both of them are fairly fresh out of karting. So yeah, keep an eye out for those names going forward in F4 racing, because they're both extremely quick. We've also got, I think, a couple of rounds left in Brazilian F4 before this year is out. They wrap up in December, I believe, the week before Christmas. So yeah, feel free to listen to that, and then we start the motorsport action back up again in the second week of January, I believe, with the Formula Regional Oceania in New Zealand. So yeah, just a couple of weeks off for the Christmas break, and then motorsport is back in all of our lives again.
Really is, and especially if, of course, even if we just look at the Formula One as in a whole, they have testing when it comes to January. There's not really a long off season. F4 season, the Middle East Regional Championship, F4 series as well, they'll all be getting all started. So, you know, it's all going to be happening, and there's always something to enjoy. That's the thing. You can never get away from motorsport. You can probably escape it for about a week, but other than that, there's something going on there or here and everywhere. It's always great and enjoyable to always have something to watch, and I'm looking forward to watching this upcoming TCR race. I could hear the engines were getting started, and that we were getting closer and closer to this race getting underway. But yes, these drivers will be looking to end on a high with Macau. They set the standard good yesterday. Let's see whether they are able to continue that and carry that forward onto the onto this final race number 2 of the weekend. Reminder to you that we've got MotoGP that will be coming our way in the day, and that's all we've got this weekend. Next week it is going to be next week the F1 Academy title finale and Formula 1, of course, in Las Vegas, and we will have F2 and F1 then the week after, and then the week after that we will have at Abu Dhabi Formula 1 and Formula 2. That'll be on the 5th to 7th December, and of course the start of the new ABB FIA Formula E World Championship as they get going with Season 12. Make sure you take a look at our testing coverage that we did earlier on in partnership with Formula E Zone here on JB Motorsports. If you would like to get all up to date with the new season. There's plenty of discussions and exclusive interviews and plenty of things that were discussed across that, and it leaves you fully prepared and ready for the new season that will be coming your way in a few weeks' time. Of course, a few of those drivers, Wes, are in the GT race, the FIA GT World Cup that will be coming our way in about just under 2 hours' time now.
Yeah, that's right. And there's much excitement to be had in what will be our longest race of the weekend. 16 laps for the GT3 drivers racing in the GT World Cup. As with yesterday, it's going to be an all-Ferrari front row of consisting of Antonio Fuoco and Yifei up at the front, and they were both very quick yesterday, largely controlled the field from the front. Will that be the case this afternoon, I should say, here in Macau, or will the other drivers be able to take the fight to them? We'll have to wait and see.
Yep, we will have to wait and see indeed. It will be so exciting to see how it's going to play. F4's been the competitive one where it's been a bit wide open, but in terms of the regional and the GT, the drivers to beat are Furco and Slater. And I think, whereas it is fair to say that, you know, those two drivers can just get into a bit of a rhythm if they get away and are able to control things. So it will be very, very important, very, very important for them to basically, well, for the drivers behind, to basically try and make an overtake early on in the race. And at the race start, that's your best opportunity that you've got, or safety car restarts. But, you know, we've got experienced drivers. We've got lots of great drivers across that. So, you know, on the evidence of yesterday, no safety cars are guaranteed.
Yeah, that's very true. And I think the GT cars kind of owe us a little bit a crash down at Lisboa. It's almost every series has done it thus far this weekend, and we want to see it there. But yeah, very much looking forward to the main event this weekend, the Macau Grand Prix. Seeing to see whether or not Freddie Slater can continue his dominance from yesterday, or whether maybe one or two of the other drivers starting alongside him can maybe perhaps get a better launch off the line than him. I know following Slater through not only Formula Regional Europe, but also the occasional race we've seen of him in GB3 this year. He's not always had the greatest of starts, so he's not infallible as drivers go. He can be beaten, and yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that happens this weekend.
Yep. So we're about 3 minutes away from getting the World Feed underway. Of course, TCR, they do it a little bit different, don't they, in terms of the coverage, like we found out yesterday. So that's what they will be working on, and they will come on in about 3 minutes, and they should have also someone on the grid, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't catch it. I think her name is Alex something or other.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, they utilize a presenter for their coverage. It's of course it's very much the main touring car series, if you like, around the world, TCR World Tour. Given the demise of the old WTCR championship that British viewers may recognise from the old Eurosport days, commentated by Martin Haven. Yeah, that sadly is no longer with us. This is the spiritual successor, if you like, and it's still attempting to go strong.
Yeah, there's a lot of series that I've kind of, you know, moved away from their old disguise or aren't a thing anymore. Which one I get? Well, I'd love to know a list if you have any that you completely missed, because I know you've been watching for such a long time, and a lot has definitely changed. So, which ones specifically would you say are the ones that you miss very much so to this day?
Well, yeah, because back in the 90s and the early 2000s, touring car racing was absolutely massive. I mean, of course, as English viewers, our minds always tend to go to the British Touring Car Championship, understandably. But back in the golden era of touring car racing, the British one was just one amongst many. There was the world one, which sort of the European touring car, which sort of ended up morphing into the world touring car towards sort of the early 2000s era. That incidentally was where we got the super touring rule set, which obviously was such a great era in the 90s in Britain, and a lot of the drivers from the British Championship used to go over and race in Europe and around the world, and were very successful too. But yeah, it just, as it went on, it started to get more and more expensive, and yeah, all the categories tended to just fall off by the wayside, and that was really the motivating factor in bringing the TCR rule set in, was really to cut costs, because they were just becoming kind of silly, and it's I wouldn't say it's been completely successful, but it's definitely kept it in the public consciousness with the TCR rule set.
Really has plenty of changes over time, some for the good and some have completely changed things. But a reminder, this is the 8th and final round of the TCR World Tour as well, their campaign this year, and it all concludes at Macau. What a venue it is for it to be concluded as well. But let's now hand over to the World Feed, who will be talking you through this session as well. It's going to be fun. Let's hand down to them now.
And that kind of takes all the pressure off. People don't have to think about points. They don't have to think about keeping out of trouble. They can get up their elbows. They can go for broke in order to try to win one of the most coveted touring car trophies that there is. The grid is formed. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside. Alex Legui is down on the grid, and we'll hear from her in a few moments' time as the final 10-lap race of the season gets set to go. With the semi-reverse grid, of course, the top 10 in qualifying are reversed, and that is going to put Josh Buchan on pole position. Right, we're nearly ready to go racing. First, let's get to the grid.
14 podiums, 3 world titles to his name. This gentleman here, he did it here in Macau. How does it feel to be, wake up as a triple world champion?
It feels a bit lighter than yesterday, to be honest. I go in the race today with a bit more confidence. Now this is secured, so I'm very happy. It feels good to do a race with no pressure and just going for, just for the passion, because the passion is not there all the time when you fight for a title. So, no, I'm happy that we can secure this yesterday.
What did it mean to you?
It means a lot, we wake up every day of the year since I start racing to manage to get world titles. That's the third one. For sure, the first one will always feel a bit different, but every time you achieve basically your goal and what you are working for every day, it feels amazing. The problem is that it feels amazing for a very short period of time, and you get quite addicted to this feeling. So now I'm already looking forward for next year to get that back.
Just talk us through your bonnet.
Yeah, actually, I'm very proud to get this. All the guys from the team, they handmade the bonnet, or everyone signed, because behind this, I'm driving the car, but there's a lot of people behind at the factory, and here all the weekends, it's around 40-50 people working to make this possible. So I'm really happy that I can represent them through the racing, and really happy about the work everyone is doing, to be honest.
I love it. All right, have a good, clean race, Jan. Something tells me this one might not be that clean. I don't don't know what it is, you know, just if I were a gambling girl in Macau, I would put money on the fact that we might have some red flags in this race, because obviously the driver's title has been secured. The team's title has been secured by Link & Co. Cyan Racing. So these boys are quite happy. And then you have, you know, your likes of Normie Michelitz. He won his World Championship here last year. He has got nothing to lose, and we know that they have got some serious pace. As we also know that Nacho Montenegro has some Nacho, in fact, come, let's just have a quick word to him. Sorry, Nacho. Oh, well, look who it is. At least you're both here today. Right, Nacho, your debut at Macau, and you're absolutely nailing it. The pace that you have yesterday's... all right.
Not the three of us now.
Right. I was just saying, if I were a gambling girl, I'd put money on the fact that we might have some red flags during this race. What are your thoughts, boys? Pepe?
I will start from the pit lane. No, joking, but yeah, nobody's playing for anything anymore. Team championship is decided, drivers championship is decided. Last race of the year, reverse grid. The forecast should be pretty red flag, yeah.
The frisson of mischief here. Nacho, your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, same opinion as Pepe. I think it's going to be tricky in the beginning, I would say.
Hopefully for our budget it's not us creating the red flag.
Right.
Because we managed to get up to here, so...
In theory, you can just, you know, sit back and watch the chaos that might ensue up there, yeah?
No, but the tricky thing is that you get to Mandarin, really, with some cars in front of you, and you don't know where the corner is. And you have to go through it at 240 to make sure that you get a good chance in Lisboa. So it's crazy. Honestly, inside the car is crazy, so let's see what happens. And also a big thank to Goat Racing, to Ruben, and to all the Fernandez family and all the guys, because it has been an incredible season. With very, very little resources, we managed to secure third in the championship. Nacho has done a great season, and Pepe, okay. Pepe's great.
Pepe's Pepe. Right, Goat boys. Okay. Right, come on, Eve. We've got to get down to the front, because I do want to have a chat to Josh Buchan, who is our pole man. Also, his debut here. He's our Aussie contingent alongside Ryan McMillan, who has been exploring the walls a little bit over this weekend. So, Josh Buchan is our pole man. Ma Qinghua, Chinese man, is in P2. We know that they've got pace. We know that the Hyundais have pace. But what Josh was saying yesterday is already in. What Josh was saying yesterday is the trickiest thing is to launch these cars. If he gets a good launch, in theory, he should be all right. Have you been practicing your launches in your brain, in your sleep?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I have been. I'm rubbish at them, so yeah, hopefully I can get one of my few good ones.
Good. Have you had a conversation with Ma and Santi this morning?
No. Look, I'm just going to run my own race. I respect the boys immensely, but there's no car, man, or circuit that intimidates me in motorsport, so it doesn't matter who's behind. If I do my job, that's all I can control. The boys behind me are the best, but, you know, I go all right too, so.
Good. All right. Get that launch going. If he can do that, I have a feeling he will be okay, because I don't know about you, but, you know, I have a feeling this gentleman here, Santi Urrutia, someone who's got absolutely nothing to lose. He's definitely got, where is he? He's definitely got no issue with confidence. He thoroughly enjoys driving at Macau. What is it with these drivers? Right, let's go and speak to Ma then instead. In fact, we haven't been able to speak to you this weekend. Right, P2. Okay. Josh is a little intimidated by the starts in these cars. We know they're not that easy. You've got an awful lot of experience. What are your thoughts since that first corner?
Oh, we will see. Macau, you never know. Mystery all the time, so I will do my best. I think I did a really good start yesterday, so I'm gonna repeat it, and hopefully it can be clear before Mandarin, but it's, you know, we always need to fight very hard into Lisbon as well, so let's see.
A little Santi birdie said to me yesterday that he feels like he's either going into the wall or he's going on the top step. Either way, he is full guns blazing.
Well,
you too, right?
Yeah, exactly. What a coincidence.
Fair play. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good luck. Good luck. Goya. Goya?
加油加油加油加油加油
Jayo. Jayo. I've learnt a lot of languages this year. Not fluently, obviously. Right, okay, good. So, let's see what happens. It's going to be a really interesting race, this. It's been an incredible season. Like, from start to finish, we've had dramas, we've had action. Jan led since the second round. He did a brilliant job. Link & Co's have been deeply consistent. The BRC Hyundai boys have struggled a little bit more this year, but they will for sure be back next year, all guns blazing. Macau is providing all of the goods. It's glorious weather. Quite often when we're here, it's just extra humid and a little bit much for everybody, but everyone's really enjoying it. The atmosphere, the energy down here is absolutely incredible, and I have absolutely no doubt it's going to be a very exciting race. Make sure you're watching. Hope you enjoy it, and keep up to date with us on our TCR series social media. Drop us a DM or drop us a comment and let us know, who is your money on? Come on, do it. Let us know and I'll have a look. Have a great race. Looking forward to it. Gaya.
We're ready to go racing then here in Macau, and you've heard from some of the drivers, and you've heard at least one opinion on the fact that this might be a rather, how can we put it, destructive race. Well, yesterday was the complete opposite of that. Robust, Alan, I'd suggest, and that's not a bad idea. Yesterday, they were faultless.
They were. We had a super race yesterday, but yesterday, as Alex was making the point down on the grid, there was a world championship to be decided, positions to be just looked on rather than fought for. But this is the Macau gear race. There are some incredible names on the roll call of honour for winners here at Macau in a touring car. And you know what? It's rather nice if you can add your name to that roll call as well. I loved the quote from Josh Buchan down there on pole position. Starts, yeah, I'm a bit rubbish at them. It's not often you get a driver saying things like that, but that was brutally honest, wasn't it, from the Australian down there on the grid.
But this is a place at which you do not want to be rubbish, because you need really to be ahead and clear of all the trouble, don't you, going through Lisboa. You heard Esteban Guerrieri was on the grid talking about the speed in the car, 240 kilometres an hour. You don't really know what's the other side of Mandarin. Well, the same is true at a lower speed. You don't know what is the other side of Lisboa. If somebody's gone wide through the corner and hit the barrier and bounced round, as soon as you go through the corner, you're facing maybe a blockage or a parked car. It's another step into the unknown.
Santiago Arrutia, starting at the back of the grid yesterday, starting on the second row of the grid, gave us a lot of the entertainment during the penultimate round of the championship year. And this driver here, we're just having a look there in there at Miguel Kona, who was very, very good on the first 2 days here at Macau. Maybe not the qualifying position that he would have liked, but has been incredibly quick over 4 days here at Macau in 2025. So he's one to watch on the outside of the second row of the grid.
Indeed so, Esteban Guerrieri there. He is another force to be reckoned with in TCR Spec Touring Cars. Double winner this year in the Goat Racing Honda is Esteban Guerrieri. And a driver who's come, like many, from the single-seater ranks. He was a Formula Renault champion, went through up as far as GP2, saw in the British Formula 3 for a time. They're making his second race now in Macau. First one yesterday, Nacho Montenegro. The Argentine drivers on the grid. He didn't make a great start yesterday. He got roughed up, didn't he, over the first 3 or 4 corners and fell back. So he'll be a little bit keener perhaps today to stick out his elbows. And we often talk about in the final touring car race of the weekend, repair time, because you might have a fortnight or 3 weeks before the next round. End of a season. They've got loads of time to repair cars after all of this. So there's a motivating factor at least to get stuck in. Yann Lachey, having taken the championship yesterday, all the pressure off.
Here we go then. We are looking forward to the final rounds of the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, the events of Macau, but more importantly perhaps for this race now the championships have been decided. This is for the winner of the Macau gear race. Final couple of words from the teams, final opportunity to get a little bit of air into the cockpits of the cars, and that's a big feature of this. It's incredibly warm down there, and therefore the crowd are rather enjoying it. And that is the bonnet of the champions car, and it's signed by all of the team as well. It's a really nice little touch for Yann Lachey. I like what he said down there on the grid to Alex as well about it's rather addictive, this, the feeling that you get from winning a world title. 3 world titles have now gone the way of Yann Lachey, the FIA World Touring Car Cup champion twice in 2020 and 2021. And now he adds to that tally of world championships, the TCR World Tour here at Macau yesterday. Right, get yourselves ready, everybody. Strap in, because I think this might be a bit of an exciting one.
Absolutely right. The gear race, tracing its history back to 1972, when John McDonald was the first winner. For many years, it was a non-championship invitation race, and you had Group A cars in the 80s coming from all corners of the globe to take part. Then, as there was no real international touring car rule set, it became a slightly less valued title perhaps to win, but with the re-emergence of a world touring car championship back in 2005, so the kudos of winning the gear race really did rise once again. And for a 10-year period we had 2 gear race winners, because each race in the World Touring Car Championship era gave a gear race victory. So one year, for example, we had Augusto Farfus and Matt Hasman winning it, another year 2 different drivers, and so on and so on. And since 2015, we've had the TCR cars as the base model here, whether that has been in the World Touring Car Championship, World TCR, or now the TCR World Tour. The absent Dusan Borkovic won it last year. Before him, Fred Verviche. Before him, Felipe de Souza. Zhang Jiqiang won for 2 years. So Esteban Guerrieri is the most recent winner who is on the grid. He won it in 2018. In fact, apart from anybody else, I think he's the only winner that we have on the grid, so looking for a second victory. Yann Lachey, our champion, has never had a Macau win. He would rather like to right that wrong, if you like, now that the pressure is off of having won that championship.
It's quite a mountain to climb from 9th on the grid in the Linktree for Yann Lachey, but as you rightly say, now the pressure is off. Let's see what can happen. They were saying it yesterday down there on the grid before the GT race. Anything can happen now, and very often it does. This is going to be one to savour here at Macau, and the huge crowd here, as always, we have packing the grandstands here at Macau. About to witness it. I just realised as well when the cars went off from the grid that the crowds in the grandstands around the circuit here are so close to the cars, so close to the action. With so many Grand Prix circuits now, you're in a grandstand, but you are somewhat removed from the side of the circuit. Here, you're right there in the action. And as soon as the cars left the grid on the formation lap, you see all the hands go up in the grandstand, all with the phone in there, because you don't have to zoom in. You are right there on top of the action.
And there is the run behind Josh Buckland up towards the right-hander of Moorish, very tight, slow corner. Josh Buckland from TCR Australia, double champion. He's been an outright race winner in World Tour this year. He's got Marshall Impar behind him, Santi Urrutia, who yesterday started in Kowloon. He was that far back on the grid because he'd had 2 sets of 12-place grid drop. 12 places for an engine change and another 12 for a turbo change, but that was only a penalty carried into the next race. So now he is able to take advantage of the reversal of the top 10 qualifying times to be up near the pointy end, and I think this is going to be a good race for Urrutia. Now here, coming down towards us, is our new champion, Jan Elaché. Got number 1 inside the car. He has to keep his 168 season-long number, but he is P1, if you like, within the championship. And we heard yesterday in the press conference from his mum, Kathy Müller, who came here to race in the Macau Grand Prix in the mid-80s, 1984-85 era, when it was a Formula 3 Grand Prix, and a very proud mum she was. And she, perhaps more than Jan did, touched on the pressure of the last few weeks coming here. He was up against Ted Bjork, and only a two-way fight for the championship, but even though he was always the expected and perhaps stronger candidate for the title, there's still been pressure over the last few weeks. Now, pressure off, and one last race of the season. 10 laps are ahead of us. If we end up with a safety car, all right, when we end up with a safety car, then we can extend that to 12.
So the cars lining up on the grid. The front row is in place. The second row is in place as well. And let's not forget Jan Elaché, the champion this year. His uncle, Ivan Müller, he's tasted the top step of the podium here at Macau as well. A touring car legend. Here we go. They all line up. We wait for the green flag at the back of the grid. Then eyes to the gantry. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Engine notes rise. 5 lights. And we go here for the Macau gear race for 2025. Let's see who gets the march on the front row of the grid as they head down. I think it's just going to be the Lincoln Co. or Marcin Poir, isn't it? Good to hear from Marcin Poir down there on the grid ahead of this race. Josh Buchan, who said, I don't get good starts, hasn't got a bad one, you know.
No, he's going to lead, and Urrutia up into second place. That was brave stuff on the inside going into Mandarin, so Marcin Poir drops down to third. Mikael Ashkana was to the inside line, but he's now been crowded as the cars move their way down towards Lisboa. Not many going to the outside line. They're all trying to find a gap on the in if they can. So it's going to be Buchan from Urrutia, and Ashkana tries to go around the outside for third. Breathe in, everybody. Do they all make it? So far, so good. And yes, they power their way up San Francisco for the first time. They're still trying to be side by side in the leading group. Eventually, they're going to have to get themselves in a queue, and up the hill they go with Josh Buchan still in charge.
Well, he is. He leads as they go up through the tight and twisty section. Where in a touring car in recent years we have seen manoeuvres take place in this tight and twisty section. But when you're on board and you see just how close those walls are and how close the barriers are as well, almost kissing the barriers. Rob Huff, we've mentioned it before over the last couple of days, once said to me, if you've still got your wind mirrors at the end of one of these races, you're not trying hard enough. They go so close to the barrier, so close to the wall. They are single file now. That's sensible stuff on this opening lap.
It is indeed. Let's see what progress Jan Elaché can make over the course of this. Don't forget, the reversal of the top 10 means that the quickest man in qualifying, Nestor Girolami, has to work his way up from 10th on the grid. And Josh Buchan leads Santi Urrutia. Ashkana is third, fourth is Marcin Poir as they come out of Moorish, and then you've got the Go Racing Hondas next in the queue. Up towards Donna Maria goes Josh Buchan. He might be new to Macau, but he's adapted pretty well this weekend.
And he's won a race as well this year, with a few outings in this part of the world, in the TCR World Tour.
Drama, I'm afraid, though, there for number 69, which is Andy Liang. That's down at Police. He's got going again, but I think he is possibly bound for the pit lane. Got a bit of damage on the front.
I think you may be right. It's one of the very bright liveries that we've got partaking this weekend, which is indicative of where we are in the world. They do like to race around Macau and the Greater Bay Area and China as well, with extremely bright colours on their cars, and that's a great example of it. But it's been a little bit in the wars this weekend.
End of lap one, it's going to be Hyundai from Lincoln Co., Hyundai from Lincoln Co., Honda, Lincoln Co. to round out the top 8, and then 2 more Hyundais to round out the top 10. Josh Buchan then led by 0.278 of a second. Urrutia now tries to find a bit of a slipstream, but he's not quite near enough on the run down towards Mandarin. So Josh Buchan it is who leads, a little bit wider maybe, coming off that part of the circuit, but now the toe does kick in, and Urrutia goes for it on the outside line then. So the bright blue Link & Co is going to be ahead, but Buchan breaks late. Neither want to give way. Hard on the brakes into Lisboa. Urrutia needs the undercut coming off the corner. Can't take it.
And also, can't put a wheel wrong because he's got Ashton right there behind him, who's had great pace here at Macau this year, and he's right there to pick up any pieces of an error from Urrutia. Pretty much race long. Urrutia yesterday was having very, very close action. It's going to be the same, I think, again here at Macau for the Macau gear race, and the top step of the podium, the prestigious top step of the podium. Pepe Oriola, what a shame, down in pit lane.
And out of the car, race run by the look of it. So that's one of the goats gone, the Goat Racing Hondas. There were 3, they're down to 2 as the leading duo is getting away a little bit from Mikael Ashkinen now. Josh Buchan upping his pace, and he needs to, because you've seen how committed Santi Urrutia was heading into Lisboa last time. So for the second time of asking, they wriggle their way down through the faraway S's, down through Solitude Hill, and head towards Police out of Pyle. Go right now through Police up towards Moorish, and a really early lift and brake and down change for the corner.
That barrier on the exit of Moorish very often catches them out. We've been lucky so far for 2025. It's not claimed too many cars over the course of Thursday, Friday and Saturday. What's going to happen today on Grand Prix Day here? The Macau gear race threads its way down from the Malco hairpin. The circuit now opens up. The green light that you see there flashing away means that once they're through the Malco hairpin, they can overtake once again. And Urrutia once again closes up on the back of Josh Buchan's car, and you just know that this is going to be a fantastic run down towards Mandarin and Lisboa.
Yeah, the pass at Lisboa starts now, doesn't it? You've got to be quick, smooth, all the way through Fisherman's and R Bend, and that sets you up for the next section of the circuit. The next braking zone, as they come off the last corner, which is effectively turn 22, is not until turn 3. So all of this now is ultra fast. It's wide, the speed is building, and again, look, Josh Buchan has just been able to escape slightly as they came over the line, 0.4 of a second. This is what we saw a lap ago, but it was coming off Mandarin, where the Link & Co was the quicker car last time. Ashkinen going after Urrutia, and look at the run that he gets yet again. He tries the outside line, but I don't think he's going to be quite level this time. He needs the inside line, and Josh Buchan's doing a ripper job of defending here. He is not leaving him any car's room on the inside.
That's an Australian phrase, isn't it? And he really is. So the Australian that leads the race here, the Macau gear race, is doing a very good job of keeping Santiago Urrutia just behind. Take a look back at the start, shall we? And see the start that Marcin Roy got from the front row of the grid, side by side with Josh Buchan. Josh Buchan saying that he doesn't get particularly the best of starts, but keeping an eye also on Urrutia, who's just there behind the race leader. Just jinks out to let him know that he's right there. Marcin Roy slots in behind in 3rd place. Ashkiner is right there as well. And now this run down towards Lisboa.
Play at the start from Gary Airy as the cars launch down towards Reservoir. Busy grandstands on one side, pits on the other. Speed building from here on in. Cold tyres, remember, and a very brave first lap it has got to be. And you see how most people were kind of crowding towards the inside, not wanting to chance their arm on the outside, and maybe end up not being able to get back into the queue of cars down towards Lisboa. So Gary Airy sees what's going on ahead, tries to get in the draft. The other reason is you've got to follow the car ahead and be in the wheel tracks to benefit from a tow. And then all of a sudden, Lisboa comes upon you. Huge grandstand that towers over the circuit. See how slow it is down to 2nd gear, how narrow the road becomes now. And there, look, they were still trying to be side by side up San Francisco Hill, and it was Ma Xing-ha who was looking for the gap on the inside, but not to be.
You have to have trust in those around you, don't you, to do those kind of manoeuvres at Lisboa and San Francisco. And we saw yesterday, this is a world-class field of drivers. Absolutely super race we had yesterday. And at the moment, Josh Buchan is doing a great job on the world stage as well. This is going to be the conclusion of lap number 3. Across the line he goes. And let's see what Urrutia can do this time. He's still got the problem as well that he needs to keep an eye in his mirrors, because Ashkiner is right there as well. And this is setting up the manoeuvre for Lisboa. If it's going to happen, you've got to be close enough on the run down through Mandarin, the super quick Mandarin on the run down towards Lisboa.
And again, look, Josh Buchan covers off the inside line, and Santiago Urrutia goes to the outside. He's going to have to be very brave to go all the way round the outside. He's got to try to tighten the line off the corner and get the undercut, which he does try this time up towards San Francisco, but he doesn't have the drive off the corner. Urrutia was one of the big overtakers yesterday, had a great battle. Eventually he prevailed at Lisboa. Today he can't do it. He's also got to be mindful of Mikkel Ashkener, who is right there behind him. 4th is Mark, 5th is Guerrieri, Ted Björk's up to 6th, 7th is Montenegro, El Haché is only 8th, Mikulic is 9th, and Girolami is 10th.
Ted Björk was a driver we spoke about quite a lot yesterday because he came here to Macau 2nd in the championship. Well, he's making up places today. Didn't have a great race yesterday and therefore relinquished the title to Jan El Haché. But Ted Björk is currently in 6th place, Jan El Haché in 8th place. But not only that, Ted Björk has just put in the fastest lap of the race so far, 2:32.100 for Ted Björk. We've got 3 laps complete now, and Josh Buchan still responding so well to the huge amount of pressure behind him.
Yeah, he's raced against these guys, of course, this year, as you say, on his selected World Tour outings. He's been a race winner, so he knows what he's up against. He might be learning Macau all the time. He's doing a good job, and he's certainly able to defend from Urrutia. Ashkener falls back a little bit on the mountain circuit, if you like, that mountain section that's about to be completed the other side of here. Melko Happin, and Ashkener, if anything, has now got a whole queue of cars starting to stack up behind him, of Mar, of Guerrieri, of Björk and Montenegro. El Haché 8th, 9th Mikulic, 10th Girolami, bit of a gap before, after Aurelien Comte comes Max Hart, who you saw locking up there.
Urrutia is right there in the wheel tracks of the race leader, Josh Buchan, as they come down into the part of the circuit that really opens up. 4 lanes, 2 lanes of traffic each way when these are the everyday streets of Macau. And Josh Buchan is well aware that Santiago Urrutia is right there behind him. Up towards the completion of this lap number 4. Across the line they go, tied together. You're quite right, already Urrutia is setting himself up for the run down towards the ultra-fast Mandarin and then on towards Lisboa. What's going to happen this time? He is absolutely mirroring the wheel tracks of the race leader, Josh Buchan, as they head down into this very, very exciting and hugely populated, as far as fans are concerned, the huge grandstands on the outside of the run down towards Lisboa. Very, very exciting place, and Urrutia goes to the outside.
But he's done it before and it's not worked, and Ashkener closes right up there in 3rd place. Urrutia again, look, fires to the inside coming off the corner, but he doesn't have the run. He can't get the power down quickly enough, and he doesn't have an advantage, so he's therefore got to sit back behind. Sooner or later, he's hoping that Buchan's going to make a small mistake somewhere. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, now done by Max Hart, 11th, and he's managed to get himself up past his teammate Aurelien Comte. Max very much a late addition to the ranks with less than a week's notice, but he's done the quickest lap. He's been a winner here in the China Touring Car Championship in the past. That was the Macau Touring Car Cup race a couple of years ago. Max Hart going good progress right now. And the replay here of Aurelien Comte going straight on. Lo Se-Ho gets past him, so does Ryan McMillan, and Aurelien, a triple winner in the championship, rejoins.
Good use of escape road there. No requirement for a 3-point turn, which is quite tricky in these touring cars, but very good usage of the escape road down there. When you think it's going to go wrong, you've got that option, and really good work there. You mentioned Max Hart. I will say once again, he only found out during this week running up to the Macau Grand Prix that he was going to be coming out here. Literally, he was still on the phone while he was checking to see if there was a possible flight that he could get over here as soon as possible. He had his girlfriend packing his bag and getting things ready. He was booking his flights as well, and he knows how good he is around the Macau circuit, and he didn't have the best of years last year. As you say, he was on the top step of the Chinese Touring Car Cup here at Macau a couple of years before, but last year it wasn't great, so there is very definitely unfinished business for Max.
Well, meantime, Ted Björk, runner-up in the championship, then missed out to his teammate Jan El Haché. He comes along the straight between Fisherman's and this. Ben, it's still Buchan from Urrutia, who once again now starts to set up that move down at Lisboa. He's taking Mikko Ashkona with him as the leaders come across the line. Then that now puts 5 of the 10 laps in the book. We've still got Martin Croix in 4th place, Esteban Guerrieri 5th. They've fallen back a little bit. 6th is Ted Bjork. But it's surprising, isn't it, that some of those that were so good in qualifying just aren't making any progress, even on this part of the circuit. So good defensive driving clearly by those ahead. And while you're defending, you're going that bit slower and losing touch with the car ahead. Down they come, and it is still the dominant Josh Buchan in the lead. Urrutia not necessarily challenging this time. So Josh Buchan fends him off, inside line. Comes out of the corner, still ahead, goes a little bit wider than does Urrutia, who once again tries that inside, but he's never close enough before they have to go right again at San Francisco.
He shows intent, doesn't he, going up towards San Francisco, but never does anything too dicey or too dodgy going into that corner, and then the circuit closes up, so it becomes that much more difficult. I think Ashkona got a better run down towards Lisboa that time, so Urrutia is going to be well aware that he's got the very quick Ashkona right there behind him every time when they go down into Lisboa. We've got 5 laps completed, so that's half distance completed now for the Macau gear race, and that prestigious title that we have so many top touring car drivers, their names appear as having been winners here at Macau, and how happy would Josh Buchan be to add his name to that tally of world-class drivers here at Macau.
This is Ted Bjork, who is getting himself right onto the back of Esteban Guerrieri, winner of the gear race in 18. Bjork having a cheeky look at the inside, but that ain't going to happen. It's far too narrow there. But what he's trying to do is force a small error out of Guerrieri, who defends, going up towards Donna Maria. This is the big frustration. You might have a quicker car, but there is just no way through.
So tight, isn't it? And when you're riding on board like we are now, you just realise how close those barriers are on the left, and then on the right, and then on the left, and then on the right. One tiny error and things could go horribly wrong here at Macau. And that is your race leader, Santiago Urrutia in 2nd place. And that's complete 6 laps at the end of this lap in what is a 10-lap race. So 10 laps yesterday, 10 laps today as well for the touring cars. And Josh Buchan is doing a really good job. He's been under relentless pressure, lap after lap after lap, and he hasn't put a wheel wrong.
So over the line once more they come, 4/10 of a second, Buchan to Urrutia, who has now only got 4 laps to go. He's running out of options, and he's running out of ideas, I think, as again, look, Josh Buchan heads left and right to try to break the toe. Urrutia is still having to be mindful of Mikko Ashkona. Now don't forget that this is pretty much the order from the grid, which was a reverse grid. So Urrutia on paper is quicker than Buchan, Ashkona is quicker than both. And further back, each driver gets quicker still. Again, Urrutia thinks about a move, too far back this time. But if Buchan is offline coming off the corner, he might be able to have a go. Ashkona, though, is looking a bit more menacing, and he's really on it. As Buchan defends, and is there contact? Certainly Buchan gets sideways. Ashkona to the outside of Urrutia. There's contact between those two as well. Urrutia is still 2nd, and up the inside for 3rd, I reckon, has gone Marsh Winkar.
All of a sudden, this race has lit up, hasn't it, when they go side by side on this section of the circuit. You have to look through. Goodness me.
Urrutia's got damage, he's going backwards, so Mark got past him, Ashkona got through as well, so all of that effort from Urrutia has come not only to naught in terms of gaining the lead, but it's going to put him out of the race, because there was clearly contact going from San Francisco up the hill, and Santi Urrutia is the one that's come off worse. So Josh Buchan still leads, but now he's going to have a new challenge.
Yeah, you don't normally get side by side on that section of the circuit. Normally someone comes off worse, and that was all looking through your fingers as we went into the tight, twisty section of the gear circuit here at Macau.
So the big winner out of it is Marsh Winkar, because he's up into 2nd place, look. So it's still a Link & Co 2nd. It's still Ashkona 3rd. But now we'll see what Mark can do. The incident involving Urrutia and, Bjork and Guerrieri has been noted. We didn't see that. There's been a run between those. But now Josh Buchan has a bigger lead, which is important. Not by much, but he gets very sideways there and scrubs off a bit of pace. But he's going to have Marsh Winkar chasing after him, and we'll see what the Chinese driver can do, because he will be so determined to win on home soil.
Somebody's lit the fuse on this lap, haven't they? Because it has absolutely exploded on lap number 7 of 10. got a few more laps to go, and pretty much like we had yesterday, we have a good flow of racing. It's so nice to be able to race around the streets of Macau without having safety car interventions. And so far, so good, because they are now completing 7 laps out of 10, 3 more to go.
Into the pits has come Andy Liang, like yesterday, as Josh Buchan then mindful that he's still got a Link & Co behind, and Michael Ashkin thinking, now look, how has this happened? I'm still staring at a blue boot lid, and I thought I was going to get ahead of one. Buchan then led over the line by 7/10 of a second. Mar now trying to do what Urrutia did and bring down the gap on this very fast section to Lisboa. He's not near enough to make a move, that is for sure. And with every passing corner of every passing lap, Josh Buchan is looking a little bit more likely, a bit more secure in terms of winning the gear race title.
So Josh Buchan has been superb so far. He absorbed all of that pressure that Santiago Urrutia was putting him on under in the first half of the race, and now he's got mirrors with another Link & Co directly behind. That's of Marcin Hua, started alongside on the front row of the grid, but now a little bit more of an advantage, well, certainly going on to this lap. Now they're on the tight twisty section, maybe not so much. Urrutia into pit lane, requiring at very least a new tyre on that car, but also the attentions of the team. What a shame.
Yeah, after a really hard race, he was one of the biggest triers, wasn't he? He was not giving up. They want to try to get the car back out if possible. You can see the shredded tyre, legacy of the contact. And Josh Buchan, we saw, gets back sideways. So he has been lucky in a sense to survive all of those dramas coming out of Lisboa. He still leads, although Marcin Hua maybe looks a little bit nearer, while closing up at Donna Maria. Puff of tar smoke as Josh Buchan has to fight the car.
Quite a long puff of tar smoke as well.
I was just about to say, maybe if there had been that contact, perhaps that car is not quite 100% anymore.
I think you might be right. They thread their way around the Melco hairpin now, and Marcin Hua right on the boot lid of the race leader. They can overtake again now. This is the run down towards the completion of lap number 8. 2 to go at the end of this. Marcin Hua is the new Cyan car, just directly behind the race leader as they turn around the final few turns up towards the conclusion of lap number 8. 2 to go at the end of this. And Josh Buchan has found the headlight flashing button inside the car. Doesn't need it though.
No. But it's nice that it worked. There was one back mark against the pits as well, which was Sean Chang. As the leaders go through, right, we have only got 2 laps to go. There is Marcin Hua, the Chinese driver, is 4/10 of a second as they come over the line, back from Josh Buchan. And Michael Ashkin are now having to weave around to try to break the toe from Guerrieri. Ashkin has dropped too far back, so it's a 2-horse race for the gear race title now. Buchan versus Mar, who again, look, is about 3-4 lengths back. We've had a change, haven't we? Not quite for 3rd place, although it's imminent, as Guerrieri lines up to have a go. Here they come, down to the braking zone. It is still now Ted Bjork, in fact, up in the 3rd place. He's gone through. Guerrieri 4th, and that's because Ashkin has got a problem and has slowed right down. So Michael Ashkin's car was the one offline. He has slowed, so Ted Bjork now gains a couple of places ahead of not only Ashkin but also Guerrieri.
Having a much better race today when all the pressure is off as far as championship points are concerned. Ted Bjork up into a podium position is something to take away from the weekend. Obvious disappointment for not claiming the driver's title yesterday here at Macau. Celebrations with the teams for their achievement over the course of this year, but to finish on the podium personally would be really nice for Ted Bjork. Good way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, he's been a race winner here in the past, not of the gear race, but of a World Tour race. Comes then now through on the 9th lap, 1 to go at the end of this, and look, Marcin Hua is getting closer all the time. Marcin Hua edging nearer to the back of the Josh Buchan Hyundai as they come out of police at Woods Moorish. Can't overtake here, it's way too narrow, but certainly that Link & Co is starting to line itself up for one last go. Look at the damage maybe on the front of Mar's car, but Josh Buchan has done a very impressive job of defending thus far. He ain't done yet, but let's see what he can do. Just over a lap to go now.
He's doing a super job, isn't he? And a very understated comment down there on the grid that he's not too good at starts. Well, he made a good start, and it's not very often that you hear a racing driver pointing out anything that they're not supreme at. But for Josh Buchan to be able to say that, it's an Australian thing, I think. They're terribly honest, aren't they? Brutally honest about any questions that they are asked.
Very self-deprecating, you're right. I think Mar might even have a go at our bet. He got much closer and was crawling all over the back of Buchan. Look, he's weaving around again, just trying to get Josh to look up at the wrong moment and make a mistake. Ain't near enough to make the move coming into our bend, but he ain't for the one of trying, that's for sure. Over the line, Buchan right up against the wall. 1 lap to go. The carnage everybody was predicting has not happened. We got through without dramas, without safety cars, without stoppages, without yellow flags. But we still got a lap to go. That could all change. The run to Lisboa. Can Josh Buchan hang on for 1 more lap?
I was going to say, we've still got 1 more Lisboa corner to go, and the top 2 are absolutely tied together on this final lap. What is Martin Roy going to be able to dish up as they go down towards Lisboa? He's determined. How determined he is. He pulls out to the left-hand side. He'll be on the outside line. Josh Buchan, keep it neat, keep it tidy, turn in. He does so. Keeps it tight on the run up towards San Francisco Hill as well. My goodness. And we've got the car, the 168 car, which is rather surprising, I think, of the champion, Jan Ellershey, into the barrier down at Lisboa.
And Norbert Mikelic was caught up with him. He was on the escape road, so got a good job he got the championship one yesterday, isn't it? Jan Ellershey having to sort himself out. He is going again, but slightly ignominious way to end his championship season. So Buchan versus Mar, half a lap to go now. They're still nose to tail, and Martin Roy has not given up. He still is determined to try to find even the hint of a gap that he can stick the car in.
It's only going to take 1 tiny error from Josh Buchan, and you know what? Race long, he's not done one. He has really soaked up the pressure that he had early on from Santiago Urrutia right on his tail, and now right on his tail is Martin Roy. They turn through those tricky right-handers at Police and at Moorish, then head down towards the coming out of Moorish, and then head down towards the long left-hander at Donna Maria into Melco hairpin, and then the circuit opens up. What has Martin Roy got planned for this final lap, this dash for the lights in the Macau gear race of 2025? They turn into the no overtaking area at the Melco hairpin. Constantly over the 4 days it's under yellow flags, you can't overtake, single file, and then the green light. That means you can overtake once again. What's going to happen here between the top 2? Josh Buchan has driven an exemplary race. All he had to do was to make sure that he didn't put a wheel wrong with the Lincoln Co right there behind him. Is he going to take this all the way to the checkered flag?
Looks like he is, because 1 corner to go. Josh Buchan then, first time at Macau, he's going to win the gear race. He's going to win it under huge pressure, race long. Josh Buchan wins it. Martin Roy is second. Ted Bjork takes third ahead of Ignacio Montenegro, Esteban Guerrieri, and Nestor Girolami to come through behind. Max Hart takes the checkered flag 7th, and then after that, Norbert Mikelic for 8th, Ryan McMillan for 9th, and 10th to Lo Seho with the dramas for Jan Ellershey on that last lap. Josh Buchan drove superbly there. 1 or 2 people question whether it's right that the gear race, the coveted title, is the reverse grid race that puts the slower drivers towards the front. But you can't fault the way that Josh Buchan drove in that, because every lap he was under pressure. And on this section of the circuit, particularly down to Lisboa, he positioned the car on every lap to make sure nobody was coming by.
Waves to the crowd, and he has absorbed a huge amount of pressure as Josh Buchan gets it a little bit wrong in front of the grandstand. Well,
thought he was heading for the barrier there.
We've had the checkered flag, so he can be allowed that.
So Josh Buchan taking honours. This is what happened to Jan Ellershey then on that last lap, going down towards Lisboa, and he's got the GOAT Honda ahead, which he's trying to work a way past, and gets it wrong under braking, can't make the corner, boom, headbutts the tyres.
Finds the right gear, does the 3-time world champion driver, and he can be allowed a day off as well. He did all the work that he needed to do yesterday, so 1 mistake, well, I think we can forgive that. He leaves Macau this year as a world champion, and very proudly so as well. It was fascinating. You talked about the fact that his mum, also a very good racing driver, was put on the microphone in the press conference after he claimed his title, and it was so sweet, wasn't it? Jan was sort of in the background, looking like we all would if Mum was saying nice things about us, just a little bit embarrassed about the nice things that Kathy was saying about us.
Right.
It was amazing. You are a world champion, but some things of human nature never change. When your mum's saying nice things, you get embarrassed.
Exactly. Yes, I think Jan was thinking, for God's sake, don't get the photographs out when I was small. You're going to ruin my street cred. That's what mums do, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember Jan when he was
this
4?
is him when he was first in a car.
Well, he has had a great season as Jan Lachey, a very deserving champion. And okay, he had an error in that, but it was actually because he was on the attack.
Yeah.
And you can't knock him for that, especially here. So although he will leave Macau with an 11th place finish in that race and still no victory on the streets here of the gear circuit, he does take the championship, and that's the main thing. Jan Lachey, 4 times a winner in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. Right, so all those people that were saying, I think there are going to be red flags, or I think this is going to be carnage, what do we reckon to their opinions then?
Well, it didn't happen, did it?
It didn't happen.
We had 2 exemplary races from the touring car drivers, world-class drivers here at Macau. And you know what? The Macau circuit, the gear circuit here at Macau, requires a world-class driver to have races that... Okay, we had a few moments. We had a few cars that bumped into barriers and bumped into walls, and we had overtaking manoeuvres that didn't quite work, but we didn't have a safety car, did we?
No.
Not yesterday and not today.
All went good, and the excellent news is that no cars with any serious damage. Real shame for Pepe Oriola. We didn't really get a chance to mention that he's not been here since 2018, not raced for 2 years in anything, but his race was a very short one. Lots of Australian flags to greet Josh Buchan, and the Australian driver taking a 2nd victory of the season then within the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. Out he gets! And a very happy, very proud, very noisy team celebrates Josh Buchan's achievements. Josh, double TCR Australia champion. He's raced in karts and Formula 4. He's been doing some GT4 down under this year as well with good pace. So thanks to the team. And savours the moment, and why wouldn't you? Wouldn't it be great to see him do a whole season in the future?
It's an iconic shot, isn't it? And particularly when you can carry the flag of your nation on the top step of a winning car here at Macau. Lovely scenes. Josh Buchan can be very, very proud. That's his 2nd win this year in the TCR World Tour, and what a place to do it as well.
The championship's media delegate, Fabio O'Reilly, is the gentleman you've just seen, congratulating him. Making sure that in the winners' arena for World Tour purposes, the right people are there. We need a winner, we need the official photographers, we need a cameraman, and we need Alex Legui as well, and she'll be able to have a word in a moment. Mark Xinhua then takes 2nd place as he arrives in Parc Ferme, the technical team ready. Max Hart getting out of his car. He was the man with the fastest lap of the race to his name come the end.
Super race for him as well. Got up to 7th place, so well worth coming back to Macau this year for Max Hart. Really good stuff, that.
Absolutely, and there to the backdrop goes Josh Buchan, and Alex Legui will be there. And Mark Xinhua, Ted Buick for 2nd and 3rd places. They'll make their way to the podium, but it's a gear race win for Josh Buchan. It's been a long, long time since we've had an Antipodean winner of the gear race, but Josh Buchan is with Alex Legui.
Josh, you didn't just nail Macau, that was an absolute masterclass of a Macau drive. What a lot of pressure, but you did it, you got it!
Oh my God. It's the best moment of my career. It'll be hard to top this one. I know I should say about the race. The race was the race, you can watch it. I need to thank my team. I need to thank Aaron over there. I need to thank Barry from HMO who put me in the seat in 21. Hyundai It's Australia for backing me to this point. Everyone in the crew, I can't name every name because there's too many, but every single crew member was in that dungeon downstairs for a week and just pushed on through. Lauren, she's on the plane. I'm meeting her in Japan in a couple of hours. Hello, hope you had Wi-Fi. You should have watched that. To everyone who's helped me in my career, thank you kindly. Rob Huff a special mention, my phone a friend coach. I said I'd give you a mention. JFDI. Yeah, it's a good day in sport.
And it's turned into quite a season for you in the end.
Yeah, look, at the start of the year, I was going to make heaps of money, race heaps of cars. It was great. And then my programs kept getting cut. Luckily, Aaron, the guru, came up with the crazy idea to do TCR World Tour. And, you know, we got smoked at the first round in Tailem Bend, our home track. We looked pretty stupid. So genuinely turned the car on its head between rounds for Korea, did the business there. And then obviously sat out Brownie, my little mate, did a good job in China. And then to perform here, I had a solid plan of what I wanted to do, just take it easy, build, crawl, walk and run. I still didn't get Mandarin right all weekend. I sucked through there. My God. And yeah, I feel like I executed. The only time I hit the fence this weekend was on the in-lap. I was looking down, going nuts. Saw a corner there, had to rip the handbrake and smashed into the fence. Full first day on the tools. But anyway, I couldn't care less. Disqualify me if it's broken something that shouldn't break, whatever, I don't care.
Good job. Enjoy the podium and enjoy that party tonight.
So great job done by Josh Buchan. And he is, I think, I'm right in saying, actually the first Australian winner of the gear race. We have had an Australian winner of the Grand Prix, but not of the gear race. So a bit of history being made by Josh Buchan, and he will now make his way up to the podium.
Okay, well, thank you to the World Feed for talking us through that race. And Wes, well, kind of like yesterday, they behaved themselves. A few incidents, a few cars into the wall here and there, but other than that, compared to the standard that has been set this week, I think quite decent by them, the TCR boys, across the entire week of racing.
They did behave themselves, yes, but unlike yesterday, there was actually quite a few different changes of position in that race. It was a very, very spirited defense, race-long defense by the Australian Josh Buchan all the way through that race. It was absolutely brilliant to watch, and also a great return up to the second place. He started from Ma Ching-Kwa as well, because he initially fell down the order on the first lap before making his way back up. And also a brilliant third position and the final podium spot for Ted Bjork, who wasn't able to take the championship this year. But yeah, that podium will be some compensation to him. So yeah, great race. And a very enjoyable season for TCR.
Yep, round 20 of 20, race 20 of 20, of course, concluded for this series, and it has definitely delivered and provided us with quite a lot in 2025 as well. Well, that brings a close to the TCR race. Now, the only two that are remaining are, of course, the GT and the Formula Regional. We've got the World Cups coming up, 16 laps coming your way for the GT, and then we've got 15 in total for the Formula Regional race, 2 which have been dominated so far in the qualification races, but anything can change, especially as it is Macau. But I thought very much watching that race, Wes, that we were possibly in for even a drag race to the line. We had that last year in a race here at Macau, where we had a photo finish. It was looking like that, but just the final few corners did not precisely give the driver in second the chance to go and challenge for the win in the final corner.
No, it didn't quite pan out, did it? Because it wasn't through lack of trying. Definitely, Ma Ching-Kwa was looking this way and that way, but yeah, Josh Buchan was certainly driving the widest Hyundai in all of China, I think, through on the final lap of that race. But yeah, it was absolutely brilliant to watch, and well done to him.
Okay, let's head back down to the world feed. You've got more on that race as well.
The podium in the prestigious Macau gear race. There's the winning car, that's underneath the podium, and the drivers will be making their way up to the podium now to get this presentation underway. There's the little bump, little dent in of the car after the obligatory celebrations on the roof of the car, and confirmation of the team standings as well. Link & Co. Cyan Racing winning the team standings by some considerable margin, by 287 points at the end of the championship year. Right, we've got a number of things to look forward to today here at Macau. First of all, we'll enjoy the podium presentation. We will also enjoy the build-up to the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup here, which gets underway local time here at 12:35. It's just approaching a quarter to midday here at Macau. 16 laps in total for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup taking place. And then, of course, all the build-up to the Macau Grand Prix. 3:30 is when that race gets underway. 15 laps for the FR Formula Regional World Cup. That's coming up, and so too is the podium. They're getting ready, the door is open, presenters are in place, so too the dignitaries. Here we go.
And now it's
for our
time
podium.
for the prize presentation ceremony on the podium for the Macau Gear Race Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau Race 2. First of all, please welcome our winning drivers to be on the podium. The second runner-up, number 111, Ted Björk from Sweden. And the first runner-up, number 155, Martin Hua from China. And the winner is number 30, Joshua Buchan from Australia. Congratulations. And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner. Please also welcome our representative of the winning team. Welcome Mr. Aaron Grant from HMO Customer Racing Proprietary Company Limited. And now we're going to present the trophies and the laurels. First, please welcome Mr. Peter Chan, Senior Vice President of VIP Marketing of MGM, to present the laurel and the trophy to our second runner-up. Thank you, Mr. Chan. And now, please welcome Mr. Kenny Fong, President and Executive Director of MGM China Holdings Limited, to present the laurels and the trophies to our first runner-up and the winner. First to our first winner-up, number 155, Ma Qinghua from China. And to our winner, number 30, Joshua Buchan from Australia. Thank you, Mr. Fong. And now I would like to invite Mr. Peter Chan again to present the laurel and the trophy to HMO Customer Racing, our winning team. And may Mr. Fong and Mr. Chan move to the center to have a good photo. Gentlemen, please look to the front and let's take a photo. Wonderful. Congratulations. May all the winning drivers remain on the podium, and thank you, our presenting guest. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fong and Mr. Chen. I would like to invite our winning drivers to remain on the podium. Because now we're gonna present our trophies to our winning drivers again. First, please welcome Mr. Stuart Murray from FIA, the FIA Deputy Director of Circuit Sport, to firstly present the laurel and the trophy to our second runner-up. Ted Björk from Sweden. And to our first runner-up, Ma Qinghua from China. Thank you. And next, please welcome Mr. Marcello Lotti, the WSC Group President, to present the trophy first to our winner, number 30, Joshua Buchan, and to our winning team, the JBMo Customer Racing Proprietary Limited Company. Congratulations. And now please move to the center and let's take a group photo together with our winning drivers. All right. And now, gentlemen, please look to the front, to our media zone, and let's take a group photo. What a moment! Congratulations. Thank you, our guests. May all winning drivers remain on the podium, and thank you, our presenting guests. I would like to invite all of our winning drivers again to step on the top of the podium, to look to the front, and let's have one more good photo, please. Yes. Winning drivers only for this photo. Yes. Yeah, together. Yes, holding up high our trophies and looking to the front. Have one more good photo. Wow! All right, thank you. And now it's time for celebration. We would like to invite our winning drivers to pick up the champagne. All right, let's see those champagne showers. All right. Congratulations. It's time for the most famous tradition in all of motorsport. Wow, what a moment. Thank you. And now I'll pass the mic to Prix. We're going to have the interview section with our winning drivers.
Thank you very much, Elvis. Ted Bjork, oh no, still champagne to come. Ted, that was great work with the champagne. You won that race easily.
I was on it, like in the race. Really tried to get the result, and it's really nice to finish the season on the podium. So I'm really happy, good fighting. Thank you, team. Thank you, Zion, Lincoln Co. Congratulations, HMO and Josh. Fantastic job. Teammates, everybody, nice.
Fantastic job, you as well. 8th on the grid. You got up to 6th pretty quickly. And then, out of nowhere, you appeared in 3rd place. Tell us about that lap.
At first, it was an attack on one of the Honda in turn 16, so I just sent the car. And then they was struggling in T2, and I just went on the outside.
And a great season, as you said. In the championship.
Well, great to hear from 1 out of 4 interviews on the podium, as well as the TCR concludes. And we now get all set and ready with all eyes going to the GT World Cup that is about to get underway. Should be a very good race, Wes. Yesterday was a bit more calmer, I think. I think it was a lot more on the calmer side. However, we have seen that the Sunday race can always just be that little bit more dramatic because of the fact that now it's that part of the weekend where the drivers have nothing to lose. It's win it or bin it type approach for a lot of them.
It is, yeah, and this, of course, is the longest of the races you'll see all weekend at 16 laps, and it gives the drivers something extra to aim for. The fact that it's already a very prestigious event, it very nearly almost co-headlines, if you like, with the single-seater race, and yeah, it really incentivizes the drivers to do well. There's a little bit of a smaller entry list this weekend, unfortunately, but yeah, that'll just motivate the drivers at the back a little bit more to try a bit harder.
It definitely will as well. So the live timings have just updated to this race that will be coming our way. As we mentioned, a Ferrari front row on the grid, and it is quite some grid, which will hopefully see quite a bit of battling. But Ferrari have had control, haven't they? Yiffy had to go a bit on the defensive, I think it is fair to say, in yesterday's race. That was for the first half, and then he kind of controlled it from there, didn't he, Wes?
Yeah, he did. Picarello was a little bit inconsistent with his speed yesterday. He was right up with Yiffy in the first couple of laps, then slowed down before picking back up again towards the end once the tires started to go off. So it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain a bit more of a consistent speed. Probably the best battle of the whole race was between the Lamborghini of Luca Engschler and the 911 Porsche of Lauren Heinrich. That one went for the majority of the race, and they were weaving this way and that way all the way down the main straight. So I'm expecting to see a bit more of that.
Yep, absolutely. I'm expecting to see quite a lot of that as well. And hopefully it will be quite an interesting race. What do you think are the chances then for Lawrence Ranthor? Started the weekend with a bit of an incident. He'll start 11th for this upcoming race, though.
Yeah, he did. He was one of the cars caught up in the first lap incident at Lisboa. So he'll be desperate to want to come back from that. Of course, he's a previous winner here at Macau, so he's got a reputation to live up to. But he's, of course, Vantour, very, very quick driver, a regular in the World Endurance Championship for Porsche, and yeah, so he'll be making his way up the field, no doubt.
He will indeed. We're just getting a bit of filler content ready for you as we continue to build up to this GT race as well. Dorian Boccolacci, Lauren Heinrich, and Luca Engschler, they all produced quite a bit of battling, I think. They, I think, produced some of the best racing that we had yesterday. But Heinrich and Boccolacci both couldn't actually overtake. So it was actually quite an interesting battle, but they definitely have something to fight for, and they don't want to be stuck behind Luca at all today. They want to do him definitely at the race start, Wes.
Yeah, Engschler certainly had a very wide Lamborghini in yesterday's race, which and he just drove the same line each and every time down the straight. You just pull to the inside line, and there is just simply no way through unless you get a very, very good run on your opponent. You just won't be able to outbrake them on the outside down the main straight. And it was a rather large train forming behind Engschler. They completely lost sight of Hanshan Guven up front. So yeah, the first six really got away from the rest of the field.
Absolutely. So, as we get ready and get going towards the race, the main race of the weekend, it is time to quickly go back and take a look at what happened 1 year ago, where we had Antonio Fuoco and Raffaele Marciello. They start first and fourth respectively today. Let's go down and actually hear and relive what actually took place 1 year ago between those two drivers with our commentary from last year.
As well, that has not had any scrapings of any walls or other cars or anything. So yeah.
Yeah. We'll need a closer view if there is anything on there. But
yeah, give us a rear view from Foucault down to the hairpin. Oh, it's getting to the point now where everyone's starting to get a little bit nervous. There's Fairfuss. Down to Fisherman's Bend. Look at this, Foucault's getting ready.
It's been a good GT race.
It has been one of the best street racings I can remember in a long time. 3 drivers side by side at Macau. It has been a really fascinating. Yeah. No, nothing for. Oh, Foucault's going for it on the inside of the last corner. Antonio Foucault goes for the lead and takes it. And Raffaele Marcello tries to come back on the inside line down towards turn 1 at the R bend. Who's going to take it? Foucault crosses over. Marcello's going to be right there. Down the backstretch we go towards the Mandarin. Look now to Mauro Engel. Who's going to go on the inside line. Backs out of it through Mandarin. Down to Lisboa. It'll be a heavy braking spot here if it needs to be done. Who's going to be low on the brakes? Foucault goes defensive. There's a yellow flag in the 3rd sector. Under braking, Marcello's going to go for it. And then we're going to look up. And they both got off the circuit. Mauro Engel takes the lead. I don't believe it. Foucault and Raffaele Marcello are both off the road at turn 3. And Mauro Engel takes the lead here in Macau. They both went on the dust. They both went on the drainage part of the circuit where the water is. And they just aquaplane off. And Mauro Engel leads, but is under investigation. So this could hand the race to Augusto Fairfuss. Wow!
Well, we said it had the energy. Then we had an absolutely amazing move by Antonio Foucault. Then we get a dramatic moment down to Lisboa, and it's Engel under investigation with the lead. And could we get someone who's not been involved in any of this so far win this race? But what a move, first of all, it was. What a move. He was not looking for it, and then super late on the brake, sends it in, runs in deep as well, and then trying to get the cut back, trying to fight back. Was Marcello, and then Foucault is just going to be able to outdrag him, and this is the moment where they both go off.
Yeah, straight down, and they just both get on the damp part of the circuit. Mauro Engel knew what was going to go on, and he lifts up. So he's under investigation, so watch out for Augusto Fairfuss and Sheldon van der Linden in their battle. They could win it. Here it is again, Omi, then. So Foucault goes on the wet line, so does Raffaele Marcello, but they both outbrake each other because they're braking completely on the damp line of the track. Just go straight on. There was no pushing there. Oh my God, they've both forgot to turn to the right. Engel's to a 232. Instant noted between the 83 and the 1 at turn 1. Wow. So, Mauro Engel leads on the last lap to Augusto Fairfuss. Sheldon van der Linden at the moment, there's a 5-second gap there, so I think we're safe. So if Mauro Engel gets disqualified, the race could go to Augusto Fairfuss in the BMW. But Mauro Engel is about to win for a 3rd time at Macau. Oh, there was a touch, Omi, between the 83 and the 1. There was a touch. But they would have both got off the circuit anyway.
Yeah, both would have gone off. The only thing, of course, that it did look like much more later on the brakes. Marcello had absolutely zero chance of it with how late he went as well, because I'm sure he was trying to also outbrake. I'm sure he was also trying to outbrake Foucault, which definitely wouldn't have been possible. Now we are seeing some battling down in the mid-pack.
Yep, Porsche's battling between each other, so that's Thomas Prix and Yi Hongol as well in the 4 and the 5.66. It's a 5-second time penalty for Mauro Engel for causing collision with car 32. He has 7 seconds to Augusto Fairfuss. It's been decided in the race, so Engel should win this one on the road, which is, I think, a correct decision. And Raffaele Marcello, after a dominant weekend here at Macau, retires from the Grand Prix race. Unbelievable. There's the confirmation of the penalty. So it looks like, Omi, it'll be Mauro Engel.
Yep, absolutely. Foucault drove brilliantly today, especially in these wet conditions. And then Marcello had control over the weekend. And definitely. Also, we cannot forget Vantor, who may have been sideways, who may have found himself dropping down further. Vantor was also a contender, but it's Engel in the end of it. And this is what we love about Macau. All of the shocks, all of the surprises, and it's played out here once again on these famous streets.
Two-time winner in the wet, Mauro Engel. He knows how to do it. He won back in 2022 as well. 2014, 2015, and 2022. Third time he'll win in the wet. Second time he'll win in this decade. With a year's separation. Mauro Engel out of Fisherman's Bend, down towards the last corner. 10 seconds to the rest of the field. He's got a 5-second time penalty. It won't matter. He kept it on the road for the 4th time on the streets of Macau. Mauro Engel will exit the last corner, take the checkered flag, and win the Macau Grand Prix and the GT World Cup. Fantastic. Augusto Fairfuss in the BMW will end in 2nd position, and Sheldon van der Linde will finish in 3rd place. 4th and 5th for Alessio Pirelli and Lawrence Van Holt in the Porsche 911 GT3Rs. Then it's Christopher Haas in 6th, Eduardo Mortara 7th, Ricardo Feller 8th, Antonio Foucault finishes 9th, Daniel Juncadella in 10th, Yiffy Yees 11th, Ralph Aron 12th, Lauren Heinrich as well in 13th, Daniel Garda Serra 14th, Thomas Pring is 15th, Yi Hongol 16th, 17th for Adelie Fong, Raffaele Marcello's out, Jules Golin in 19th, Yu Kwai in 20th, and out of the race, Dries Van Holt and Matteo Caroli as well. Standing behind the safety car was dramatic, but it's race victory number 4 on the streets of Macau, a 3rd race win. Mauro Engel wins. What a race, Omi.
What a race indeed. When we got the recognitions, we may have thought, well, we may be disappointed by the end of it, that we were taken away of an opportunity of having an exciting race with everyone taking it nice and easy. But Antonio Foucault definitely didn't take it nice and easy. He went on the attack. Marciello both also tried to fight back. They both went off the road, and in the end, it's Engel who took it as well, and that's what we love about Macau. So, a fantastic race.
Thanks, Omi. Final thoughts on Macau's GT weekend from you?
Well, it's been a very good weekend so far. Qualifying was also quite interesting. I was happy that these guys were able to keep it pretty much clean. Saturday, they kept it clean as well. Of course, we always knew that Sunday was going to be the more exciting race. Rain came in, new element. Foucault was quick. He absolutely deserved the win. So did Marciello as well. Disappointment for Vantor. In the end, it's Engel. Congratulations to him. And he's also driven brilliantly to be a part of that group fighting for the win.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, thank you very much to past me, and I guess to past Joshua Birch as well. But we are going to go same year, but I'm also going to quickly show you the qualification race as we continue to build up to the main GT race. This was the qualification race, and this was the race start. This will show you some of the chaos that you can actually get in a normal start. We, of course, had a wet start on the Sunday. It was normal formation when it came to Saturday, and this is how it all played out 1 year ago. Clean start indeed, as you see the rest of the
For the qualification race. It's a rolling start for this one. They come out of the last corner, up towards the line. The 5 red lights are on. When they go out, we can go racing here in Macau. The qualification races go. Great start from Marciello. Already the 36 going up against the wall as well, coming down. Oh, that's of Ricardo Feller through turn 1. Down now to turn number 3 in Lisboa. Dries Van Holt trying to go right round the outside of Rafael Marciello. He's done so. Mauro Engel keeping in 3rd position ahead of Antonio Foucault. Coming down the straight, they're all diving left and right, close up towards the barrier. Lisboa will be the big breaking point as well for the first time on the circuit. Into the lead goes Dries Van Holt. Marciello down into 2nd, Engels into 3rd. They all get through cleanly so far. This is where we saw problems in the TCR race before. There's a few lockups from the back. Everybody looks to be okay as well. Julius Gonon has not started the race. He's left the pit lane now, but clean start for everyone, Amy. That's the best thing with 12 to go.
Clean start indeed, as you see the rest of them making their way through at the moment, and it was a great start for Vantor. Immediately was putting the pressure on Raffaele Marciello on the run towards Lisboa, and he was able to get down the outside. So fantastic stuff there, as it seems like they've all kept it clean, which is nice to see.
So, into the lead, apparently, is going to be Raffaele Marciello. He's got back ahead of Dries Van Horth. Foucault's up into 3rd position, ahead then of Mauro. Is that Mauro Engel up into 3rd? I think it is. Coming into it, we've got EN and then M, so that's Mauro Engel through turn 14, where we saw so much drama yesterday in the FR Challenge. All looks to be okay as they come out. Yes, Raffaele Marciello is leading in the BMW M4 GT3. Dries Van Horth in the team WRT, in also a BMW is right behind him. Then we get Mauro Engel, who has moved up, I believe. No, Foucault is ahead. The Ferrari development driver now driving the 296 GT3, and there's a bit of a traffic jam at the hairpin. Hard to get through here. Not really an overtaking spot, Omi. It's single file, and everyone's sort of coming to a dead stop.
Single file, 2 drivers thinking about the move to the inside, then being like, okay, probably it's not the best to put my car up there in about a few meters time. So they both decided to back out it, which was the sensible decision, as they're all about to come over the line. But yeah, it seems like Raffaele Marciello was able to get back up there as well as they come over the line. Now we're going to be able to get a full order as they come across the line.
So, race lead with 11 to go. Marciello leads, Van Horth is in 2nd, Foucault 3rd, Engel 4th, Farfus is up to 5th, Shelton van der Linde is 6th, Alessio Picavallale is in 7th, Loris Van Horth in 8th position, 9th for Christian Haas. Eduardo Mortara, who's won this race before in the Formula 3 days, he's back in 10th position, a legend on these streets as well. And Formula E driver, I should say. That's Moto E I was going for. As they come round the outside, the 36 still trying to have a look around. It's not going to work out that time, unfortunately. Richard Feller trying to get past, said Eduardo Mortara. Down at Lisboa, through the S's now.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the S, it seems like Vantor just keeping the pressure on Raffaele Marciello at the moment, just looming large in the mirrors and hoping there's really an error. Right now, as it stands, it would be a major risk if he did try and make a move. So even for this type of race, he may just decide to sit behind and try challenge tomorrow, make sure that there's no contact, make sure he's still starting in 2nd place as well. So it's risk versus reward stuff in this race. If any drivers are further back and want to and need to make their way up through the field, then they can of course use that opportunity, but it does come with that major risk around this circuit.
On board, but this is with the 63 of Eduardo Mortara. You can see how much he's having to really skate across in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 as well for the SGM VSR Theodore Racing Squad as well. 22 instead of the 23 that was taking part in this event. So we are down 1 from the initial starting procedure, actually to yesterday's accident at the end of qualifying. This is the qualification race, so the results here will set the grid for tomorrow's Macau Grand Prix for the GTs. Now, Dries Van Horth across the line has done a 2:18.911. He's 6/10 back to Raffaele Marciello, but he has got the fastest lap of the race so far. He's going around about half a second faster than Marciello. As we see the 83 of Antonio Foucault under pressure for Mauro Engel in the Mercedes GT3 as they come down the backstretch again down towards turn 2 and then into turn 3 at Lisboa.
Foucault, of course, winner at Le Mans earlier this year with Ferrari as well. What a brilliant moment that was for him and the rest of the team as we take a look at the battling going on behind, people darting all over the road, looking for where there could possibly be an overtaking opportunity. Everyone, though, deciding to sit behind at this stage as we head down to Lisboa with the drivers at the back and down the hill now as well, with Marciello still with Van Horth close. So he is just right now staying close, which is great to see. So we're going to be in for some race tomorrow where they risk it all. Definitely. We're going to be seeing plenty of action. Foucault, it seems like he's a bit more further back as he also tries to defend from Engel.
Through the S's we come then. And this is where the field starts to loosen up a bit, but it just takes one mistake, as we saw in qualifying. The drivers had to attend a mandatory briefing yesterday from the Formula Regionals, and then the rest of the series also got a little bit of a talking to. They said the amount of red flags yesterday was disgraceful. I know Amy's going to get onto that in the FR race following this broadcast as well, so it's going to be quite interesting to see the laced. But yeah, what was it, 7 red flags in the end, Amy? We didn't finish until an hour and 10 minutes after you left us.
Yeah, it really turned into quite something yesterday. We'll get more on that though later on as well. But yeah, they were asked to, of course, come to the briefing just to be like, well, can you guys calm it down, especially the opening laps as well. These guys definitely have been so far nicely calm in these opening laps. We'll see what Formula Regional does later on today. 10 laps still remaining in this one, and it seems like the gap nearly getting to 1 second now between Marciello and also Vantor.
Yeah, Rafael Marciello's on a 2:18.116 now, so 8 tenths the gap as they come across the line to start the third lap. 9 to go. First lap doesn't count, of course, in the qualification races. We're on board now with the 50. Briefly, we were of Yiffy Yi as they come across, or Yi Yiffy as they've now swapped the name back. In European racing, he goes by Yiffy Yi, and here in Hong Kong and China, he goes by Yi Yiffy. So it's a bit like Zhou Guanyu and Guanyu Zhou, how he changed around with that in previous years as well. Down into Lisboa then, as they come into it. And everyone now single file and just... They're not wanting to push that hard, are they? I mean, a qualifying race. They know they've got to get their cars set up for tomorrow.
Yeah, find the wall right now, and that is really it. In terms of the race, you'll be starting all the way at the back. But yeah, Marciello here, as we take a look at the replay, had the lead. Then Vantor comes alongside.
Yeah, tries to swing it, squeezes him, does Vanthorpe, and then Rafael Marciello stays on that inside line and gets it back into Lisboa, because he does lose it. We're looking further back as the Mercedes fly towards the wall as well. And there, what happens to Vanthorpe? Does he go straight on? It goes too wide into Lisboa, and that's where Marciello dive up the inside. Yes, there it is, look. Just swap back as we were looking for the overtakes. Nice
yeah,
move.
Absolutely. Of course, we saw Vantor getting through, and then randomly, we thought timings weren't updated, but no, Marciello was able to get into the lead in the process as we were looking further back to see if everyone can get through Lisboa, because I think that's always the main point on this circuit, with everyone approaching with high speed on the opening lap. Always, you would kind of want to focus the camera on there in case anyone behind doesn't make their way through, which usually you do. Get some casualties, but this time around they listened to the advice and went all calm, which was pretty nice. Fuoco's still under pressure by Marco Engel, so Marco Engel seems like he is a driver with some pace, but of course just thinking about whether the move is going to be on at any point.
Yeah, just got to keep on calm now as well. Augusto Farfus in the team KRC BMW BMW M4 GT3. He's done a 2:17.749 and is closing as we now see the 130 of Mauro Engel under pressure from Augusto Farfus as they come down towards Lisboa. Can that Mercedes hold that advantage to the BMW? We know the BMW has a bit of a faster advantage around this circuit, and now even the 31 of Sheldon van der Linde trying to come back up the inside to get ahead of Augusto Farfus. So this is still battling over 4th position, which is the second row of the grid they're battling over for tomorrow's race.
That was a very interesting camera angle in the middle of it as well. Random cut momentarily during that battle, as yeah, it is really turning into some follow the leader stuff right now for those drivers in that train. If they can pressure someone into a mistake, that will be critical. If someone does make a critical mistake from the front, that means they start right at the back for the main race to lose any chance of victory. So we'll see how it goes, of course, tomorrow. Remember last year's F3 race in the qualification race. That was pretty wild still as well. We could be in for a interesting Formula Regional if they keep it out of the wall later on. But to be fair, at the same time, I think we might find ourselves in a situation where if there's safety cars, it actually gives us some good racing. Because it seemed like drivers can only really slipstream their way down towards Lisboa each time. So that's where we usually see the action, and then throughout the rest of the race, of course, they struggle to overtake. So some safety cars, I think, would be nice, just so we get some exciting moments.
I'm with you on that as well, but I'd rather the qualification race be a bit dull because we've got a cut-off of 9 today to get to MotoGP's second practice session, compared to tomorrow where the cut-off will be 10. So that's after the sunset period in Macau. So we're fine for tomorrow, but it's today that's the slight concern, knowing how bad Formula Regional were, where we started at what? We were going a long time for that qualifying session.
Yeah.
So we'll just see what happens as they fly through once more. Raffaele Marcello has a 1.2 second gap to Dries Van Thorst at the moment. Antonio Fuoco is third. He's pretty much on his own, but now he's been caught slightly by Mara Engel, Augusto Fairforce and Sheldon van der Linde as they come down into turn 3 again at Lisboa. Van der Linde going to look on the inside line of Fairforce, not going to do anything there. Meantime, further back, Lawrence Van Horst and Alessio Picarelli trying to find some moves, not going to happen there. As you see the 63 and Wada Mortar with Ricardo Feller right behind him as well.
Yeah, taking a look absolutely everywhere at this stage, seeing where the moves could be possible, but they're just right now in formation at this stage as well. So where everyone pretty much left the opening lap of the race. So they are just really trying at this stage to bring it home, keeping it clean, keeping it just about pointing in the straight line. That is going to be the critical thing, with opportunity then arising tomorrow when maybe all hell breaks loose. Who knows?
No, more likely tomorrow all hell will break loose indeed, and I'm just worried about the amount of sleep we're going to get as well. It's not going to be too good, to be fair. Literally going to do it, considering it's basically going to be a night race, isn't it? That's the annoying part. As they fly through once again.
The bikes at some point.
Bikes at midnight. Yeah, they've been rearranged. It's midnight for the bikes on Sunday, and then it's all going to be go from there. So I think bed at 7, wake up at 11:30, get to the box, commentate on the bikes, go back to bed about 1, wake up at 4:30, come back to the box and do the rest of the day. Over the line they come then. I'm just worried if I don't know, actually, I might need a bath at some point if I just wake up and that's it, day done. So, over the line, Marcello still leads, 6 to go. We're halfway in the qualification race. And not much happening as things stand. They're all being very well behaved in the 71st Grand Prix of Macau, because they know that it's going to be a bit risky tomorrow with the amount of issues they're going to have.
Yes, indeed. Very risky for all of them. As we right now see them all heading to Lisboa once again. First overtaking opportunity, of course, on this circuit. And yeah, the critical moment of the race was when Van Thorst went slightly deep, and Raffaele Marcello was able to get the power down and take the place after seeing the wide moment. So that was the critical moment as well. And yeah, hopefully we are going to see a bit of overtaking tomorrow. Usually the qualification races, just try bring it home, and then the main race, you need to take some risks. Because if you are second, if you are third, you aren't going to win the Macau Grand Prix. And that's exactly what every driver comes here to do.
We saw Eduardo Mortara, he's pushing like crazy in that Lambo. I thought he was going to brush the wall at one point as well. Mortara, very much looking forward to a season in Formula E as well. Would like to go.
Yes, well that was last year, and it also applies this year. Here I'm sure he'll be doing very well. in Formula E. You're joining us live now as we are about to go down to David Addison's grid walk. Before we do so, I think it's very important that I do make this comment. Apologies about all of the complaining during the filler content by Joshua Birch on sleep schedule, but yes, he had to commentate the bikes which got cancelled, and he had to do GT and also do the regional alongside me last year. This year we're doing it all, so him complaining 1 year ago about a few little individual streams, I'm sure has probably annoyed a lot of the viewers, so apologies for that. As well, I'll make sure that I tell him that how much harder we have it this year. But anyway, let me now go down over to David
There
Addison.
will be no complaining today, do not worry.
Yes, I know, right? Okay, let's head down over to David Addison. I think he's got Sheldon van der Linde.
Let's be honest. We always say the BMWs are really good in that first sector, all that grunt all the way down from here to Lisboa, but so are lots of other cars, and they're big cars, and it's still not a wide circuit.
Yeah, exactly. We've probably got one of the biggest cars here as well. So to navigate through the mountain section is always a bit more tricky. That's where we seem to be losing time to the Porsche and the Ferrari. And then we gain it back in sector 5 and 1, but then it's a bit too late to make the move normally. So hopefully we have a bit more of a chance today when it's hotter. And then we send it.
Excellent, good. Elbows out, good luck. Right, let's go walk about this way, because other cars that we need to keep an eye on, I know I'm starting a bit further back on the grid. One is perhaps the most popular car here. Now, Audis are still being developed in this part of the world. They're still competitive, and Adelie Fong's car runs this year in the Cinema Roll colours. Adelie I've lost for the moment, but as ever, there is an absolute army of people outside the circuit who are all here to buy merch for this. Every year we get a different character. We've gone through Hello Kitty to was it Chromie last year, and now we find ourselves with Cinema Roll. We might get to that again during the course of the race. Quick look to see if I can find wherever Adelie has gone. No, we've lost him, but we've seen the car at least. Let's keep going. Let's go back down the other way. Another car that has had dramas over the course of the weekend is the Laurens Vanthoor Porsche. Now, this was fastest the other day in the first of the practice sessions. Let's just pause there. Laurens, sorry about this. I'm going to have to bring up Thursday again with you. I was just saying you were fastest in free practice, and then the next shot we had of you, the car didn't look like a Porsche.
No, I know. Thanks for reminding me. No, I mean, yeah, it's a shame because the car was, I think, one of the best cars I've driven in Macau at that point, and I felt really good in the car. So from the first lap on, it was looking very promising, and I made, it was my mistake, 100%, but I was 10 centimeters later on a turn-in or more wider, hit a bump, and so the front axle popped up, and I missed the apex, and obviously a very small mistake with huge consequences. The car was pretty badly damaged, and they did the best they could to be standing here, but obviously it's not the same car as FP1.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how close is this car now to what you had on Thursday before the crash?
6.
Oh, okay. So you're lacking some performance.
Yeah, but and then the second thing is I'm starting here and not there, and it's difficult to overtake as well. So yeah, it's a bit damage limitation. It's quite frustrating, but in the end, you know, it doesn't matter if it's a small or big mistake. It was my fault, and that's the reason why I'm standing here. So not many people to blame but myself. So.
That part of the circuit, you've tried forwards, backwards, upside down. I mean, it's a kind of bizarre corner for you.
Yeah, my wife always tells me, why don't you do any small crashes? Like, if I crash, it's always something big. So, I mean, I'm trying at least.
What progress from here do you think?
You need to be realistic. It's difficult to pass here, especially with the Porsche because we're strong in the mountain section. So there must be some stuff happening up front. I heard Marcello is motivated today, so hopefully he can make a bit of a mess, and that will help me maybe.
Right, good luck. Good to see you back as well. So Laurens Vanthoor then, he's had a car rebuilt. He's had a new engine put into the car as well. And he's going to be a man to watch, there's no doubt about that. Right, let's go this direction again for more Porsches. Dorian Boccolacci, who is returning to Macau. He's been a regular in GT racing and won Make Porsche Racing this season. Dorian, welcome back. You were here for the Formula 3 Grand Prix, 10 years or so ago, and now in a GT car?
Yeah, exactly 10 years ago. Actually, Sector 3 in my mind. I didn't remember so well if it was left, right, how much it was. But it's good to be back here. It's such a nice track. Very tough one, especially Sector 1 with Mandarin in the GT car. It's almost flat. Depend the lap, depend the tires, depend the fuel you're on board, and also you have the very technical part in the middle of the track, and such great drivers here. So we will try to maximize the day. Yesterday we could improve the position from 14 to 9. Let's try to do the same today.
Really hot day as well today. It's going to be hot in the car.
Of course, yes. But yeah, because I'm Porsche Motorsport Asia, Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. Oh my God.
Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. That's the one.
Exactly. This year, I could drive in many racetracks that was hot, and yeah, today is like a normal day for me, so it's okay.
Enjoy your sauna. Good luck. Dorian Boccolacci then in the Porsche number 23. If I scurry round this way, I can find Andy Dang, Ferrari driver, who's about to jump on board. Andy, before you go on, do your fist bump. Go on, quick. Yes, good, excellent. Yesterday, fantastic job. Well done.
Yes.
Really good.
I was the last one, and I just want to be safe. But there was an opportunity for me, so I grabbed this, and I keep my position at the end of the race. So, yeah.
And today you go forward, go fast?
Go forward for sure. As a driver, try to keep my position and enjoy my race and fighting for compete for the best driver over the world.
Fantastic. Good luck. Well done. Right, that is Andy Dang, who was a real star yesterday. Looked really good. We're into the last 10 minutes or so of the countdown, so I'll see who else I can grab. Some drivers are in cars. Quite a few have been disappearing up the stairs to go and have an emergency splash and dash. Let me see whether I can quickly get to Laurin Heinrich. There's a mechanic in the way of Laurin Heinrich. Luca Engschler, we spoke to yesterday. Sorry, let's go this way. Luca Engschler is standing down here. Luca, can I interrupt all this frivolity? Yesterday you had a good race.
Well, depends on the angle, right? You see, it obviously was a tough one.
You kept people behind.
Yeah, we had big damage at the start, so the splitter was gone and the left side, so we've been really hanging in there. And also thank you to Laurin. I think he had 3 times the chance to really send me Lisboa south. So yeah, I hope I have better pace today.
One of the hotter today, is that going to affect things?
Well, no, I mean, you see, it's the second year in a row we've been struggling throughout, so every session we get a bit more, we're getting a bit closer, but it's too far to really compete with the big boys. But all in all, trying to bring the car home in one piece and learn and get the experience for next year.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
Good job. Good luck. Right, let's go back, if we can, over and try and grab a quick... oh, no, sorry, I'll tell you a lie. I do apologise to my cameraman. I'm making him walk everywhere because I want to go to Porsche and I want to hear from 2 people. One is Ian Schenguven, who is DTM champion. First time at Macau, really impressive weekend, getting better every session. How are you finding the place?
Yeah, really good. I mean, in the beginning of the weekend, I told myself I can hate this place in the first year if I do a mistake. So I started to take it really easy. Maybe for the short term, it was not the best decision, but at the end, I'm happy. I built confidence around the track, and I think for the long term, for the future, that was the right step. And yeah, good starting position with the big guys in the front. So yeah, hopefully with a good start, I can be in the mix, but we will see.
For you, this is a bit like DTM. It's one driver, sprint race, and elbows out.
Exactly. This is why I'm here.
Good luck. Ian Schenguven then, driving for the Schumacher CLRT team. And let's have a word, if I can, with the CL, Koen Ledegaard, who runs this enormous operation now. You seem to have cars in every championship in every corner of the globe.
I mean, you can race a Porsche everywhere. It's the best car, I think, in the grid, and it's amazing to get this support from the manufacturer to come all over the world to race in this kind of racing. So it's mega.
What about you? You say you can race these cars. You're not doing much racing anymore.
No. I think I'm quite focused on the new life, and I enjoy to win with our car, maybe more than I was.
Good luck. Good to see you here. So, Koen Ledegaard, in charge of the Porsche operation. Right, the grid is starting to be cleared. So, what we better do is have a quick look at who else is there, and we'll get set for what promises to be an epic FIA GT Cup. The Macau GT race is coming up soon.
David, thank you very much indeed down there on the grid. Speaking to many of the drivers, doing a super job yesterday down on the grid, and the same today as well. Less than 5 minutes now, 4 minutes left on the lights to let them know when the green flag will start for what will be a fascinating battle around the streets of Macau. For the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup, every year these cars and drivers come together to give us a thrilling battle out on the circuit. And that was the car that took the win yesterday. It was a glorious win for Ferrari at Macau. Antonio Ferroco will line up in pole position down there on the grid in Ferrari number 50. It is the predominantly red and blue Ferrari, alongside a Le Mans winner in 2025, Ye Fei, in the white, red and black Ferrari is alongside. It's a Ferrari lockout on the grid today, as indeed it was yesterday. Back to Porsche, Alessio Picariello. Thrilling to watch him in the Porsche yesterday in the qualification race. It's a longer race today. It was 12 laps yesterday. It is 16 laps today in prospect, and he'll be alongside Raffaele Marciello. No one can write off Raffaele Marciello around the streets of Macau. He is absolutely superb in the BMW on the outside of the second row of the grid. Joel Eriksson had a really good qualifying, certainly in Q1. He finished up quickest in Q1. Q2 didn't go quite according to plan, but he lines up on the inside of row number 3, and he'll be alongside the driver you just heard from, the DTM champion for 2025. And DTM, of course, a GT3 cars. And Einstein Guven said, "This is why I'm here, because this is what he does." And on the next row of the grid, we've just heard from him as well, Luca Engster in the Lamborghini, having a good qualifying session. Didn't know he was going to get into Q2, but did at the last minute and made the most of it as well. Lauren Heinrich in the gold Porsche. The liveries on those, the gold and the platinum Porsches, absolutely fantastic. And Lauren Heinrich lines up on the 4th row of the grid. Dorian Bocciolacci, who we just heard from with David down there on the grid, is next in his Porsche, and alongside another one of the drivers that we heard from, Andy Deng, on the next row of the grid. Right, that's the view from above, the view from the sky looking down on what is an incredibly impressive GT grid. GT3 cars around Macau are just amazing. The barriers, the walls, all the way, they make the cars sound even more spectacular than they already are. It echoes around, you can hear it for miles, and that is confirmation of the grid. Ferrari lockout on the front row of the grid, 50 and 83, Antonio Ferroco and Ye Yifi on the front row of the grid, both in Ferraris. The Ferraris have looked fantastic here.
They really have. Ferrari have looked really quick, and it leaves us with a Furco and Ye front row of the grid. And then in 3rd and 4th, we find ourselves with Picariello and Marciello. Joel Eriksson is in 5th, and then it is Guven in 6th. Luca is in 7th, and then Heinrich finds themselves in P8. Dorian Bocciolacci, we heard from him a few moments ago, he'll go from P9, and then it is Dengi in P10. Lawrence Vanthoor, disappointed to be down in 11th, and he knows that it will be hard to improve from there, and he's keeping his chances as realistic. He's not hoping for any of the drama. He is hoping that some things can happen, but he's not expecting anything big by the end of today. It is Sheldon van der Linde next up in 12th, and then it is Christopher Haas, Adeli Fong, Eduardo Mortara, and Benjamin Goethe, who completes the grid. And as we bring you up to the commentary box, Wes, here we go then. We had the qualification race yesterday. Now it's the main one. Now it's all about delivering your best. This is the one that counts. This is the one which everyone will remember.
It is, yeah, to etch your name in the annals of history of this very great, prestigious event, which is older, or almost as old as the single-seater race that is on the title card, if you like. But yeah, this one is also one that all the drivers want to win, and yeah, it's as we've said a couple of times already this weekend, an all Ferrari front row. Both of them were in dominant form yesterday. So we're going to have to wait and see whether they can continue with that.
So, during David Addison's grid walk, he spoke with Lawrence Vanthoor, and he was asking Vanthoor in terms of the chances, which I described, that Vanthoor mentioned about keeping it realistic for today. But he did mention that, you know, if there was a bit of chaos, then he would absolutely take it. And one of the drivers, he didn't just leave us with that, he did also tell us a possible driver who could cause some of the chaos. Someone who's feeling quite pumped up, and it is Marciello, who goes from P4 on the grid. Of course, if you were with us a few moments ago when we were going through our filler content, we played you the contact and the battling that he had with Fuoco. So absolutely, Marciello would love to come and fight for the win once again. And well, Marciello wouldn't definitely not surprised that he is feeling pumped up. So Lawrence Ranthor giving us the paddock insight in terms of how other drivers are feeling now. Lovely stuff. We should add him to the JB Motorsports team at this rate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was a couple good grid walk interviews there from David Addison. Particularly like hearing from Luca Engler, who was the defense goat, if you like, of yesterday's race. Absolutely nobody was coming past him yesterday, and yeah, he's going to be I would think doing much more of the same as we make our way. We're about halfway around the lap now on this formation lap. Quick reminder to everyone that it is going to be a rolling start, 2 by 2, as yesterday, and coming up to the Macau hairpin.
Yep, so they will line up in formation, and then they'll get their foot down, and we will get the race underway just the way that GT racing is. We go 2 by 2, and we get it underway in IndyCar style. Yesterday, we had a chaotic start to the race. We had a few cars head off into the wall and head off into the runoff area down at Lisboa. Somehow all still did finish the contest even after that crazy start. Other than that, it was calm from that point onwards. But now, as we've mentioned, yesterday they had to think about the bigger picture. They had to prioritize starting higher for this race. But right now, it is win it or bin it. We've used that terminology quite a bit, but it just really is precisely that. The drivers, it can all fall apart, and you know, if the reward is so high if you do get that victory, that is what Antonio Fuoco is going to be chasing. But is anyone going to be able to deny him? It is the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. It is the FIA GT World Cup. Who's going to come out on top? An all-Ferrari front row, and it's Antonio Fuoco who leads us away down towards the first turn, and his teammate directly tucking in behind, Yiffy Ye, is going to be making his way through a spin. Big spin in the middle of the road. Their huge disappointment as we will now make our way down towards Lisboa. That's a crazy start, Wes.
Yeah, that's third place man Alessio Picariello, who just completely lost it. I don't think he got a tap from behind, but yeah, all over the place now. And Yiffy has lost second place and is falling back down the field, and he's in the middle of a bunch of cars. And it's all getting very tight. Lisboa, big crash.
Big crash at Lisboa. The cars go straight on, and we've got to pile up, and we will surely need the safety car here at Macau. And just like yesterday, it's quite the crazy start, but it is Fuoco leading the way, and Marciello moves up to second place. We had insight that he was pumped up for today, and he'll love the fact that he's in second, and now he can go chase down the rival who he had contact with 1 year ago.
Yeah, that was Hanchang Guven involved in that, as well as Luca Engler, who we were singing the praises of just earlier on, and Dorian Boccalacci in the other Porsche as well. All three of them are out of this race.
Absolute drama here on the streets of Macau, and we have got the yellow flags flying in Sector 1 and in Sector 2, and as I've mentioned, surely we will need that safety car. Yesterday everyone was able to get themselves out of any trouble, but this time around there is 3 cars that are definitely stopped into Lisboa corner, and then of course we've got Alessio Picariello, who's also of course had issues and has had that moment off the first turn on the racetrack. Such a big risk. Luckily everyone was able to avoid him, and it did not cause any issues. You never want to see a car sideways on the opening tour. The safety car is out.
Yeah, they certainly don't, and Marciello has managed to avoid all that in the BMW and has made his way up into second place now from Lauren Heinrich in that gold Porsche, and yeah, they are really the beneficiaries of everything. I can't seem to work out what happened to Yifeye's Ferrari though. He just got enveloped by the pack as just no speed whatsoever. Coming down to Lisboa, he seemed to be in the slipstream in front, as we see. This is a replay of Alessio Picariello just completely losing it around, and this will be the moment into Lisboa. Yeah, that was Guven just going too wide and just being hit up the back by Luca Engler, and Boccalacci unable to avoid it.
What a crazy start it has been, and now let's see what will take place. How is this race going to... how will the drivers handle the restart, and can we see Marciello put pressure on Furuka? That will be the big important thing that we will focus on the restart, because I mean, there is a reason why we played you that precise moment from last year in terms of the filler content, because of how dramatic it was, of how we got a move, and then we got such a dramatic moment at Lisboa where they both went deep, and they'll be reunited, this time in the dry conditions though. So there is history, there is going to be a lot of tension, and if we are to trust Ranthor on how much Marciello is pumped up, he'll get that extra boost surely, now being next to his rival from last year. But first of all, Wes, there is plenty of cars to recover, so we've still got a little bit of time to wait until we get to the fighting and resumption of this race. 16 laps, of course, so there is still plenty of time, but safety cars can breed safety cars.
Yeah, and the safety car going at a bit of a snail's pace at the moment, because the track is likely partially blocked going down to Lisboa. As we see, there's a puncture that'll be for the Audi of Adderley Fong, who's losing ground on everyone. Absolutely brilliant livery on the side of the Audi there of Adderley Fong. As we now go to a replay. This will be from the perspective, I believe, of Raffaele Marciello in the BMW. Looking back now, as we've already seen the Porsche of Picariello already spinning. There was another on board we saw earlier on from the Lamborghini of Eduardo Mortara, only just managing to avoid the Porsche. It was almost a head-on T-bone collision. But Marciello just expertly managing to pick his way through the field, and is currently in second place.
Yep, that is how the order then runs. So the cars are behind the safety car. To run you through what order we found ourselves in: Furuko, Marciello, Heinrich, Joel Eriksson, and then Yifeye, we mentioned, dropped down to all the way down until P5. So all of the cars have been cleared at Lisboa. They will, of course, need to clear Picarillo's car on the exit of the first turn, and then hopefully we can consider going back to the race in terms of green flags. So that should hopefully be quite interesting in terms of where the drivers find themselves. Lawrence Ranthor has moved up to 7th. We have Sheldon van der Linde moving up to 8th. Of course, most drivers do move up as well due to the amount of cars that we are taken off. Let's go back to the start. Let's review it once again. There is a lot that goes on always at a Macau start because of such a long run. So we're going to see, there we're going to lose, of course, Picarillo. Now he very nearly clatters back into and gets so close to hitting off other drivers then at that point. And then that was one whole issue as its whole, but we then get into Lisboa, which you can always predict. It's always a question, every single restart or race start, it's always about, do they keep it clean, do they all get it slowed down?
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it just seems like Yifeye was just caught up in with other drivers getting in his slipstream and just getting so much more speed, and as I said earlier, just enveloped by everyone. Yifeye down from 2nd now all the way to 5th at the moment. Not impossible for him to come back from there, of course. And Han Chang-Guven in that chrome Porsche having a great run on Ye and just getting on the inside, but just not able to slow it down in time for Lisboa.
Yeah, not able to get it slowed down, and it meant straight into the barrier. Okay, this is the third lap of the contest we go on to now. So we still will hope that the safety car can come in at the end of this lap so we can get back to the green flag racing. Okay, this is on board now with the second of the Ferraris of Yiffy Ye. So we're going to get to see Wes. Of course, he's in the slipstream. He's going to get closer and then he's going to start to get mugged basically by all of the other drivers. He's going to lose that momentum. He's going to be overtaken. So we've got one driver that's gone through of Marciello and then he'll lose further positions on the run down towards Lisboa.
Yeah, that'll be there's Guven there, you can see on the right, and then when he gets a tap, I think, and that would be Heinrich just getting a tap, and so it wasn't all down to Guven in the end. He was helped, I think, a little bit into the barrier by his fellow Porsche driver of Lauren Heinrich.
So this is now going to begin to get a little bit heated on the restart. We're looking forward to seeing Furco versus Marciello, and we'll see how that battle will go on between those two drivers. Van Thor, what can he do? Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. What can Van Thor do? Can he now utilize some of the pace? He was also mentioning to David Addison about some of the struggles that he has had with the car as well, of course, with all the repairs and everything that has had to go on. So possible bit of performance lacking, but he of course mentioned the root cause, and that was just the crash, and you know, it was his fault and it was his mistake, and now he just has to put his head forward. And sometimes in these type of races, especially now that we're in the main race, even the professional drivers like this, they are going to start going for risks and going for more desperate moves. If you can keep it a bit more collected, then you know, you could still end up with a good result by the end of today. It is Macau at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely, and yeah, even the most experienced of drivers are not above a Banzai kamikaze dive bomb into a tight corner. That's just the way racing drivers are made. But yeah, we of course love to see it. Big up to Andy Deng, the Chinese driver. He's only has a silver license, so
yeah,
he's probably going to fall back once we do go back to green flag. But yeah, great, very, very good to see him avoiding all the carnage and currently being in 6th place.
So he is doing well. He'll go from 6th. Ye will be in 5th. Joel Eriksson will be in 4th, Heinrich will be 3rd, Marciello will be chasing down our race leader Antonio Furco as we get ready to go back to the green flags. Now, how is this one going to play out? Furco puts his foot down as he tries to pull away and catch out Marciello. The safety car comes in to the pit lane, and now we await for the cars to make their way down towards the final corner, and Heinrich already preparing, warming up those tyres, making sure he's all nicely ready for this restart, and Antonio Furco has absolutely gone. He's got a good advantage, and Marciello won't catch him from there down towards Lisboa.
Yeah, Marciello still in 2nd place, but he's going to be looking in his mirrors going down to Lisboa, that gold Porsche of Lauren Heinrich, who was so much behind the Lamborghini of Engsler yesterday, is now right behind the BMW going into Lisboa. And that's Van der Linde looking for a way past Andy Dang in the Ferrari as going very wide. Oh dear me. That's Lawrence Van Toor in the blue Porsche, just about managing to keep it out of the barriers.
Thought we were heading to another driver getting collected by that barrier that sticks out at that part of the circuit, but they did get away with it in the end as we continue making our way through around this venue.
Yeah, it certainly is. And sorry, I was just having the pictures on my screen were jumping just a little bit. Hopefully I'm still synced up. But yeah, so great to see that we don't need another safety car in this race.
Issue.
Yes, as JT mentioned in the background, it was worldwide. I had it as well. Just a moment ago, just here and there as well for Macau themselves. So don't worry, Wes. We're all good. We all suffered with that together.
Well, good. I'm glad I'm a part of everything. It's not just me. But yeah, anyway, back to the racing. Going through Melco hairpin, we've still got Heinrich on the back of Marciello, who's already, even at this early stage, losing touch with the Ferrari of Fuoco, who is just seems to be in another league right now and is really grabbing this race by the horns and controlling it.
The restart was so important. It was a reason why we were hyping it up. If Marciello could get a sniff of an opportunity, he would have absolutely taken it. But Antonio Fuoco, well, he did enough. He didn't even give Marciello a sniff of an opportunity. He controlled things and had a great advantage to say that we had just done a safety car restart as well. Marciello will now put his focus on Heinrich. If Heinrich continues to get as close as he is at this moment in time, as we meanwhile look further back for some racing and for some battling, and we have got some close battling in the mid-pack like we saw yesterday. We've got a battle for sixth going on.
Yeah, that's Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW trying to get past silver-rated driver Andy Deng, who still amazingly is holding on to that sixth place despite being surrounded by platinum and gold drivers. So yeah, very, very good defensive work so far from the Chinese Ferrari driver.
So great fighting going on between those two drivers. We'll keep you up to date in terms of how that battle plays out. We'll see whether there is anything else still yet to come in terms of those two going at it. We currently make our way through then this fast and rapid sector of the lap, and we get tighter and tighter to this Macau circuit. The more towards the end of the lap you go, it continues to tighten on you. Of course, we at the Melco hairpin do have the permanent waved yellows, meaning that you cannot make an overtake there because we cannot fit two cars with it only being 7 meters.
Yeah, that's right. And coming down to there now, and it never ceases to amaze me that they managed to make it through there lap on lap on lap. Of course, not all drivers do, as we saw yesterday with Fionn McLaughlin in the F4 race. But yeah, for the majority of the time, the drivers do.
Yeah, and today, on his way to the grid, he nearly put it on the outside wall this time as well, which was quite interesting. Definitely not for him. But yes, he's had such a up and down weekend. Definitely one of the most up and down weekends I've ever seen at Macau for a racing driver. It was going well and then it was going downwards. He's had it all across this entire weekend of racing. Okay, back to Sheldon van der Linde getting himself closer and closer as he looks to try and attack. He pulls out of the slipstream, goes down the inside, and it looks like Sheldon van der Linde is going to make this move on Deng Yi, and it looks like he has got the position, and now he will go up San Francisco Hill ahead, and he's now got P6.
Yeah, Andy Deng there just didn't quite manage to reach the inside line on time. Van der Linde beating him to it, and Van der Linde will now be able to pull away from the Ferrari. Next up then is Christopher Hesse in the red and grey Audi.
That is exactly how the race now looks after that position change came in. 1.9 seconds separating our top two. Further 0.8 then down to P3 man, that is Heinrich, and then Joel Eriksson is in 4th position. Joel Eriksson, of course, a driver who is going to be a full-time driver in the ABB FIA Formula E World Championship, which of course gets underway in a few weeks' time on the same weekend as Formula 1 at Abu Dhabi. That's on the 5th to 7th December as well. So he'll be getting ready for what should be an exciting season, you'll hope, for himself. And he's had a few reserve stints and, of course, a full-time stint in 2020 and 2021. The Swedish driver, aged 21, progressing well with his professional motor racing career. And I'm looking forward to seeing him back full-time to see what he'll manage in Formula E this year. And a perfect way to head into Formula E with a bit of racing at Macau as well. Getting himself used to the street circuits by dealing with the mighty Macau.
Yeah, absolutely. Never a bad experience to have when you're a racing driver. As coming towards us now, Fuoco maintaining the gap of 2.7 seconds he's holding over Marciello, who's broken away just a little bit from the Porsche of Lauren Heinrich, who's also maintaining his gap from Joel Eriksson. So space is forming. Probably the best battle on the track at the moment, I would say, is actually towards the back. It's Eduardo Mortaro. We saw as and just as I said that, Andy Dang is finally passed by Christopher Hesse in the Audi. So yeah, that's another place gained for or another place lost, I should say, for the silver-rated Andy Dang.
Yeah, I think they disagreed with your opinion on what was the best battle out there on the circuit, but no longer a battle now. No longer a battle after he has made the move. So, Wes, you can go back to now picking the best battle for us to watch on the circuit. Fuoco doing Fuoco things again, like yesterday. The gap's back down to 1.6 seconds. So he's just fluctuating it, and now it's up to 2.1. He's doing a lot in different sectors of the lap, I can very much tell. So he's really controlling things, but he's got such the pace to just control it, to back off and then push on and just keep the gap steady.
Yeah, he's definitely got speed in hand. I wonder if he's maybe not doing a bit of tyre saving at this, what is still a relatively early part of this race. Remember, 16 laps. We're still a couple of laps away from half distance in this race, so still a lot of tyre saving to be done. And he's obviously picked out the corners which he believes are the most torturous to the tyres, and is probably taking it easy through there.
Well, is Heinrich going to be doing the exact same, because he can sense an opportunity to make an overtake on Marciello? He's been following closely for a few laps now. He won't get a sniff of an opportunity this time by either, but Heinrich will know that the podium could be at risk because Joel Eriksson is directly in behind. You've got 3 cars battling for that second place at the moment. Marciello looking to try and just hang on to it for the moment, but he's not come under any real pressure yet. He's not had to go for any defensive shapes, so he's doing well. He's controlling it nicely, so exactly what Marciello needs to do with 9 laps of the contest still to go. And as you mentioned, we are getting closer and closer to half race distance. This is of course the longest amount of laps that we have over this 4-day Macau weekend.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm a little bit disappointed with the pace of the second Ferrari in this race, that of Yifei. He's currently a couple of seconds behind Joel Eriksson in this battle for second place, and yeah, he's not exactly catching up either to the back of the Audi. So yeah, all that great pace he showed in qualifying a couple of days ago does not seem to be translating towards the race.
And that's the sad thing. You can do great things in qualifying. You can take pole even if you want, which of course he didn't. He got the front row, but you can do absolutely anything. But if you don't perform in this main race, no one's really going to remember. No one's really going to remember. And it all comes down to this. This is the big event. This is the one where you've got to perform. And no matter what goes on, this is the one that everyone assesses. This is the main event of the GT weekend, the FIA GT World Cup as well. So it's a bit of a shame that after getting the second as well in the qualification race, that now this is the one that he's actually dropped down. And as you mentioned, Wes, not showing the required pace that he would have hoped to at least then recover some of the positions that he lost at the race start. So a bit of a struggle it turning out to be. He's got a gap behind, but he's not doing the chasing which we probably would have expected from that Ferrari machine. We're looking back from Marciello to Heinrich, if you are synced up with us at the moment, and Heinrich once again just looming large in the mirrors, but just not close enough to dart or go for any moves at the moment. Meanwhile, Mortara, running in 11th position, is chasing down Benjamin Goethe.
Yeah, that's right. And that, incidentally, that was what I was about to name as the best battle on the track. Things changed so much in racing. We've now got a great looking battle over second place. I really love that rear facing camera that's inside the BMW, looking back at the moment at the gold Porsche of Laurin Heinrich. Just not able to be as close in the place that he needs to be, that being the straight, or the pair of straights going down towards Lisboa. He can get very, very close in the infield section, just not able to do it down the straight. As now we're on board with, if you're synced up with us, we're on board with Eduardo Mortara, looking at at the Golf Racing liveried McLaren of Benji Goethe, as you said earlier, Omi.
Yep. We are indeed, as he looks to try and go on the attack. Benjamin Goethe, of course, a brother to Oliver Goethe, who's of course racing in the FIA Formula 2 Championship. He won the Silver Cup category as well. The 22-year-old who finished third in the GT World Challenge this year, and right now has his eyes set in terms of looking to try and defend this position from Mortara, as we cut back over to this battle that is going on from second place. So it realistically looks like Heinrich's able to follow much more closely through the middle parts of the lap, the technical parts of that where you can't make the overtake, and then when you get down through Fisherman's Bend, through the final corner, it's just not close enough to get in that slipstream and then to have a realistic chance of going for the move. He's only able to keep pressure on, but he can't even basically even pull alongside or be close to even try and attempt any form of dive bomb. That is why we are seeing the battle stay this way for so long, and there not being a chance at all for Heinrich. And Marciello is also managing it well. Such an experienced and talented driver, knows exactly what he is doing, trying to control this race and finish in second, because that is what looks achievable at the moment, barring any other interruptions that we could get later on.
Yeah, they're really all are spreading out, going down that main straight. I don't know if it's excuse me, some form of dirty air affecting them, but yeah, like you said, they're close enough in the infield section, but they just can't seem to follow very closely down the straight for whatever reason.
Yeah, not the powerful slipstream that we are used to seeing as well. Goethe's lost the position, by the way, to Mortara, who's been able to get himself by, and the gap's already gone to 2 seconds. I wonder whether there was possibly maybe a slight mistake from Benjamin Goethe, but yes, that switch has come in, and now Goethe no longer finds himself in those top 10 positions as we focus and take a look at our race leader 3.3 seconds ahead, enjoying a nice Sunday drive out there on the streets of Macau.
Yeah, it certainly has been quite easy so far this weekend, as the weekend draws to a close for Fuoco. Just managing to maintain the gap. He's extended it out a little bit now to 3.6 seconds as the trio behind him try to battle their way over second place. And I think this will be when there was contact made between Mortara and Goethe going through Lisboa. Not the cleanest of passes there, but yeah, regardless, Mortara's got the place.
Yeah. dive bombed, barged him out of the way, and then he's like, goodbye, I'm on my way to the top 10, and that is why he had a 1.9 seconds gap, because he just, because there was absolutely no momentum for Benjamin Goethe, so that cost him the time pretty much. Marchiello still hanging on and still doing enough, so Heinrich though still has to keep pushing like he's got a chance every lap, because Joel Eriksson is going to be there. Joel Eriksson is going to be there, and he would love to get himself a podium spot. So it is going to be very interesting to watch this battle unfold, especially as we make our way towards the final stages, where it all does get a little bit more nervy, where you then know, okay, I'm in fourth. If you're Joel Eriksson, you're in fourth. You can see a podium ahead. Do you try and go for a bit of a Hail Mary move, a bit of a late charge and attempt to stand on the podium? That is what Freddie Slater tried in the regional race 1 year ago, Wes, if you remember, but it ended in the barriers. Risk versus reward stuff. He tried to go for the reward, but the risk unfortunately came out on top as he locked up, went straight on and hit the wall at Liz Boa as well, and couldn't get that podium spot, couldn't even get a finish then at the end of that race.
Yep, that's right, and as we approach 6 laps to go in this race, Antonio Fuoco still leading. I was just looking over the previous winners of this event, and I guess this will be the if it does finish the way it is now, this will be the first win for Ferrari at Macau.
Yeah.
This event goes all the way back to 2008. And yeah, it's been dominated for the most part by Mercedes-Benz AMG, who've won it fairly consistently going back. But yeah, it's also been won by BMW, by Audi, by Lamborghini, by Porsche. Oh!
Mortara, I think, is in the barrier. Mortara finds the barrier, and that is a disappointment. He got ahead of Benjamin Goethe, but he's gone off.
Yeah, I can't quite. It's in Sector 4. Is that? It might be at police. It's hard to say exactly. No, it's on the run down to Melco, I believe. Is he just going to get the braking all wrong? Yes, he is indeed. Just yeah, just hit the barrier on the way down, and that's that. Unfortunately,
that is that, and. As you say, such a shame. We'll come back to the winners that we were discussing a few moments ago. But yes, a first win for Aria heading in onto now. We're just waiting for confirmation. We've got about 5 laps to go off this race currently. And we make our way through with a situation of a bit of a big mistake and one of huge consequence. So that car definitely had some issues there for it to go out in that way.
And this might be quite the opportune time for a safety car to come out, because the field, there's a big field spread out. Obviously, it won't take all that long to remove that car, but it would be very, very nice to get the field back together for the last few laps of this race.
Well, we've still got the yellow flags out. I'm frantically staring at the race control board to, well, tell us whether we will be getting a possible interruption in this race. Let's take a look at a replay once again of Mortara just going straight to the scene of the accident.
Yeah, so strange. He just got the braking all wrong, it looked like. It looks very much self-inflicted. But yeah, Mortara not had the greatest of weekends, unfortunately, and so hopefully he'll come back next year and do better.
Yep, hopefully that will be the case. So I think they're just trying to deal with it under the yellows, because the field has already gone past and they're still not deploying a safety car. So doesn't look like that the safety car will be having an effect in terms of things as we make our way through on the circuit.
TV direction, hello.
as we momentarily cut to the press conference, which is why we're trying to maintain ourselves in the commentary box. Don't worry, we're not laughing at Mortara's incident. Great to see him okay, but yeah.
The editing was fantastic. It cut from the press conference and then cut immediately to Mortara, who was gesturing, or seemingly at the TV director.
Brilliant. Brilliant scenes, brilliant stuff. Okay, the race continues then. Yeah, are we just, so, what I would like, TV directors, is a shot of what's going on, because they're just leaving the yellows out in Sector 4. So...
Yeah, they are. I think what they need is what's his name? Michael thingy. Who was the race director from Abu Dhabi 2020? Michael Massey, yes. They need Michael Massey in the director's seat.
Okay.
He'd get the safety car out.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll give us a great finale. Antonio Fuoco might not like it, but Marciello absolutely probably would fancy another go at a restart, but this time actually can go with his racing well. Right, okay, we're arriving down to Melco hairpin. So what is going on over here? Oh, I can see they're trying to recover it. Have they got it up already?
Yeah. There is a crane down there at Melco, so they expect these things, but yeah, so it doesn't look like we're going to be getting a safety car for this race, unfortunately.
Yes.
It's the first time we can ever say unfortunately all weekend.
Yeah, the GTs. Well, you had the GT4 earlier, just misbehaving themselves, not getting a single full lap of green like the Road Sport Challenge yesterday, but the actual World Cup has behaved themselves as well, which is really, really nice to see, kind of, that we've at least had some racing, but I wouldn't have minded a bit of a little shake-up, and the green flags, according to our race control board, are officially back out around Macau circuit. So, yes, the car is gone, and Mortara is out, as we now get ready for a sprint to the finish, a few more laps to go for the GT World Cup.
Yeah, certainly do. Just 3 to go then. And Antonio Fuoco about to make history, as I was saying earlier, by being the first driver of a Ferrari to win here at Macau in the GT World Cup.
Yep, so that is what is at stake. Antonio Fuoco, of course, took Ferrari to the win yesterday, but of course this is what counts. This is the race that counts. He can take all the wins he likes in the qualification races. It's all about this one. This one is going to be the first official one. This one is going to be the one that we will talk about for years and years to come. And remember, this is a driver, Antonio Fuoco, who is a winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. Such a talented racer. He finished second when it came to WEC last year. He's finished third in WEC this year. And of course, he's also been doing some FP1 outings across his season this year in Formula 1. So he has had quite the time of things. He's had quite the last few years. And he's about to become the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix winner for the GTs, for the GT World Cup. So it's about to become a big moment, and of course for the manufacturer, the big manufacturer Ferrari, as they get ready to claim their first win at this big event. The battle for second place, though, Wes, is still on, and even though Marciello has had it controlled all the way through, you can never relax at Macau until you get to the checkered flag in 2 laps time.
Yeah, it's really closing up now. Even Yifei is starting to join in, but of course, as we've been saying, pretty much for the entire race, it's only in that tight and twisty infield section. They're coming on to the straight right now, and yeah, Heinrich just nowhere near close enough to mount any kind of a decent maneuver into Lisboa.
Yep, not close enough to go for it, so he'll get one more opportunity if it is to be at Lisboa. We have seen in the past, especially in different series, drivers make the move in the final few corners of the race. So if he can go all in through the middle sectors of the circuit, and then possibly there could be that slightest of chance to maybe go for the move right at the end, but that is still relying on a lot. That is relying on Marciello having bad couple of corners on the final lap, and Heinrich absolutely nailing this Macau circuit right up to the walls. What about Joel Eriksson? Will he have a part to play? What about Yiffy Ye? Because he's also joined the party, as Wes has just mentioned as well. So he finds himself as a contender, and then we get 8.4 seconds back Sheldon van der Linde. So they've all got quite a big gap in behind, and the gap between second and first is 4 seconds. So Furuko has got the great advantage. He's controlled this race absolutely brilliantly, displayed and provided the pace when required, nailed the safety car restart, and that's exactly what Ferrari would have asked him to do at the start of the day, and he has absolutely delivered. Through Melker hairpin. Now, these corners have to be absolutely perfect for Heinrich if he is to try it and get through on Marciello onto what will be the final tour of the race. 16 laps of racing are about to come to a close. Through Fisherman's Bend we go, and now it's all about the final corner. Are we going to see Heinrich remain close? Could he give himself, well, the best chance and the only chance really he's had all race long to go on the attack round the final corner, loses time again, and it looks like from here it'll need to be late on the brakes, it'll need to be a dive bomb, but it is one of the closer occasions he has had around this part of the circuit. So Marciello will be keeping an eye just in his mirrors to see whether there is any form of attack, whether there is any form of a dive bomb. But now as we actually make our way through Mandarin Bend, it looks like he's stretching his advantage back. Is Marciello, the slipstream, the power just not enough, and Joel Eriksson is actually closing in, and he's getting very close to a podium spot on the final tour.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that BMW power is much in evidence, as it really has been all weekend, to be honest, with both Marciello and Sheldon van der Linde being very, very quick in the speed traps. Yeah, and as you said, if anything, Joel Eriksson in the Audi was closer to the back of Heinrich, but still nothing doing, unfortunately, as has been the way all through this race. But it's going to be some story now. It's obviously been a very, very successful year for Ferrari in sports car racing, predominantly in hypercar this year, with them taking 1, 2, and 3 in the championship, as well as the famous Le Mans 24-hour race. And now the cherry on top is going to be the win here for Antonio Fuoco in this number 50 Ferrari.
This is a man who has won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. He's had so much success with the Scarlet team, and now he's about to give them another piece of history that they will want to remember. This fabled event about to be finally won by the prancing horse. Marciello, Heinrich and Joel Eriksson aren't separated by anything as well, but Fuoco has got the advantage. He's got the gap, and he's making his way in towards the final few corners on the final lap of the race. He took the pole position, he won the qualification race, and now he's about to make history as we make our way down towards the final corner on the last lap, and Antonio Fuoco will give Ferrari their first ever win at Macau. Antonio Fuoco wins the FIA GT World Cup. He takes the checkered flag ahead of Marciello by nearly 4 seconds, and Heinrich finishes in third. But Ferrari, you are winners at Macau for the first time. They finally win in the GT World Cup. What a brilliant race that was for Ferrari, for Marciello, but for Heinrich and Joel Eriksson, it'll be one where the opportunity just didn't come. We had Yiffy Ye in 5th, and then it was Sheldon van der Linde, Christopher Haas, and then we had Dengi, Lawrence Van Thor in 9th, and Benjamin Goethe completed our top 10, but the race belongs to Fuoco and Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there. And yeah, as you said, just that BMW far too powerful down the straight to ever be in any sort of danger. And yeah, Raffaele Marciello asserts that second place and the third step of the podium Lauren Heinrich's Porsche. He tried his best, but couldn't quite make it. But he did manage to keep Joel Eriksson behind in the Audi. He'll settle for 4th. And then a rather disappointing result, I feel, for Yifei in the 2nd Ferrari. He'll be at 5th and never really looked like he was going to trouble the cars ahead.
Yeah, never looked like it was going to go that way. But this is now special moments for Furuko and for Ferrari, especially after what happened here last year. Antonio Furuko battling for the win. In the end, due to the drama that we had at Lisboa, it went to Engel, as himself and Marciello went off the road 1 year ago. This year, he didn't have anyone to contend with, so it was a nice and easy drive. He didn't have anyone to battle with. There was no chance of drama if he could just do his own race. That's the pace he displayed. And not only the pace, Wes, I think it's important that we also reflect on how he's nailed safety car restarts, how he's nailed race starts, how there's not been anyone alongside him at all this weekend, which every single race, every single dominant winner, there's been someone alongside them across all of the other events this weekend. But Antonio Furuko has been absolutely perfect. There's not been a moment of this that he hasn't nailed.
Yeah, always been supremely quick, as has that Ferrari, really. Just he's always been in a position to control the pace. And, yeah, very, very dominant victory. And puts Ferrari in the record books here at Macau, something they have never been able to do before, despite coming here just as much as all the other manufacturers. And finally, in 2025, they put their names down in the book.
History is made. What a great combination Antonio Furuko and Ferrari are. They've shown it at Le Mans, they've shown it at Macau. And even they've got him into FP1s in Formula 1, and there's a reason for that. What this driver is giving to the team, what the team are giving to him, is just absolutely spectacular. Okay, well, myself and Wes will be back in a bit to conclude in terms of the GT. But first of all, we are going to... Go on, JT.
Is this the first GT Cup race not won by a German manufacturer?
Ooh,
Where's you're the stat man?
I will have a look. Well, if you count Lamborghini as a German manufacturer, because of course they're owned by VW, then yes, but then yeah, I believe it is the first time.
There we go. That's how much it... So we've had all forms of history created here at Macau. The Italian squad have got there. And this is going to now be quite the special moment for both the team and the driver. Looking forward to seeing the celebrations and looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go. You can already tell that Antonio Furuko is going to be excited. Let's hope the national anthem works this time, unlike the F4 that we had earlier, where we had the mechanics having to sing the national anthem instead. But they did a great job of it. The Italian flag is there with a prancing horse. And with that being said, let's head down to David Addison and Alan Hyde.
For Ferrari at Macau, and a glorious day for Antonio Furuko as well. The emotion and the celebrations as well. There was one job and they did it.
Yes, indeed so. Brilliant job done. And the AF Corsa team, as we've been saying, pretty much the Ferrari factory team, and an excellent job run by Amato Ferrari. He is the AF at AF Corsa. So Antonio Furuko goes on the scales and takes his Italian tricolore flag to go and celebrate with the rest of the Ferrari squad. Brilliant job done. Not seen Amato Ferrari here this weekend, but a very good racer himself in his earlier days in Formula 3000, and then he had a very brief spell in the British Touring Car Championship. But Antonio Furuko got as far as Formula 3, was a race winner in the European Championship. He, after that, moved on to race briefly in Formula 2. Didn't win races, got 3 victories in Formula 2, but it's as a sports car and a GT racer has really found his niche. And they're still congratulating him in the white shirt, Benjamin Franasovici from SRO, and it's SRO that coordinates this grid. He's got his Ferrari hat, but he needs a Pirelli hat. Don't want that, he says. Well, I think you need it. So he's a bit busy at the moment sorting out the flag and the photographs. We'll let him have his Ferrari cap for photos. But for a race interview, we need the Pirelli cap. Alex Legui is down there for us, and you might have to prize him away from the team here, Alex, but good luck.
Ferrari just keep making history, and you've done it again. Antonio, what a drive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last 2 weeks has been really unbelievable. I think it's like dreaming. I want to thank the guy because I think coming here after last year was tough, but at the end with the perfect weekend, I think we can never ask for something better than this. I'm just so happy for me, for the team, for everyone. I mean, we really deserve this.
Perfect from beginning to end, and what a way to finish your season personally as well, Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said, it's been really intensive season, but I think it's something that we will remember for many years.
Great job, and I know you've made Ferrari very proud.
Well done, Antonio Fuoco. And Antonio Fuoco then, more photographs required. And the flag has to be at the right place. Ferrari will take full marketing advantage of this, you can be sure. But as you say, showroom condition, not a mark on that 296.
And we get to hear one of the most jolly national anthems in a couple of minutes as well.
Very true. Right, now that he's been a factory Ferrari driver, he can be a Pirelli race winner. Change of caps. We all take our hats off to you, Antonio. That was quite a drive, a dominant display over the course of the weekend. And, he, along with Raffaele Marciello and Laurin Heinrich, will go to the podium. Everybody making sure that the right people head there. There will be a manufacturer's trophy as well, for which Antonello Coletta, the global head of endurance and Corsa Clienti, will be present. So you'll have drivers and manufacturers. Sands China will be represented on the podium to present the trophies for the race. And then Lutzleif Linden, who is the FIA GT Commission President, will do the FIA trophy part of the ceremony. Right, in your own time, Antonio. There's probably nobody else you need to embrace. So crack on, podium beckons. Up you go. And result. Antonio. Podium, sorry, dang.
Okay, well, here are the results of the World Feeders having a few issues. Antonio Fuoco becomes the first Italian driver to win the GT World Cup as well. So much history has been made thanks to, well, the prancing horse combined with Antonio Fuoco. Brilliant job by there. Marciello in second, and then Laurin Heinrich in third. Joel Eriksson fourth, Yifie fifth. Sheldon van der Linde in sixth. That is brilliant considering, remember, at the start of yesterday, in terms of the qualification race, he was all the way at the back, having to get permission to start. So it's great that he's ended it in P6. Directly in behind was Christopher Haas, and then we had Yi and Van Thor and Goethe completing our top 10. Adeli Fong was 11th, and then it was Eduardo Mortara hitting the wall hard. Same applied to Picarillo. That was on the opening corner of the circuit, and a few corner zone. Turn number 3 at Lisboa. Guven, Engstler and Boccolacci also found themselves out quickly in the chat. Travis is quite happy, but also not as much, because he's mentioned, I would have liked to have the Porsches up there, but it's okay. And he's also mentioned up next is the FIA Formula Regional main race. It is indeed, Wes. That should be quite good. But yeah, we've been looking at the stats and everything behind the scene. Quite a big moment, The record books getting quite a lot written in it in this 16-lap after the 16-lap contest.
group.
Yep, absolutely. But such a great moment in what is sunny skies as well. What a contrast to 1 year ago where we had to cancel the motorbikes race. Luckily we had that. That took place yesterday as well. It's been a great weekend and it only has the regional to go. The main event, who's going to win the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. Well, everything from the weekend so far suggests Freddie Slater, but at the end of the day it is Macau and anything is possible, and we have seen that overtaking is more easier in the regional cars than it is when it comes to the GT as well, just due to the slipstream and a bit less dirty air, especially at different parts. And of course, we have to also counter in the more equalized performance rather than some cars having advantages down straight, some through the corners, and it all just not balancing out with this circuit. Due to some parts of the circuit, the drivers can really close in if their car works well, but then they can't do anything with it because they can't make the overtake. So there's always a few limitations. The wet conditions actually did allow quite a lot to happen in the race, to be fair, last year. But that's why qualifying is just so important, and then throughout the races, just keeping it clean. That is so vital. Let's head down to the podium ceremonies.
World Cup. First of all, let's welcome the winning drivers to join us on the podium. On the second runner-up, it goes to number 22, Raukin Hadidich from Germany. On first runner-up, it goes to number 53, Raffaele Marchero from Switzerland. And the winner is number 50, Antonio Fuoco from Italy. Congratulations. And also we would like to invite the winning manufacturer representative, Ferrari, Mr. Alizio Tonini, the endurance performance specialist. Welcome all the drivers to join us on the podium. And now, it's time for the national anthem for the winner. Thank you. And now let's proceed to the trophy presentation. May we now invite our presenter to join us. Let's welcome Dr. Wilfred Wong, Executive Vice Chairman of Sense China Limited, to present the laurel and trophies to the top 3 winning drivers. First of all, to our second runner-up. Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen, number 22, Raukin Hadidich from Germany. Congratulations, and let's move on to our first runner-up driver, number 53, Raffaele Marchero. Congratulations, and of course, to the top of the podium, the winner is number 50, Antonio. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite Mr. Dave Sun, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Sense China Limited, Managing Director of Venetian Macau Limited, to present the winning manufacturer laurel and trophy to the representative of Ferrari. Congratulations! Let's gather at the center. Let's take a photo together. All right. Please smile for the camera at the front. Cool. Please look at the front, at the media zones cameras as well. Let's capture this fantastic moment. Once again, congratulations. Drivers, please remain at the current position. Thank you, our guests. Thank you. Thank you. Driver, please remain at the current position. Please remain at the current position. Let's invite Mr. Lutz Leif Linden, FIA GT Commission President, to present the trophy to the winner. Once again, to Antonio Fuoco, congratulations. And also, another trophy to the winning manufacturer. Mr. Alizio Tonini, please. Ferrari! Congratulations! Let's take a photo together. Thank you. Please look at the front once again. Let's hold our trophy, take one more photo. We would definitely like to capture down your glory moment with your shyness smile. Congratulations once again. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Lutz Leif Linden. Thank you very much. And to all the winners, it's your celebration time, the champagne time. All right. We are all ready to celebrate with our drivers on the podium. Once again, a loud cheers! Congratulations! Woo!
Or if anyone...
Thank you very much. Congrats. It's definitely a moment to remember. Thank you very much. And to all the winning drivers, please again remain on the podium. Now I'll pass the time to Chris to have some interview with our winning drivers, please.
Thank you very much. It's always the poor old manufacturer representative that gets wettest on the podium. Lauren, many congratulations. A great effort. Second visit to Macau on the podium. I spoke to Jan on the grid. He said the hotter weather might suit the Porsches a little bit better. So it proved to be. He had a very good start.
Yeah, it was a very good start. I mean, at this point, I have to say, Jan and me worked really well together through turn 1 and turn 2. I think he was in a really great position, and we were just trying to follow each other. In the end, I have to say, I feel really sorry for him because he would have deserved it the same as me. We were braking behind each other, and I got tagged from behind, so I had nowhere to go. I was braking the brake pedal as hard as I could, but yeah, I'm really sorry for him. He would have really deserved it. But thanks for my team, CLRT and Porsche. I think we did a great turnaround of the weekend where we struggled a bit in the beginning. But we had a great car today. Unfortunately, I could not make the move. I think, as you said, had advantage in the early laps. But yeah, where I make the lap time versus the others, it was just a bit too difficult to go for a move. But in the end, I'm really happy at my second visit to come home with a trophy.
Yeah, in the middle of the lap, you were super quick, down into the hairpin, but there's no way to overtake there. And then at the end of the lap, the start of the lap, the high-speed sections, the BMW just a little bit quicker than you.
Yeah, exactly. It got a bit frustrating. I mean, I tried everything I could in the end to exit the hairpin as close as I can, but you always have this catching effect, and it's hard to stay close at the exit. In the end, I ran out of tools in my toolbox, but still, it's great to race around this legendary place, and I'm hoping to come back soon.
Super job. Well done, Lauren. Great job by you. And Raffaele, congratulations, second place. It feels like, from an outsider's point of view, you got the most that you could possibly get from the BMW today. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, we are the only one with the front engine now, and we know that we need an advantage in Sector 1 to be quick. And yeah, I mean, I think the Ferrari overall was the fastest car. Antonio did an amazing job, so at 10th, I think P2 was the maximum possible.
Still nice to get your first podium here as a BMW driver, and you had to, be aware of Lauren behind you and the Audi of Joel as well. So you still had to remain focused.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Porsche was unused and I was on new tire, I was still struggling a lot. But yeah, as I said, luckily I have a good Sector 1 and last sector, so I was always able to keep some safety, let's say. And we know in Macau it's very hard to overtake also, so at the end I just had to keep it clean, and then yeah.
And the start was mega. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think if I got, I don't know, he braked for Mandarin or he slowed down because he was very inside. So I saw the opportunity and I took it. I don't know with Alessio what happened, but I didn't have any contact with him. But yeah, I knew I had to do something at the start because it was my only chance. And yeah, unfortunately, I came one position too short.
It worked to get the podium there. Well done. Great to see you again. Here he is, our winner. Wow. Is there anything better than hearing the Italian national anthem? First Italian to win the GT World Cup. Your first win, Ferrari's first win. The perfect day.
Yeah, I mean, I think throughout the weekend we did an amazing job, and I want to thank all the guys because really pushed since the beginning. Was a payoff from last year because I think we went really close, and this weekend we did everything perfect. So I just want to thank all of them. It's really special to be here today, and I think the last couple of weeks has been amazing. So it's really a dream come true, and I'm so happy to be here today.
You built a nice big lead, then the safety car came out, which you probably didn't want to happen, but your restart was fantastic. You gave yourself a nice easy run on the restart to the first braking point.
Yeah, I mean, if I need to be honest, I was quite scared looking at the speed of the BMW on the straight, but I think I was able to manage a really good restart, and it works quite well, and then I just try to keep the margin and manage until the end.
And where does this victory rate in your career?
I mean, one of the top 3, I would say.
That's pretty good. Listen, you've been superb, a superstar all weekend. Many congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone.
Your race winner, GT Cup World Champion, Antonio Fuoco.
Congratulations once again to all the winning drivers. So ladies and gentlemen, there will be another anticipated race later in the afternoon. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Congratulations then to Lauren Heinrich for third place, Raffaele Marciello second, and Antonio Fuoco takes a first FIA GT World Cup win. The Macau GT Cup falls to Ferrari and Antonio Fuoco at the end of a dominant display here on the streets of Macau.
It really does, and it means we've only got one more race left, and that is the regional that will be coming our way in just under 2 hours' time. And, well, we're going back to the first time where we covered the Macau Grand Prix here on JB Motorsports in 2023 to what was the final ever Formula 3 race around this circuit, with it being changed to regional. So let's go down and join myself when I was a lot more younger, commentating on the 2023 race of Macau.
Hasn't watched, if anyone is watching and hasn't watched the GT and doesn't want it spoiled, the winner, so just go on mute for about 5 seconds until I put my hand up. The winner is Raffaele Marciello. Hopefully I've said that name right. Okay, right. Anyway, back onto what's going on here, but it's a long lap around here, so the formation lap is very long and all of that stuff. So that is the reason why. That is the reason why right now. So I've got a ping. What is going on? What has happened? My phone notifications are exploding. I hope something chaotic in Vegas didn't happen. I really do hope. I mean, I don't mind. The runway, some of that is absolute chaos. For anyone want to know, I've gone full in on Macau. I've gone full into a point where I haven't even watched from Vegas, and I could have watched about 40 minutes. Okay, right, 40 minutes of the race. Right. Okay. Final cars are getting into position for the 70th running of the Macau Grand Prix. Green flag at the back. Here we go. The 5 red lights will be coming on any second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red lights. And the 70th running of the Macau Grand Prix is underway with a good start from the pole to the Luke Browning. Mini's got away well as well, and he's going to try and get past Alex Dunn. Now, the slipstreaming will begin, and Luke Browning will try hold the lead. Mini's going to be tucking in the slipstream, so will Dino Beganovic as we head towards the braking zone. Looks like Browning is going to cut across. Mini, can Dunn try and keep second position? Can he try and keep one Prema behind? No, he can't even keep two at this stage. It looks like Dino Beganovic is trying to head through. Dennis Hauger's in the mix as well. And now, Mini's in the slipstream. Dunn's trying to get to the inside line. He's going to switch to the outside. Beganovic goes to the inside. And then we have Hauger trying to go round the outside. Boyer is in there as well. And Alex Dunn is into the wall. Alex Dunn into the wall. The star of yesterday finds the barrier on the opening tour of the Macau Grand Prix. And he's done such a brilliant weekend. But he will not be rewarded with the main prize. He won't have a chance for victory as he is out on the opening lap. And he's into the wall. Alex Dunn. Dino Beganovic moves up to third, Aaron to fourth, Hauger to fifth, Marty to sixth. But that's such a big disappointment for Alex Dunn. His race does not go any longer than the opening couple of corners. Wow. That's a bit upsetting. That is really a bit upsetting for Alex Dunn. I kind of commentated it like one thing to like that thing. And then... now I'm talking like a fan. Well, anyway, this is a commentary watch along, by the way, so... right. Anyway, okay, so the 5 red lights went out. So, Luke Browning gets away well. Dunn doesn't get the best start, so that gets the attention on the two Premas. Mini's already on the inside, and we didn't really see too much slipstreaming for the lead because Dunn just didn't get away well. Now we start seeing a bit of the slipstream, but now Luke Browning is cutting away all of them. So Dunn's on the outside line, two Premas on the inside. They go to the corner, but now this is where the chaos is going to happen. So they're all in the slipstream again. Browning is being pressured. Dunn has the inside. Dunn's trying to get the inside line. He has to go over to the outside line because Mini blocks that one off. Around the outside, just not going to make the corner. And that's what happens. And that's exactly what happens. There's just not enough runoff to go wider into the corner and have that position. It's just not possible. It just really isn't possible. It's really not possible to just so many drivers to make their way through that part. And it's a corner that pinches on you as well. So it's not like so it's basically like the circuit goes like this, and they're all drivers will go like this as well. And the circuit kind of comes out on itself like that. Kind of comes out on itself. So more towards that way. So it means that you're going through it means that if you're 3 wide, someone on the outside is not making the corner. Now, usually, sometimes we see someone on the inside not make the corner, and if that happens, then, out of all you go. Track is clear. We're racing once again in the 70th anniversary Macau Grand Prix. Slow getaway. There, coming from Paul Aron, is going to get the attentions of Dennis Hauger. Looks like he's now been able to recover that. All 3 Premas together on the circuit. Mini, Beganovic, Aron. Second, third, and fourth. Marty has been overtaken by Mary Boyer. It seems like... from what our timing page is telling us. Now they're all trying to break the slipstream. Luke Browning's not got any slipstream to break, though. He has got P1 on the road. And they are gaining on him, though. And here we go. Talking about gaining, there's going to be an opportunity for a move in the background. Now, trying to go round the outside into the braking zone. I think that might be Charlie Words attempting something. It was Charlie Words attempting something. He was trying to make the move on Marty, but that's not going to be a successful one there. So nothing's going to happen with that. And they're all making their way through the corners right now in single file. But we've already had a bit of chaos and a dramatic elimination. An elimination which I don't think anyone would have wanted. But unfortunately we did get it. Now, Gabriele Mini. What kind of pressure can he put on Luke Browning? DRS will be activated from the next lap. What kind of pressure is he able to apply? That's going to be now the interesting question for this race. Talking about pressure, though, I think more than ahead, he needs to look behind because he's got his teammate, Dino Beganovic, right on his tail. Right on his tail to a point where he's pushing him through the corners. And me talking about Mini, possibly. That's completely changed. That has completely changed. 2 seconds now, the gap. So Mini's losing more time. So, brilliant news if your name is Luke Browning that the battle is so exciting for second position, or will be, as they head on to the straight. And Beganovic is surely going to try put some pressure on his teammate. Now, over the line they go to start another lap. And now this is where you are going to be seeing Beganovic put some pressure on. We're watching from the rear wing of the Alpine Academy man being chased by a Ferrari Academy man. Both in Prima for next season. Beganovic obviously had the season there this year. Here comes Dino Beganovic now for the move. He's going to try go round the outside of Gabriele Mini. He's done it into the braking zone. And Dino Beganovic moves up to second position. Use the DRS and into the wall. Into the wall. Into the wall. We see go. Dino Beganovic. Dino Beganovic goes into the barrier. And he made the move. But he could not make the corner. And he got it done really before the braking zone, but he was clearly too late on the brakes there. And Dino Beganovic will fall down the order after a moment. He would have been celebrating that he got second. Instead, it's going to be out of the 70th running of the Macau Grand Prix. Just a lockup. Just a lockup. So, it wasn't even too much momentum, just locking up and straight into the wall. So, we've got the full course yellow now. Out onto the circuit, but what a Macau from what I've heard and from what I've been seeing, what a Las Vegas Grand Prix, because as I said, I can't avoid notifications, but what a Macau Grand Prix this is turning out to be. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say right now yet for the good reasons, because I don't think any of us wanted Alex Dunn out, and I really didn't want a Prima out either. However, it's not going to hurt me as much as Ferrari, because, you know, Prima... F2 and F3 is kind of a series I like to watch as kind of like a neutral, and I've learned to do that over the years, so that's good. I was a big Robert Schwartzman fan, so I think kind of he left a bit, so you know it opened. It also did help me a tiny bit. Also Oscar Piastri as well. You like Behrman quite a bit though. Anyway, ignore me. We're back to green flag racing. So the full course yellow has been cleared and we're racing once again. And now, what can Mini do? The gaps come down by about 0.5 of a second during this period. And now, out of the last few couple of corners we come. And who is now going to be looking for the move? We've got Primas in there. We've got MP Motorsports in there. We've got Helga Boyer, Aron and Mini. And we've got Luke Browning trying to hold them all off. He's got a 1.1 second advantage, and it's being closed by Gabriele Mini as we head on to the straight. And now you're going to see Luke Browning trying to weave, trying to break that slipstream to stop Mini getting closer and closer and closer. But that's what Gabriele Mini is doing. He's pulling away from Aron. He's getting closer to the race lead, and you can see he's in the slipstream. Keep an eye on Dennis Hauger. He's getting very, very close. He's going to try and go round the outside. He's forced Paul Aron off the racing line. This is Charlie Wurz up against Pepe Marti, and there is not going to be anything done there between the pair of them. But Mini has closed the gap. The gap is 0.6 of a second. He's getting closer and closer. And also, Hauger is attacking Paul Aron. Mini doesn't have much pressure now from the back. Instead, he's closer to the car in front. Game on in Macau. I have to say, this race is really... As I mentioned yesterday, this race is going to be a bit more exciting than yesterday. Because the only thing that matters is first. Second is equal to crashing. Simple as that. That's how I look at it with this non-championship event. I mean, I only remember who finishes first from every year. Not who finishes second. Well, I can remember from 2019, but that's because it was a close one. But, you know. Anyway. Don't think I'll remember that in a few years. Anyway, right. Mini's lost some time now to Browning. I don't know. I kind of feel like saying Bortoleto now. I don't know why. In this series, for some reason, as soon as we come to Macau, I feel like saying Bortoleto. Even though Browning was in F3 this season. And I said his name enough. But Bortoleto should hopefully be in FIA F2 next year. Luke Browning. I think possibly another season in F3 needs some work on some stuff. Maybe even F2 if he, maybe even F2 if he feels like it. But we'll see. A driver with a lot of potential is Luke Browning, but I think a lot of points in the season he hasn't been able to show it. Has Luke Browning. Now, back to the battle we go between Hauger and Aaron. 1.3 seconds now between Mini and Browning. And here we go. Now the DRS is open for Dennis Hauger to try and make the move. He's going to go round the outside. Is he going to be able to make the corner unlike Dino Beganovic did? Well, watch him. The camera's going to follow him because we know it can be a bit tight down there. He's made the corner. He's got the pass done. Dennis Hauger's up into third. And he is on a charge. The driver who won the FIA Formula 3 Championship in 2021 is on the attack right now. 1.5 seconds till second position. A further second till the race lead. Wow, Hauger's on it. Hauger's making the passes. 11 laps to go. We're almost getting to the distance we had yesterday. The qualification race distance. This race is interesting. Oh, I've just seen another spoiler of F1. Oh. How many was expected? I know who's won. I know all of that. So, Browning, Mini, Hauger, Aaron, Boyer, the top 5. Right now, just looking at some of the other drivers. Says Montoya is in the pit lane. Interesting. Just quickly replying to a message. There we go. So, 11 laps to go. And right now, I think Boyer's also now putting the pressure on Paul Aron. So both MPs are looking on the attack right now. Here we go. This is a chance for Mari Boyer. And now he's going to go. Is he going to go to the inside? Will it be the outside? It's going to be the outside line for Mari Boyer. Can Paul Aron try do anything to keep him behind? No. And if the move is completed, the next question is, can they make the corner? And he does make it. Because it does seem like every time a driver goes into that corner with too much momentum, it does seem to decide not... well, they decide not to make the corner instead. And that's one of the things, as I said, the barrier points outwards on the circuit. I'm also going to quickly double check for everyone if we've got any live timings back. Because I know yesterday they decided they didn't want to work. And today, earlier on, because if I click on it, it shows me a blank page. They worked for me in F4. They worked for me earlier on this weekend in F3. And then they didn't work yesterday's race. So, a bit funny with that. Oh, nothing we can unfortunately do with the live timings. But hopefully in the future, we do get some... Well, hopefully it does work in the future. And hopefully Josh B can actually do this in the future. Because he's also wanted to do it. His plan was actually earlier this year to do it, but Las Vegas got in the way. We've had some good racing so far. From what I've heard, Vegas was good. I'm gonna probably watch the highlights. Maybe even extended highlights will be needed. Because from what I've heard, it was a good one. So maybe a bit of extended highlights. Anyway, Paul Aron's kept right on the back of Mari Boyer. And he will have DRS to try and make the move as well. Car number 10 versus car number 28. There's Luke Browning. He's just keeping the gap right now to Mini by 1.8 seconds. So he's right now just maintaining it. But it's further back that we need to look to see any kind of moves. Well, we need to look even further back because we're going 3 wide. Surely this is not going to end well. Rashor backs out. He knows how this circuit is. He's a winner around this circuit. They somehow all make their way through the corner. And Richard Rashor knew to back out. He was up against Zane Maloney. And I believe it was Larens he was up against. Just going to double check for us. Yep, Lawrence Van Hopen he was up against. So they somehow make their way through the corner when they were going 3 wide. 2 wide hasn't worked so far. Vavashaw backed out, and we just about avoided it. And now I've just seen someone saying one of the best races of the season. Well, that's good then. That is good for Vegas. Okay, I cannot wait to watch this one then. Back. So a lot of drivers then are really, so a lot of drivers now are starting to put some pressure on and trying to go for some moves. And any chance of a victory in Macau, it looks like it's going to be hard for anyone now to do it. But safety cars are definitely possible, so if anyone does decide they want to head to the barrier, which we usually see quite a lot around this circuit. We joined Sophia Flourish. We last saw of her. We've seen her earlier today, but the main last time we saw her when she was making a move yesterday on a replay. So she was on the attack on the opening lap. Driving for Van Amersfoort. The Alpine Academy driver right now. For qualifying 1, she really was looking good, but she was looking pacey, but she got blocked a bit. Traffic interrupted her laps. So, disappointment a bit for Sophia Flourish as well. Here we go. We look further back. Oh, that is going to be so tight as Paul Aron's trying to keep Marty behind, who's trying to go around the outside. Now, can he set up the up and under? It just looks like both of those drivers just go onto the same line through the corner. Richard Rashor makes the move on his fellow F2 driver, Zane Maloney, on a F2 fellow driver, as both of them obviously racing in Formula 2. Zane Maloney won the last 3 feature races in Formula 3 last year in 2022. We've had 2 cars going off the road, and one of them was the Van Amersfoort. Couldn't see who the other one was. Couldn't even see the car numbers, as I just looked at it when I was absolutely waffling about stuff. So I believe it might have been Leon and Armstrong. Oh, big crash for the Prema. The Prema's gone off the road, and there's fire to the back. There's a big accident here in Macau, and we can just about see it. The driver has got out of the car. It's Paul Aron, who has gone off the road, and the safety car has been deployed. Understandably, fire to the back. And a big accident there. And we hope he is okay. It looks like he's walking. That's good. He's out of the car very quickly. There's fire to the back. And that's exactly what I was saying. Browning might have been safe. He might have had a 4-second gap so far. But 1 second. The barriers are close by. And out of the race goes Paul Aron. And it might help his teammate to victory, or chanted victory. He was the driver who was attacking yesterday, but remember, the car split in 2 pieces. So the back has also split. That is a big accident. A really big accident. And there's fire. You can see how big the fire is. Right now to the back. Safety car understandably out. But remember, Mini was the driver who was attacking Browning yesterday. Then Alex Dunn all of a sudden dived to the inside on the safety car restart. Hauger's looked pacey as well. So could Dennis Hauger do something? And there's damage as well to Charlie Wurz, is it? Charlie Wurz, yeah. So Charlie Wurz has got a bit of damage there. I mean, there's been a lot that we've missed. Because, all we know is Leon and Armstrong had a moment. Then we cut to Paul Aron having a moment. And now it looks like Charlie Wurz has had some issues. And is that a damaged front wing? It looks like it's a damaged front wing for Marty as well. Right, yeah, this is being a bit confusing now. Everything's going on at once. So, I believe there's a damaged front wing for Marty. And there's a damaged front wing for Charlie Wurz. So, they had some kind of contact that we missed. Okay. Right. I think, is that it? Oh, it's gone onto the tire. And these guys are slowing everyone up. These guys are slowing everyone up. The top 3, the top 4 are all in a train, but it's a 1 minute and 2 seconds gap behind. Because these guys got foaming damage. This is Paul on. Big impact. And we don't really see the back 2 tires make a bid for freedom. And Marty's driving around. So is Charlie Wurz with a damaged front wing. And they're just about keeping it together. But yeah, it's absolute chaos in Macau. As expected. This race is really turning out to be one of those crazy ones. So, taking a look further back, and look at this. They're 1 minute and 3 seconds back. That's how much these guys are losing. And the tire has been destroyed with that. Basically a puncture tire they're driving around with. These two. Just what a race in Macau. And is that that's the red flag I'm seeing being called, is it? Yep, should be. Red flag's being waved. So it looks like there's too much chaos, even for everyone there. Which I'm not really surprised on, because it does seem like one of those where it's too chaotic. So the race has been suspended. We've got a red flag here in Macau. After back.
Yep. We're coming up towards the area. It looks okay. The red and yellow striped flag, of course, out. Going very slowly, keeping right to the inside to avoid any of it. But definitely keep on an eye on that. And surprised it won't be the last crash that we see there, maybe through the exit of police. And we've the only corner name I know of the Macau circuit, so a good start there. 1 minute until the rest of the pack releases, and I don't think Sebastian Montoya has gotten out on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we've just been focused on Armstrong, and so it looks like he's just gonna stay in. So he's just gonna stay in there, and that's gonna be his race there.
The one corner that looks like Monaco, but it's 100 times smaller and tighter. But it has caught some people out, and everybody will now resume as the number 29 of Marcus Armstrong joins the back of the pit lane queue.
And there we go. We're now leaving the pit lane with Luke Browning and Minnie as they all accelerate down the pit lane behind the safety car now. So we continue now back as they all make their way down the pit lane back to racing now. Obviously not fully racing, but we're going to be behind the safety car. No overtaking as of yet. We're going to be coming up to one of the crucial restarts of Luke Browning. The long delay is over, and we are about to get some action underway with Mini going on the attack, trying to get past Browning. Hauger, Boyer's going to be in there as well. If Mini doesn't judge it to perfection, he could end up losing to Hauger or Boyer. But as we said, winning is everything. Second and crashing out of the race really can be equal at times. The no points, obviously, non-championship event. So the only thing that drivers really want is winning. So if Mini does go for it, even if he does lose second position from it, it's definitely worth it. So Charlie Wurz looks like has dropped down the order as well. So now this is going to be hopefully a really, really tight one all the way till the end, but with drivers not going into the barrier is what we're going to be hoping. But it's Macau, so surely there's going to be some kind of chaos. But now there's going to be a crucial restart for Browning if he wants to take victory in Macau.
Yep, absolutely. But it's always Macau, just expect the unexpected. And coming through, that was quite a tight turn through that part of the circuit, tighter than usual, I believe. But we are coming up towards where the Paul incident was. of course, the Lamborghini safety car out in front with 6 laps remaining. 5, of course, after the safety car comes in, and we're coming through Marshall Point 10. The incident was at Marshall Point 11/12, so we'll see all the cars going through here. There we are. Anyone gonna go for the wide line? Nope. Everyone stays on the tight inside line to stay away from everything. Down towards the hairpin now we go, but we have to go through police first.
Yep, we do. So now there goes Richard Shaw. They're all going to be together. Sophia Flourish and Solar also together right now on the circuit. So let's see how they're going to be able to do on this safety car restart now as well. But this is going to be really, really crucial. Luke Browning knows he's got to try and get this restart the best he can. But Mini and Helga's got to make sure that he does not fly away from the field. He's starting to back the pack up. They're going to get really, really close together here. And you can see now he's backing them all up and also accelerates now a tiny bit. But he's keeping the field pretty much together. And this restart now. How close can Gabriele Mini stay? Onto the back is going to be crucial. And can he now try and get in the slipstream? And he's also going to try and make sure that we do see us. Here we go. He's gone. Luke Browning has gone. So he's taken us back, it seems like, to green flag racing as the field is pretty separated. But he's got the jump now. So Browning takes us back to green flag racing. Mini's not going to have a chance at that moment in time unless he can now tuck in the system. Oh, the safety car's still out. Oh, never mind. I thought we were about to go back to racing.
I think even Luke Browning thought that we were going to go back to racing this time.
Yeah.
But the safety car light stayed on. Everybody got backed up. But Luke Browning did go, and he did think that the safety car was going in. But then the moment of realization, but safety car is in this lap. So instead of 5 laps of racing, we will get 4 laps of racing. What's the point of that? Is it maybe tyre temps? We don't know, but the Macau circuit is long enough to get tyre temps in 1 lap, I do believe. But we won't talk about that. We just put that down to the FIA.
Yeah.
Doing FIA things. But we get to have a look at the Macau circuit 1 lap in slow, of course, up the hill. But just before you get to the hairpin, such a tight corner. It's wide for a street circuit, but then once you get to the final part of the circuit, it gets really tight. It gets tight, but then it gets tighter, and then it just goes from like that wide well, not like that wide, but you know what I mean, like quite small for a racetrack, to then just like instantly the final 2 corners just like what.
Yeah, absolutely. So now another lap behind the safety car. The tyres really should have been warmed up with the 1 lap that we had, and the 1 lap, obviously a very long circuit, as you said, so it should have been able to get warmed up. Browning thought we were going back, I thought we were going back, everyone thought, but looks like the safety car staying out, and we didn't obviously get the confirmation, but now we have for this lap, so it's going to be coming in at the end of this lap, and this lap we are going to be going.
Is it 6 kilometers?
I don't even remember now. Macau.
Do you want me to go on the web for you, expert commentator Omi?
Yes. Right. So we should be now this lap. At the end of this lap, getting underway, and I thought Browning would have, and I really thought that Browning just got the best start of his life that he needed, but nope. Another lap out there. The safety car. This time you can start backing them up, and we are going to be going back to green flag racing, as you can see right now at the moment.
Okay, I do actually know stuff.
Okay, is it 6?
6.12, 3.8, but we're going to green, Omi.
Here we go. Gabriele Mini is going to have to stay tucked up. Browning will try and go and catch Mini out. Hauger's going to be in there as well. And after the long delay, it's time to go racing once again here at Macau. Keep an eye on Gabriele Mini. Keep an eye on Dennis Hauger as well, as Browning is really slowing them up. Getting ready to go. When does he go, though? is the question. We're still waiting, still waiting. He's going to take the wide line and then get his foot down to the floor and take us back to green flag racing. There he goes, and Dennis Hauger is going to be on the back as well of Gabriele Mini, but Mini's going to be getting closer all the while to Browning. Boyer's close to Hauger as well as we head onto the straight. Keep an eye on Isaac Hadra going on the attack. Browning looks like has got a bit of an advantage. Mini's trying to defend as they get on the brakes now. Hauger's trying to go around the outside, so is Boyer, and keep an eye on this. Look at this, Hauger is going to try and make the move for the race lead as well, so Hauger's in the slipstream. Mini's going to pull out. We're almost going 3 wide for the lead once again. Hadja trying to go round the outside. Rashaw's in there as well. They're side by side though for the race lead, and Browning is just going to hold on. Are they going to make their way through the corner? Marty was super close to going into the barrier, but it does look like Browning is going to just about hold the lead, but that was so close to the lead changing right there. But Browning does just about hold on to it, and Hauger is now in second position past Mini.
Yep, and we have just got word from race direction. Maximum race duration time is 17:30 and DRS activated next lap. But up San Francisco Hill we go.
Wow, that was really a great restart to see there. And Hauger got the move done on Mini. Mini not with the best restart, but Mini is staying onto the back of Hauger. That's the crucial thing. Browning is going to also try pull away. And if he can pull away before the DRS, that's going to be crucial. And he has. He's got a 1.3 second advantage. So Mini's going to try take second position once again. But Browning has done what he's done on all restarts. And that is just pull away. And it got so tight into the braking zone. Vashaw is now in 6th position. So Vashaw making some good progress right on that restart as well. So it was a rolling start, just like we usually see with the safety car. So they don't like to put a standing start for the F3s and F2s at all. But Browning has been able to pull away. He's got a 1.4 second advantage, so it's looking good for Browning right now.
Yep, and we've got yellow flags at turn 19 and turn 22. So what has happened there, we'll see in a couple of seconds' time.
There we go. Car off the road. And it is Maxwell Esterson who's gone off the road there. Oh, another big accident. Oh, we've had another car that's gone off the road. Can't see which number it is.
A hairpin.
Yep.
Number 5.
Yeah, that's Esterson, but there's been another car that's gone off the road.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, so that's another car that's gone off the road.
I'm a little bit delayed on you.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's the Alpine Academy, and it might be Solov. It might be Solov who's gone off with that one. So
that's a Solov moment.
Yeah, Solov's gone off the road. Here we go. More racing coming now. More action down to the braking zone. Are we going to go 3 wide in the background? Looks like the drivers do want to risk it. That's not going to work. And they almost collide. They just about keep themselves going. And that is Ollie Goethe trying to keep right now. Ollie Goethe trying to steep Stanek and Tixum behind as well. So definitely getting really close together between all the drivers as they went 3 wide, and that was super close to contact. That would not have worked, and they just about made their way through the corner though.
Yeah, well, still a yellow in the 5th sector, the final part of the circuit. Esterson has got going, but safety car.
Oh,
and here's the 3 wide moment, and they did bang at wheels. There was some big contact. I'm surprised that they all got through that corner, but with 3 laps to go, Amy, will we get going again?
That's going to be the question.
It is a long circuit, and the safety car does go quite slow round here, so we could get a 1 lap dash, maybe if we're lucky 2 laps. And at Macau, 1 lap, just 6.12 kilometers, 3.8 miles. Chaos.
Yeah, chaos is going to be coming then. But we do have a safety car, so a late finish. And that's because Solov has found the wall as we now are looking in with him. But yeah, we went 3 wide and somehow they kept together. Did Sophia Flourish, Ollie Goethe as well, who were all involved in that run. And Loris Van Hopen. But Solov, as you said, another Solov thing really. Finding the barrier and crashing out.
It's also at the part of the track where they don't have... I didn't see a crane because, well, to the left of it, there's a massive main road into Macau. So there is the recovery truck coming out the back of Fisherman's. But this is this fifth sector / start of first sector is definitely the widest part of the track, and then it really tightens up, as if you want to call it, the back roads of the Macau circuit. But let's have a look on board with Tictum.
Oh, so that's what happens then.
Yep.
With Sophia.
Who was in front of Tictum? Was it Stanek? Yes.
Yeah, Roman Stanek in front.
Could we
of
see
Tictum then.
Roman Stanek's view?
Yeah, that would be good. But
That-
yeah, we would be able to see a tiny bit more with that. However, I think we also had where Solov's gone off. I think we also had a F4 car, and they had to do the exact same thing 1 week ago. And I don't believe in that one we actually got underway. We ended under the safety car. Now let's hope that is not the case with this one though, and that we do end under green flag racing with a 1-lap shootout all the way till the end.
Yeah, and look at that. When I mean the safety car can go slow around Macau, the safety car can go slow, and we may just get going. But if my calculations are correct, the safety car would have to come in at the end of this lap.
Yep, does look like it. So let's see then. We're hoping that we can get some more racing action, but safety car was expected and predicted, and that's exactly what Hauger would want, or Mini would want, a chance to take the race lead once again. And if they can, then wow, just imagine how it would feel for Browning right at the end in the last few moments of the race. Dominated qualification race, has kept everyone behind so far, but if he has to deal with another restart, then that is gonna hurt for him. Now, just Sofia Florish's car is, Solov's car is still there, and they're all quickly getting out.
This is good for Luke Browning.
Yeah.
I don't think this race is gonna restart. If with a safety car, with 2 laps to go, if there's a late safety car and you're in the lead, you have a really good chance of sticking with it, just due to the nature of the circuit. I've said it many a times, it isn't the best circuit for access. I think Monaco just has better access, but it's also through this tight section down towards the hairpin through Donna Maria and down to Melco. There's not a lot of access points for recovery. They have to come a long way. I believe there's one. No, there isn't. Safety car restart not following race director instruction, I believe, is under investigation for car 15 and 12. So Hadja and Marty is either noted or under investigation.
Okay, so we'll see what happens then with that one. But now
let's have a look.
Yeah, we're having a look at a replay of this restart once again. It was really a good start from Browning. Hauger was in there, so was Boya, already putting pressure on Mini. And then the long slipstreaming they all do get. Hauger went to the outside line, got the direct slipstream there from Browning. And then Boya also tucks in and gets past. So MP Motorsports going on the attack. Then Hauger has a go for the race lead. Mini tries to make it 3 wide to the inside. Browning just tries to cut across him. And Browning with the inside line just about is able to hold in. If you are on the outside line, or your main goal at that point is just to try and make the corner there. Because, as I said, the barrier sticks out a tiny bit. And it's not always good. But here we go. On to the final lap. We are now. And it looks like we are going to be ending behind the safety car.
Yeah. So, we'll wait for the checkered flag to fly. But we can now call Luke Browning your 2023 FIA F3 World Cup winner.
Yes. Unless he decides to bin it during the safety car. Which, anything is possible at Macau, so we'll wait for him to come over the finish line. But yeah, he is going to be our winner.
I mean, it would be... It would become a massive meme, and just a... There's not that many Luke Browning moments, but it would just become a stupid moment because of how slow the safety car does go around the Macau circuit. But as you said,
crazy things can happen. So
yes,
absolutely. So Luke Browning though has really done this race and even the qualification race absolutely brilliantly. Controlled it fantastically in the qualification race. Drivers were going to be more aggressive in the main race. Didn't matter to him. He kept it, and it's really been great to see Luke Browning after a Formula 3 season that was okay for him, but he definitely wanted a better F3 season. Well, he's going to have a victory in Macau. Started on pole for the qualification race, maintained that. Was on pole for this one, has maintained all the challenges from absolutely everyone in this field, has Luke Browning. But what a drive I have to say today by Dennis Hauger as well. Hauger with a great drive today, really has driven well to make some overtakes. It wasn't just about him getting free positions with so many crashes. He's made a lot of moves today with the DRS. We saw earlier on when we did get part of the race where we weren't getting a lot of crashes. He made the moves, and also on the safety car restart. Really did go for it. So great stuff as well by Hauger. Mini's always been in there. He's going to get third position just like he did in the qualification race. But he's always been challenging for the lead. And then on the safety car restarts, they haven't been his friend. He's been losing second position instead of challenging, like we saw in the qualification race where Alex Dunn had his moment. And Alex Dunn's race didn't go further than the opening corners of this one today, though. So
yeah,
Alex Dunn is going to be really upset with that one. However, Luke Browning, though, is going to be absolutely really happy. He's driven brilliantly, as I mentioned. And Boyer, also, great job by him. Verschoor, great stuff also by the 2019 winner, the last winner. But now that's going to be, the latest winner is going to be Browning, though. And he's almost making his way to the end of the lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Esterson's... well, his weekend has got better. He's been noted for speeding in the pit lane while his after his incident. But we're coming up to the final corner, which on my screen is just named R.
Absolutely.
So I will hand it over to you. Safety car is in, green flag and checkered flag.
Absolutely. Luke Browning is going to come over the finish line, and Luke Browning is going to win the 70th anniversary Macau Grand Prix, and it has truly been a great drive over the last two races by him, and he's going to get his reward, the qualification race victory, and now also he's going to get the main race. Great driving by Luke Browning as we finish under the safety car. It's Hauger, then Mini, Boyer, Marty, Verschoor, Hadjar Maloney, Goethe, and then Loris Van Hopen, Sophia Flores, Roman Stanek, Dan Ticktum, and then we have Tommy Smith, Ugo Chuku, Mansell, Zagazeta, Armstrong, Noah Leon. However, Luke Browning is the winner of the F3 World Cup from Macau.
Yeah, well, green flags are out, but safety car boards are still out, so we didn't go back to green, but it was green flag on my timing screen and your timing screens at home for car 15 and 12. No further investigation necessary.
Absolutely. So, a lot of crashes near the end, but it was definitely chaotic. As we mentioned yesterday, that it was going to be chaotic today, as they all took risks as well. And we are on board and watching Dan Ticktum momentarily. Back to our winner, though, Luke Browning, who has won the Macau Grand Prix. And that's really going to be a big confidence boost for him. And let's see if what that does for his career, because winning Macau definitely can change a lot of drivers' career. But we are going to hopefully be seeing that come into play with his one. Drove in F3 this season, and now he is the winner of the FIA Formula 3 World Cup. And it was the qualifying lap, really, that got him it. The qualifying lap, the fantastic qualifying lap that came on Friday, has really aided him with this. So definitely a great weekend for him, adding also 5 super license points as well, along with obviously winning this race. That's the really only thing you get other than obviously winning the F3 World Cup and Macau. But I'm hoping that great things await Luke Browning, because he's just driven brilliantly this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. The Macau Grand Prix. If you win the F3, well, the FIA F3 World Cup, you get super license points. In other words, if you stay out of chaos and you're in the lead, +5 super license points.
Absolutely. So let's see then how it's going to go for Luke Browning next season. And it's been great having Formula 3 back with the F3 World Cup after a few years away. It's been Formula 4 that's been continuously running, but not Formula 3. So it's so good to have Formula 3 back, and it's delivered us with a great weekend overall. From what I've heard, good Las Vegas race, good Macau one as well. So we'll see what MotoGP delivers later on here as well on JB Motorsports with the Qatar Grand Prix, as they also now head into their final Grand Prix next weekend at Valencia to decide the championship as well. And also we obviously do have the Formula 1 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Title's already decided, but hopefully it's going to be a good race there. F2's title isn't decided, but they'll most likely go to Paul Chair unless there is some drama. But with this, how this F2 season's gone, there could be. We have seen some drivers, the championship title contenders retire from future races back to back. So it's not fully over with how this season has gone and with what we've seen, but we'll see what happens with that next week. However, right now, at the moment, for Formula 3, the non-championship event, and it's been won, the F3 World Cup, the FIA Formula 3 World Cup, won by Luke Browning, and you can see what it means to him as he goes right now to his team, and they will all celebrate down at High Tech. And yesterday they got a 1-2. Today they've still got Luke Browning up on there after Alex Dunn obviously had that crash on the opening lap. But just what a weekend for High Tech. What a weekend for Luke Browning and and also Dennis Hauger as well. Great stuff by Dennis Hauger. And he's really going to be looking with no backing in F2 next year, unless any other team decides to sign him in this space they have till next year.
Yeah.
We'll see how he gets on in Formula 2 next year in his third season. Did obviously win the FIA Formula 3 championship in 2021, but in Formula 2 we'll see how he does in his third season next year.
Yep, and Alex Dunn, of course, with their 1-2 yesterday. Well, he was just done with the FIA F3 World Cup this weekend and just didn't want to try and get a 1-2 today, unfortunately. But Luke Browning, you can see what it means to him. A deserving winner, but for Dennis Hauger, he was so close at the line, although it was a safety car restart. Well, safety car still, 0.347, but that doesn't really matter because of the safety car end of the race. Fastest lap, by the way, of the race done by Luke Browning, a 2:06.647.
Yeah, absolutely. So great stuff right now at the moment, as well as all of the drivers shake hands after a great race between all three of them. And yeah, Hauger was one safety car restart away, really. Had the incident been cleared earlier, or we got one more lap of racing, the result could have been completely different. I mean, they all could have been in the wall. Anything could have happened. So one safety car restart, and it could have changed the race once again. But Macau has been great. I've been catching up mostly with the single-seaters, though, only with Formula 4 and Formula 3. And they've all really been good. And the whole weekend in Macau has really been good. So great to have the normality back with Macau as well, with F3 and all of it in there. So Macau, though, has just been phenomenal. Loved all of the action we had in the F4, and F3's been great as well.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, next week we've got the F2 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix alongside F1. Of course, some of these drivers, including Dennis Hauger, racing in that next week end. But, well, that ends. Of course, Richard for sure as well, and a couple of other drivers. But that concludes another 2023 Macau Grand Prix. The past 2 weekends we've had action, of course. We had the Formula 4 last weekend, but this weekend being the main FIA Macau Grand Prix weekend. But we've already gone through the main results. I don't know if you want to go through them again, Omi.
We'll go to the second page as we haven't gone through that one. So Sophia Flores in 11th, Roman Stanek in 12th, then Dan Ticktum in 13th, then we had Tommy Smith in 14th, Ugo Chico in 15th, Christian Mansell, and then Matthias Zagazeta, Marcus Armstrong, Noah Leon, Maxwell Esterson, and then we'll have a few more drivers to round it off, also a few drivers who did retire from it as well right at the end, but Ugo Chico and Dan Ticktum making quite a bit of progress today in today's race after their contact and eliminating themselves yesterday. But it looks like that is all we are going to get from the result.
Of course, we had Esterson, the last finisher, so only 20 finishers, and then, of course, all of your not classified on the screen now. But Macau welcomes you. Macau also says goodbye for another year, and no doubt, Omi, if you're still with us next year, we'll see you in a year's time.
Absolutely. So cannot wait for next year as well with all of the F3. But that is it then. The final action of Formula 3 for 2023 rounded off as well. It's going to be a great season. And all of the drivers, let's see what they're going to be getting rewarded with next season. Macau has been absolutely phenomenal over the 2 weeks. Big thanks to Josh T and big thanks to everyone here as well. Formula 3 has absolutely delivered. So has Formula 4. But Formula 3 has been fantastic. The racing action, the restarts, everything is delivered. Macau has absolutely given us a bang on its return with Formula 3. Thank you for joining us, though, here on JB Motorsports. And we will see you soon, next week, for Formula 2 to round off the feeder series. And then next year for Formula 3 when it begins all the way in February. All right, we'll see you later. Goodbye.
Well, that was the 2023 race. As I mentioned in the live chat, if you saw, apologies for the very different commentary in terms of how it sounds compared to how you guys get it now. Definitely being 2 years younger in my generation. Well, I mean more in terms of being, let's just say being young during around my age. 2 years does make a huge difference. So, don't turn away after what you just heard, because it'll hopefully be a lot more better across this today. Right, what we're going to do now is we're going to play you last year's race. Now, I don't know whether we'll be able to get completely through it because we do have to get to the ceremonies as well. So, I don't know how much of it we'll get through, but we will let you, just like we did for the GT, let you see a good chunk of it. And I think that will be perfect. So, we'll get the watch along all up for you. We'll get it all set up and ready.
On these famous streets, as you go due to a incident including Ogawa and also Chuka tapping in off the start yesterday. Then we found ourselves.
There we go, everybody.
For a few laps until
enjoy.
It started raining. Cars went over Lisboa. We got to the safety car, then to the red flag, and then for the remainder of the race, we got back out there under the safety car, and we finished the race under the safety car, meaning that we didn't actually get to see much running. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap, though, and it means that Ugo Gachiku's
tough task is about to get underway, but his life's a little bit more easier because with the standing start, I guess it guarantees you're going to have someone alongside you heading down to Lisboa. With this, if you nail the restart, you might be able to maintain the lead.
Yep, and at least we're not doing what we did in the TCR race that was very quickly rescheduled for after the GTs, where they didn't start. They started behind the safety car, but not on the grid. They started not even in the pit lane. They started in the paddock behind the safety car, spent 2 laps trying to focus everybody back up into the correct order for the race, and then got going. So quickly rescheduled to wrap up that championship, because, of course, that was their final round of a point-scoring championship at Macau. Whereas here, it's just a Formula Regional World Cup, so everybody can come into it. As you said, they haven't done races in Formula 2 below the 2. And they can still come here and run in Macau. So it's Ollie Gertis last time, because he's going to move up permanently. But safety cars coming in as they head down towards Fisherman's Bend.
Yep, along with Dino Beganovic as well, who is going to be doing 2 races at the end of this year, and then most likely is going to secure himself a drive next season as well. So for quite a few drivers, some of their last time, and it means that for drivers like Ollie Goethe, this could be their last chance to ever drive around this iconic circuit, and this could be his last chance of taking the win. We're about to go green flag racing on these famous streets as Hugo Gachikru tries to nail this restart. Once again, green flags are out. We're racing here for the Macau Grand Prix, the 71st running of it, and it's Hugo Gachikru who will lead us out to the final corner, put his foot down, foot to the floor stuff for him. Green flags out, we're racing once again, and it is Ollie Goethe in second, Noah Leon in third. Slater is slipstreaming his way down towards Lisboa now. He'll be having a huge overtaking opportunity as we see them break the slipstream. Keep an eye on the red and white Prema of Freddie Slater, who's tucking in the slipstream. Started 7th yesterday, moved up to P4. Can he now move up to P3 in the main race side by side? We go to turn number 2. Noah Leon stays ahead, and Slater will need to tuck in. He'll need to tuck in behind. We look further back. There's another Prema going on the attack. That's Dino Beganovic trying to get past Jill Terre.
That's very good from Freddie Slater. He knows what he needs to do as the hot top Prema around the outside. Look at James Wharton in the ERT. Oh, he's in the wall! And
he's into the wall!
His teammates hit him again, just like in qualifying. Oh, big one now. This will be a red flag.
Big pile up, and we've got a roadblock after we saw into the barrier for James Wharton. Here is Dino Beganovic as he now continues on board. We go with him. This will need to be a red flag, a pile up here in Macau, and that was always going to be someone. And into the wall, James Wharton trying to make a move on the opening lap, and you can see they're trying to reverse back out is Kobayashi.
We might just get away with this as well. There is a clearing that we can get the safety car through, but if they can get that crane and just get 2 cars out of the way, we might just get away with not having to red flag the race. No, never mind. Red flag's out.
Red flag is out. So, well, yeah, we did get a bit too excited with that one. Red flag's out, and it's just turning into that type of race already after we've had some good racing today. The ones that I've seen, we've not had a red flag at all. So look at this. Right, Wharton trying to go the long way around, and he just went a bit too deep in, went into the wall, was going to be collected, and was collected in the end by a bunch of cars who went straight off. We saw that for Alex Dunn 1 year ago, if we remember. This year it's Wharton, but unfortunately, we just saw people weren't able to avoid.
So Wharton hits the wall. Ivan Gilataire knocks off his rear tyre as well. And then, just to ram it home, Kanato Lee has been involved in that pileup as well. So all 3 ARTs are out of the race already. And a massive pileup down at Lisboa. And I thought we might just get away with it. Race suspension come up on race control. Red flags out. And there it is. That's probably the reason why, because we've got cars littered around the circuit. Shouldn't take too long. And we should be able to get this race restarted ASAP.
We should be hopefully able to indeed. But yeah, ART's disappointment again. And it was Jill Terry, it was Wharton on Friday as well, when they had the crash once again. It's happened for them as well. It means that we've got Al Daheri in 7th, Niall in 8th, Beganovic in 9th position now. And anything can happen in Macau, and we've seen it once again. Then Izuga Ugachukwu makes his way down to the pit lane. Goethe, Leon, still the top 3. The order is still maintained for our top 5. But it means now that we're going to hopefully get a quick recovery job, and hopefully we'll be able to get back out there. Until then, let's now quickly head over to the world feed.
miserable weekend has got no better. Who else did we lose out of all of that? Thiago Rodriguez was delayed. Jet Bowling, I think, is the other blue car in there. Kanato Lee picked up damage as well.
Dariani is there as well.
So now, look at that, 2 in 1 go being lifted. Very, very speedy effort this by the marshals to get the track clear as soon as possible.
We saw it earlier on, didn't we? It took 1 lap under a safety car to get multiple things, and unfortunately to get those.
It'll be interesting to see.
PHM.
We've got the safety car out once again.
Lee Rui hasn't crossed the timing line. He's stuck sector 3, Omi. So I reckon we've got a car off the circuit somewhere, and that's the reason for the safety car. Yes, it is, yeah. Yeah, car stopped exit turn 15. So someone's thrown it into the barrier. Can't get more than a lap, can we, at the moment? That was a very late call for the safety car.
It really doesn't seem like.
Mm.
It is quite random as well. We didn't really see it in the in our shot at all.
No, they've missed it. Yeah, so the safety car hasn't picked them up. So that was a very late call from Rui Marquez. Kind of worries me that he's made that late a call when he's the race director now for Formula 1. Because look, there's no safety car there, so they're all going to go to the pace, but there's no safety car. So that's a bad decision from the race director there. That should have been made a call much, much earlier. I mean, there's 22 turns, and we're already at turn 15. Yeah, that should have been an easy call. That's a very easy call to go out.
Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't say he's had the best weekend either. With earlier on the Friday, where he got the red flag in and then red flagged it again because he didn't see that there was pit work that need the pit barrier. So he, there we go. So that's the reason why. That's the reason why we have the safety car. So yeah, not having the best of weekend, which is not the best impression, knowing as everyone knows that he will be Formula 1 race director from next week around this time. Yeah, Las Vegas Grand Prix would have ended.
Let's have a look at Tuukka Tappinen. Oh, he got very lucky to avoid it again. But yeah, not exactly the greatest advertisement here for Rui Marquez. And there's a lot more work you have to do as a Formula 1 race director. You have to homologate the circuit on the Thursday, then send them out for the high-speed test runs with the safety car. Then you have to also make the race director's notes. You have to do all the other series as well. There's a lot of work as race director. And I don't think he's been deputy race director, but I don't think he's in that procedure to do so. And to only get a week's notice and still be in Macau, yeah. I'm not exactly liking that idea. But Niels Rittich, of course, didn't leave voluntarily, was fired by the FIA, specifically Mohammed Ben Sulayem. We'll talk about that more when we get to Vegas. Yeah. That'll be a lot of free practice one time to whoever's in the box.
Absolutely. Of course, as we get another early weekend going for the Las Vegas Grand Prix as well. Of course, Saturday race there. But that will be coming up. Also, Formula 2 and F1 Academy action coming up as well in Qatar and Abu Dhabi. They are going to be crowning champions, as well F1 as well. So all three still yet to crown a champion. F2 seems like that's going to go the distance. F1 Academy, F1 seem like we know who's probably going to win it with that. But yeah, Dino Beganovic, of course, also heading with Dams to Formula 2. Rumours about him going to High-Tech, though, for next year, as we get all of those rumours coming in. And a lot of these drivers are trying to get into Formula 3. Some of them, of course, have succeeded, including the man who leads the race right now, Ugo Gachukwu. And, of course, he's part of a McLaren Academy as well. So he's doing really, really well.
Safety car's finally turned up as well.
There we go. Hello, safety car.
So
hopefully should be in by the end of this lap then.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that long. 19 left in the race. It's getting worse and worse, isn't it?
Mari Boyer up 12 places from where he started the race. So Mari Boyer is right now having quite a lot of fun out there as well, making some overtakes from the back. So he'll look to try continue. Beganovic lost out on the restart, so he'll need to try gain some positions on this restart. But that's the thing, Lisboa, it's always so close. So many cars battling for one piece of tarmac down to one braking zone. It can usually end in tears, and it usually does do for plenty of drivers, and lots of drivers who, of course, found the wall yesterday or earlier on in the weekend weren't able to get a good qualifying in, trying now to recover it in this weekend and trying to end Macau at a high, because, I mean, you just don't know when you're going to be invited back for this as well. You just don't know when, if you'll ever be able to have a chance to win this again.
It's one of those ones that every driver wants on their CV. You can come back as a GT driver, but it doesn't quite mean the same. To win the Formula race is the ultimate. That is what it is. That's the Macau Grand Prix. It's a Formula race. The GTs are World Cups, and it's the same for the bikes as well. Win the bike race, win the car race. That's how it goes. But, yeah. Kind of disappointed. Everyone's disappointed that we haven't been able to run the bikes. I am as well. It's not fair.
Absolutely isn't. They came here to, well, race on this famous weekend. All they've had is rain and all sorts of delays, postponements, and now even cancellations as well. So it's been very unfortunate for them as well. But hopefully next year we are going to be able to get some bike racing back going. We're on board with Alex Dunn. He'll be looking to go forward, try join his teammate in the higher positions as well. One of the favourites coming into this weekend, Alex Dunn. He's still got 10 laps to go. He's still got lots to happen in front of him. I am absolutely sure of that, as they're still trying to recover that car right now.
Yeah, that's it's not going well, is it? That's going to be another lap behind the safety car then, so we'll be left with possibly 8 laps of running in this race. So take your time. It's not like we're running out or anything. We've only had 1 lap of running in full speed, and then we've had safety cars, red flags, and that lot. Just come on, let's get some racing. It's Macau. Maybe the GT is more of the actual racing. They didn't have a safety car, I don't think. Did they? No, they started by the safety car. That was it.
Yep, well, unfortunately they didn't get a choice whether they start behind the safety car or not. There's nothing that they could do or decide about that. They're now going to repair it. The safety car will trundle them round once again. And Ugo Gochukwu now is just going to be preparing, because he knows that the restart's going to be critical. After the restart, it's hard to overtake, and it can mean that drivers do get stuck behind each other. And also, if another driver is going to try to overtake, they're risking going into the wall. There's a lot that they are risking, meaning that the safety car restart definitely can be a huge opportunity with the slipstream all the way down towards Lisboa, as it's already been proven. So that will be very, very exciting. I am sure of it. So we're going to have 1 more lap, and then by the next time around, it should be absolutely clear, and then we will probably be able to go back to running this weekend. Freddie Slater, of course, who raced here last year, but however in the F4 race, they ran an F4 event. They ran a few other events as well a week before, so it was a 2-week event, Macau Grand Prix last time out, and they ran the F4 race, which also did have lots of safety cars and lots of chaos and all of that stuff that kept happening. But I guess we have this year more younger drivers coming in. We have drivers coming in from all sorts of Formula Regional Championships as well. Before, it used to mostly be a lot of Formula 2 and Formula 3, then with some talented Formula Regional European Champion drivers as well. So I think it was expected that we would get a little bit more of a chaotic weekend, but I didn't know we would be getting so many red flags.
It's been that kind of weekend, isn't it? And the rain has been really unexpected on all 4 days to be affected by rain. It's never really happened before in Macau. In 71 years, to have rain on all 4 days, and the schedule will be so disrupted, and to lose not just the motorcycles, but a couple of other races as well. Maybe next year we should do 2 weeks. Just saying. Maybe that
absolutely. Next week, it might be a good idea.
Yeah.
To do 2 weeks as well. Well, it's been a good day of racing so far. Definitely, I think if Formula Region can get going, then it would end a very extraordinary day of racing. Brilliant stuff in the GTs, and then of course the TCR coming to a close with their championship. A fantastic race for them, and then followed by 0.008 of a second drag race to the line in one of the lower GT class support series this weekend as well. So 0.008 to the line between the top 2. You don't really get drag races usually to the line in any form of racing usually, but you do see, but especially on a street circuit, absolutely extraordinary for those type of cars. So that was an extraordinary finish earlier on, but now the safety car is coming in. So finally, we can get this race back underway, and Alex Dunn is definitely going to be attempting to go forward.
Oh, fantastic news! Come on, let's go racing. I want a good race here. Last year, you got all the limelight with having a great race, and you came back after Vegas and said, "Oh, you missed a classic. It was a great race." And I was like, "Damn!" This year, I'm like, "Right, come on, show me what you've got." GT was fantastic. We've seen a couple of other great ones, but I want to see what Formula Regional can do. And these FR cars, it's still basically the same DNA, single-seaters who had a really tight street circuit, and it's going to kick off a championship day as well. And breaking news before we go back to green, everybody can cheer because Stefano Domenicali is leaving Formula One as CEO as we will go back to green. Best news all year!
Well, I mean, I think you might be heading to MotoGP instead. That's one thing. Ugo Ogachukwu is about to take us back to green flag racing with big news for Formula One. Bad news, I think, for MotoGP with how the rumours are. But Ugo Ogachukwu puts his foot down out of the final corner in a few moments' time. Once again, he has nailed that restart. It's Goethe, then it is Noah Leon. Freddie Slater once again away well as they put their foot down. Who is going to be able to tuck in the slipstream and go for some moves? Enzo Deligny under a bit of pressure. Matteo Di Paolo pulling alongside. He was drawing alongside momentarily. Now he's back to the wheel tracks, back to the slipstream. Lisboa is going to get very, very interesting once again. And here we go. Can Di Paolo put the pressure on? Side by side in the background, you can see Dino Beganovic is trying to get past as well. Cooper Webster, he's trying to make that move. Goethe slipstreaming his way towards Ugo Ogachukwu, the teammates momentarily. Bo trying to defend. Big lock up. Can Noah Leon make the corner? Can Slater get involved? Slater's going to be stuck in behind. To the inside goes Alex Dunn. That's close to contact between himself and Teofil now. He's got the inside line. I think he was able to get ahead as we're on board with Dino Beganovic.
Beganovic having a great run now as well behind Webster. Up there we go again. Looks to the inside line. Can't get it. Now tries to cut back. This is Nui Nakarama just ahead of him now as well. Beganovic, not exactly HD picture of the camera, are they? It looks like they're using a GoPro. They need to get it a bit stabilised there through maternity bend down towards the S's. Looks to be good to me, though. What a restart. And, once again, Ugo just keeping his calm. This guy is a talent for the future. He's racing with, of course, RHGP, but if he can hold back Ollie Goethe, who has somewhat been a star across the junior formulas in the Formula One paddock area, you've got to think, well, get him up to F3. He is in F3 next year, but, like, come on, I'm going to keep an eye on what we're going to see from him as well. Talent and a half.
Yeah, absolutely as well. So he is going to be one to watch, as is Freddie Slater, an impressive driver who, remember, you have Ugo Ogachukwu, who's making his way from Formula Regional to Formula Regional still, but up against Formula 3, Formula 2 drivers. Freddie Slater's coming from Italian F4. That's completely different as well than this. Of course, still low-powered cars, but he's driving the Formula Regional machinery for the first time, so he's being very impressive to also be ahead of plenty of drivers who've driven this car all year. So that's quite impressive. 8 laps as well to go on in this one, as we see from the rear wheel of Slater looking back to Di Paolo. But Ugo Ogachukwu 1 second over the line, and it seems like he's got the gap right now over Goethe, but Goethe's going to try his best to keep the pressure on.
Look at Slater. He's got a fantastic run behind Noah Leon through our bend down to Mandarin. And look at that, he's snaking there, snaking right. Noah Leon can sense him as well. He's going to try and break that toe, but Slater has kept right in it as well. What's he going to do? Foot throttle? Yes, he is. Down towards the Mandarin now, down towards Lisboa. Is he going to have a go? Look at Noah Leon. You can't do that. You can't move more than once to defend. Leon's going to get a warning for that, Omi. I can guarantee you.
Alex Dunn just ahead of Teofil Nile. That's very close between those two further back as well. But yeah, Noah Leon doing everything to keep behind this young star who is the Italian F4 champion earlier this year as well, a few weeks ago. That championship rounded out as well. He's moving to Formula Regional next year, the European Championship as well with Prima Racing, so they're promoting him up, and then possibly Formula 3 the year after, then F2, then could F1 await with how his career has been so far. A record-breaking 15 wins, beating Antonelli's record earlier this year for Freddie Slater. So he is definitely one to watch for the future as well. And right now, though, he has the challenge of overtaking on these tough streets. And it's all about where can you get close, where can you put the pressure on. And Slater definitely is going to need to. But as we see, I think that's just a timing glitch momentarily.
Yeah,
Ugo dropping down for some reason.
It has to be a timing glitch. He couldn't have made that big of a mistake. There's no one on that place to make a mistake.
Story from
Goethe. Hang on a minute. There's Goethe early on. Yeah, timing glitch. Yeah, because there is Ugo Chu leading the race with only Goethe in P2. Yeah, there he is. One. There's Goethe. There's the on. Yeah, so it is a timing error. And God for that. I was like, where's he gone off? There's no places for him to make a mistake that could lose him. Yeah, Ugo Chu still leads the race.
Yep, and Ugo Ugochukwu went on to win that race as well. Now, who will follow in his footsteps in the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix? Well, not long left to find out exactly that. In the commentary box, my name is Omi if you are just joining us. Alongside me will be Wes for this race. And Wes, here we go then. We've had all of the World Cups, we've had all of the local championships, so much racing. It all comes down to this. Who will get their names in the record books as the winner of the whole Grand Prix?
That is the question, isn't it? Yeah, and it's great, isn't it? It's so exciting. We've, after almost 4 whole days of practice, of qualifying, some races, just blood, sweat and tears, countless red flags. It's all culminated in this. The opening ceremony just before the race is about to take place, and then we have the annual 72nd Macau Grand Prix. It's going to be great.
It's going to be great. It's going to be exciting. I am so looking forward to this one. We are already getting the preparations underway for this race. The grid is all set. It is a busy grid, and it is something that the drivers have never experienced in their career at this level. You don't get a grid this packed in this specific way. They don't get to really be the main event in the way that all of the feeder series run. So it's a very rare occurrence. But now we are getting all set and ready for the Formula Regional World Cup, the second year in a row that it is running, of course, as it took over from the Formula 3 that last round in 2023. Well, it is going to be a barnstorming event. The question remains, can anyone beat Freddie Slater? Let's head down to the World Feed as they give us all of the insight ahead of this big race.
All ready for the introduction to the dignitaries, and many of them thinking, gosh, this is unusual, not done this before. Freddie Slater has, because he was in the Grand Prix last year but crashed out on the last lap, made a move, and he said, I had to have a go. It's Macau, nothing to lose. Not like you have to think about championship points or anything, you just go for it. But once everybody is in place, it's been a rather curious track in the last half an hour, 45 minutes, because it's been filling up gradually of all sorts of things. Not only mechanics, not only cars, not only grid personnel, but also the mascots of the many casinos, such as Melco or SJM, for example, and each of them seems to have a different animal as its mascot. So we've had pandas and cockerels and chickens and Lord knows what. Now we have drivers, we have cars, we have grid personnel, we have media aplenty, we have VIPs, and away from the drivers, further down the pit straight towards turn 1, we have prepared, ready, the dancers who will conduct the lion dance, which precedes the eye-dotting ceremony, which is all part of the responsibility of the chief executive, Sao Ho Fai, who will effectively bless the race and wish everybody involved good luck. There are the drivers then, and if I say racing drivers get younger all the time, perhaps when you look at single-seater racing, it's never more true, because you're looking at people now in their late teens, but only just.
You're right, and for many of these drivers, as you mentioned, this is the first time they've experienced a build-up to a race that they're going to be competing in. the like of which doesn't happen anywhere else. Can you imagine anywhere else where you would have this athletic and rather beautiful and colourful presentation of the historic lion dance, which we get at 3:15 local time. It's 3:05 local time, so the drivers will be introduced to the dignitaries in just a few minutes' time. We need to get them all organised in the right order and all lined up there at the front of the grid. And when you look back from the drivers, the lineup of drivers back to the grid, you can't see any tarmac. No. It is absolutely packed down there, and all of this is part of, as you say, a unique build-up to a race that these young drivers have never seen before, including these huge and rather difficult to get through the gate onto the grid. These huge mascots. As you say, I think we watched a chicken having to be squeezed through a gate onto the grid, which was rather amusing. There are pandas that are really a little bit smaller in body, but huge heads they've got on them as well. But it's all part of this event. It's unique to this event, and we absolutely love it.
All the local casinos, and when I say local, I mean we're not talking small enterprises here. They are multi-million-dollar businesses. They all embrace the event, and the casinos themselves are multiple rooms. They're shopping malls within. It is just like you transplant Las Vegas to Macau, and it all lights up at night. It is a quite amazing place. People that have never been think they have an idea of what it might be like, and then their eyes are suddenly opened. The German friend of ours was talking to us the other morning in his first visit, and when we asked him what he thought about it, he said, "It's just bonkers," which seemed to sum it up quite effectively. And it is. I mean, it does. We said over the weekend, Alan, this place have almost a split personality. In the day, yeah, got big, tall buildings, modern architecture. Go out to the mountain section of the circuit, for example, there are trees, there's old buildings, old architecture. And at night, you could be in a different part of the world. It's not just that the lights come on the buildings, but it takes on a completely different personality. The drivers and
darkness falls before you know it. We were walking around town last night. We walked past a rather large pond, is that the best way to say it, which is outside the back of the Wynn Hotel, and all of a sudden, no warning, music started coming out of the lampposts, which all hide speakers and big subwoofer speakers as well, so the quality of the music was lovely, and a fully illuminated water display just happened for 5 minutes, and then everything went quiet again. No warning, just happened.
Just that. But around the first, 3 corners of the circuit, there are at least a dozen big casinos and hotels, and then you go to one of the other islands and there's probably the same again, if not more, and it is a very busy place. Macau, people coming across from Hong Kong and from mainland China, and it is always busy. And so too is the grid, as gradually it starts now to release more and more people down towards the front. Engineers, though, staying with the cars. The Formula Regional concept is that everybody here has the same sort of car. It's a Tatius-built chassis, Tatius F318. It's got an Auto Technica tuned Alfa Romeo 1800cc turbocharged engine. But they're all run by different teams, and that enables the engineers that have been to Macau for many a season to really make a difference and to help their driver. It's going to be from the very experienced and successful Prima Racing team, the pole position car, SJM Theodore Prima Racing, to give it its full title. The SJM Entertainment Concern. Theodore is a good Macau, Hong Kong motor racing connection. Theodore Yip, Teddy Yip, went to Formula One as a constructor and has always been, the Yip family has always been involved in the Macau Grand Prix, very proud of its origins and its roots within Macau and Hong Kong. And that continues, possibly with yet more success, courtesy of Freddie Slater today. Another of the Prima Racing Theodore cars, Rashid Al-Dakheri, who starts a little bit further back on the grid.
As we build up to the lion dance, can we just mention that this is a very athletic presentation that we have for the lion dance. The athletes, if you've not seen it before, enjoy every single moment of the colour and the athleticism that you're about to see, because these athletes, these dancers, call them what you will, have been out there trying to find a bit of shade for the last hour or so. We've watched them in the paddock, and they have been almost fully in costume, all bar the final finishing touches on the costumes. in what is a very, very hot day in the sunshine, getting ready for this. They are absolutely supreme athletes, and it's all part of the build-up to the Macau Grand Prix every time we run this race, and it's a spectacular introduction to the race that some of these drivers will have never witnessed before. You can only be one part of the world, and it is just before the Macau Grand Prix. Absolutely love this build-up.
Yeah. Some of the drivers looking very formal, overalls all done up, others with their overalls by their waist to get a little bit of cool, and they're members of the Grand Prix organising committee, lined up awaiting the chief executive and the other key officials to make their way onto the circuit. Looking down across the track, we can see all the scrutineer team lined up in formation, and we can sort of see the route that's going to be taken past the officials and into the pit lane and then onto the track to meet the drivers, and then across the other side into the grandstand. The race will have a green flag in 20 minutes time, so the drivers here trying to get in the zone. They can't do anything other than wait and go through this process. But as soon as they turn on their heels and get back to the cars, it's race faces on. Yesterday's race, which was the qualifying race, ran without incident. Drivers making sure they kept out of trouble. We've had an awful lot of incident over practice and qualifying, but actually that race yesterday was much calmer, which was good to see.
It was, it most certainly was, and calm is anything but, I think, for the drivers that are lined up at the front of the field at the moment. They want to be doing what they do, which is to be getting in the car, getting ready, and actually on their own, on circuit, on the gear circuit, in their racing cars. But they can't do that for a little while. They have this introduction, and you know what, for them now, they're thinking, can we just get on with it? Can we do it now?
Yep.
But they will look back on this and think, what a magical moment. What a magical build-up to a race, the like of which they'll never have had before.
Yes, if they are fortunate enough to get into Formula One, then there's obviously a long grid process. But even in that, you don't have the head of the government to come and greet you on the grid, more often than not. So one or two umbrellas are up to shield drivers from the heat. The FIA flags are flying, as you can see. The different resorts with their banners, the mechanics around the cars, the engineers around the cars. Still, people are pouring forward down the grid. And I think very shortly, you can see Macau Grand Prix branded people running around. We are imminent to get things underway. The line dancers now prepared their costumes. You look at the grid, you can see at the very front, look, the lions start to adorn their costumes, and the lion dance is going to happen very shortly. And you can see coming down the pit lane, Alan, our government dignitaries and Macau Grand Prix organising committee senior members have now arrived.
Yes, they do. Through the gate onto the grid, the very, very colourful lion dance is prepared as well. And then the welcome for the chief executive. So Sam Ho-Fai, who this afternoon officiates the Formula Regional Macau Grand Prix, the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And we will have the presentation to all of the Macau Grand Prix organising committee members, the drivers as well, and will officiate in just a few moments' time over the good luck lion eye dotting ceremony before the race. Just being introduced to all of the Macau Grand Prix organising committee members, and a huge amount of work goes into the preparation of this Macau Grand Prix, even more this year, because we've mentioned that also this week happening is that Macau are very proudly involved in the national games taking place in the Greater Bay Area here, Macau and various other regions as well. And so all of the Grand Prix organising committee are welcomed by the chief executive, and then all the drivers as well, shaking hands with the whole of the field for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
Spot one or two of the colours on the overalls being familiar, either McLaren, Red Bull or Theodore Racing, as Sam Ho-Fai makes his way down the line of the full complement of 27 drivers from all over the world as well. Representatives from Italy, from Japan, from France, from Spain, from Austria, from Great Britain, from Argentina, from America, from Vietnam, Chinese Taipei, Mexico, France, Japan, Denmark, Thailand, Poland, and, pleasingly, Macau, because Charles Leung, who's been a double winner of the event, is on the grid as well. So the organising committee members met and greeted, the drivers met, now the I dotted takes place.
Okay, well, the build-up is continuing to the Macau Grand Prix. We're getting all set and ready for the 72nd running. And Wes, this is special moments for all of the drivers on the grid, because we've got a scenario where they don't experience anything like this. They wouldn't have done so in their entire career, and this is big. This is very, very big, and until you really get up to Formula 1 or another professional career somewhere, you won't get to experience it again.
Yeah, it's very weird that it's part of the if you like, life experience that the ones that will make it to Formula 1 will be going to events like these all the time. But when you're just in the junior series, it's a very rare thing. So yeah, something new for them all to experience. And but even take nothing away from Macau, it is incredibly unique, and stuff like this is just a joy to behold.
It is absolutely fantastic, is the Macau Grand Prix, and this is the event they all want to win. Every single one of the 27 drivers that is lining and getting ready for this race wants to be the victor by the end of it. This is absolutely fantastic. Okay, well, let's head back over to the World Feed as we continue the build-up to this special event as well. It will be very exciting to see who's going to come out on top. As we mentioned, it's Freddie Slater, the driver who finds himself as the one to beat. But drivers like Mary Boyer, drivers like Teofil Nall definitely have a shot of attacking him down towards Lisboa corner. We also in the F4 race had an incident on the exit of Mandarin Bend. That's also a possibility as well. Okay, let's hand over to the World Feed.
Couldn't be anywhere else in the world. It brings a huge smile to not just our faces in the commentary box. We've also got our phones out to once again take a picture of this, but it is incredible, absolutely incredible and colourful, and everything about this part of the world and the build-up to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. The chief executive makes his way, Mr. Sam Ho-Fai, and the officials make their way off the grid, because in just a moment we'll begin to get ourselves ready for the drivers getting themselves into the cars, and hopefully we'll get word from a few of them down on the grid. But and the whole thing is just so well orchestrated.
Yeah.
We were told the Lion Dance will start at 3:15. It started on the 2nd at 3:15, where everybody was in the right place. They'd worked out how long would it take to be introduced to all of the committee members, and then to all of the drivers, take up the place, dot the I's on the line, and then have the Lion Dance as well. I just think this is superb, even down to the little tension barriers that keep the press away from the area of action for the Lion Dance as well. It's just supremely organised.
It is indeed, and now that the grid is being cleared of personnel and of dignitaries and of the Lion Dance troupe as well, drivers have left the grid. They've gone for their final part of pre-race ritual to make themselves a fraction lighter. They'll get back into the cars very shortly, and we are just 11 minutes and change away from the green flag, so the cars will be released for one formation lap to get warmth into the Pirelli tyres, and then it'll be a standing start ready for the 72nd Grand Prix de Macau for the FR World Cup. Still a very, very busy grid, and there's quite a bit to get removed from the circuit before we can go racing. Let's have a look at how they line up.
Yep, let's look at how they line up indeed. It is Freddie Slater on pole position, starting next to Mari Boyer, who is in second place. Next to his teammate Teofil Nal, who's in third. And then it is Evan Julter in P4. In P5, it is Tata Carter, then Enzo Delaney. Third to sixth are all French drivers. Then we get to Kolnagi, who's in seventh. James Agozi is in eighth. Noah Stormstead is in ninth. And Rashid Al-Daheri completes our top 10 for the race. Matteo De Paolo is in 11th, newly signed McLaren Jr. of course. Jose Garfias is in 12th. Tasana Polin, the Pruvazak will go from 13th, and then it is Jin Nakamura with Kanato Lee, Hiri Yamakoshi and Tokyo Suzuki and Yuki Sano. That's 15th to 18th, all being Japanese drivers. Charlie Wirtz is ahead of Owen Tangavelu, who makes his final ever motorsport start today before he retires from racing. Then it is Yumegaki, who's in 21st, Reza Siroda in 22nd, and then we find ourselves with Charles Leong in the position of 23rd. Timmy Goharczyk is in 24th, Enzo Ye in 25th, Newman Shi is in 26th, and Oscar Wirtz is in 27th. Let's go down and hear from our pole sitter.
Fighting talk.
Nothing like confidence.
Yeah, Freddie Slater with quite a bit of confidence. We got to that one quite late, but basically, to summarise, and the only information we need, Wes, is that he's feeling confident.
Yeah, that was the long and the short of that interview. So yeah, he's not going to want to go into too many specifics at this point. He's wanting to maintain his focus, and he'll be getting in the car here before too long when all the dignitaries and other guests of the track will be on their way off the grid.
So in yesterday's race, it was a different goal ahead of Freddie Slater. He was attacking. Mari Boyer is the one who's doing exactly that this time by.
We worked really hard during all week, and the team and I believe that we can do this. So let's enjoy this final race and let's go for the win.
You look very cool, calm and composed. That is a strong mindset you've got going on there, haven't you?
It's the one I have to win here.
Ooh, I love it.
Right, so that's Mari Boyer, who will line up on the inside of the front of the grid. It's a one-by-one stagger. Pole position is on the outside, but a length ahead. That's the track licensing here for a rolling start. The pole position is on the inside where the cars are side by side, and Mari Boyer coming back to Macau. It's a bit like Freddie Slater, actually, not a place that's been all that kind to him. He was 7th last year, 4th though in 2023, so he does know the circuit.
Recently announced as an Aston Martin development driver as well, so to be part of one of these development driver campaigns for the various Formula One teams is a huge thing to be proud of, and I wonder if that's given a little extra confidence heading into this weekend, because all of these young drivers know that there is more than a passing interest by the Formula One teams and important people in motorsport across the world on this event, because it is such a well-known event, such a historic event as well. Let's get back down to the grid where we can join Alex Degree.
Theo, we've had some incredibly fighting talk from both Freddie and Mari, and I wonder what your mindset is as you sit here in P3 at Macau Grand Prix.
Well, to be honest, yesterday was a race to learn what can happen in T3. So now the plan is just try to send it into T3, and then we see from there.
Great recovery pace yesterday. Fingers crossed you can do it again today.
Tia Nail coming back into Formula Regional machinery, having driven in FIA Formula 3 as well this year with the Van Amersfoort team, which is actually represented on this grid, but the cars then with drivers that are regulars in Formula Regional, some stepping back to them and some stepping up for the first time indeed.
Slowly we start to clear the grid now. We've got 6 minutes until we have the green flag before we get the formation lap underway for a 15-lap race around the streets of Macau. on the 6-kilometre gear circuit. Now, we say we start to clear the grid. It is an incredibly busy grid, as we have said, so it will take more than a few moments to get all of the teams and the sponsors all clear of the grid. Now, the final preparations for the drivers, getting them strapped in, one member of the team taking care of that. Then the drivers can begin with their own thoughts, because it's been all a little bit frantic since they got to the grid. They brought the cars round, they were straight out of the cars to the front of the grid, and now they can begin to get on with what they do. That's to race around the streets.
You've seen Freddie Slater and Murray Boyer. That lining up third on the grid is Teo Nail, who was the Spanish F4 champion 2 years ago and started the year in Formula Regional, moved to Formula 3. Next up, number 22, Evan Gilter, who has been racing in Europe. He only had one race win, but he was the Middle East champion in these cars at the start of this season. He also raced here last year. He was 9th at the qualifying race, but crashed out of the Grand Prix itself. There you can see 23, his ART Grand Prix teammate, Taito Kato. He won the French F4 Championship the year after Evan Gilter did, and he races under a French licence, but is a Japanese driver. His Macau debut. Number 5 is Enzo Deligny, comes from the R-Race GP team. That was the team that won last year with Uga Ugachuku, and Enzo Deligny 4 wins to be 3rd in the European Championship, and he's had decent pace all weekend, Alan.
Certainly has, and we're just watching Mathieu Kolagi being strapped into the car as well. Make sure those straps are nice and tight. You need to be tightly strapped in around the bumps and the twists and the turns of this circuit. That's an important job that the teams are doing, making sure that their drivers are happy.
Another Macau rookie there, James Igotzi, and behind the American on the grid, number 25 is Noah Stromstead. Also a Macau debutant. He's been racing in Formula 3 this year in the FIA Championship, Mercedes junior team member. And Noah Stromstead, the driver from Denmark, will be another one to watch. That's the second of those Theodore Premer entries of Rashid Al Bahari, the Argentine Emirati driver, and he was 3rd in the Macau Formula 4 race 2 years ago. This is the recently signed to McLaren, Matteo De Palo, who has been the runner-up to Freddie Slater in Europe this year. 4 wins he has had, and a man to watch. That's the back of the grid that stretches all the way to our bend as we look next at number 21, another of the drivers new to the circuit this year, Jose Garfias, who's driven in the North American and Mexican F4 Championship, bit of GB3, and there is a man that won in Formula 3 at Silverstone this year, and also at Monza and the Hungaroring, the Thai driver to Sanapolin for Pivasak in his Trident Motorsport entry. Jin Nakamura with his funky crash helmet livery.
It looks really good, doesn't it? It's unique for this weekend as well.
Okay. Smiley carrots, you were saying the other day.
Smiley carrots, teddy bears, and all other things besides. Yeah.
Right. It takes a certain mind to livery it like that. And a certain type of mind to care, actually, as well, Alan. But Jin Nakamura has been 10th in the European Formula Regional Championship this year. It's getting busy in the grandstands because it is the main race of the weekend, and sadly it's the last race of the weekend as well.
There is no seat unoccupied around the circuit here at Macau. It is super to see, and I tell you what, the drivers might find it a rather calming moment now, because they are just surrounded by the single members of the teams that are making sure they're securely fastened inside the car, and now they can get on with the job that they are here to do. They can race. Freddie Slater's car there on pole position, Murray Boyer on the outside of the front row, Theo Nile on the next row of the grid alongside Evan Gilter. All of these drivers have such superb records all the way around the world, doing whatever they do, whatever series they are racing in. They all come together because this afternoon all that matters is the 6 kilometres of Macau, and who is going to take away the prestigious title of winning the Macau Grand Prix and also write their names into the history books at Macau.
Anybody that has watched this race whether as a spectator or a driver, knows the importance of surviving. They all know that that first pinch point of Lisboa can ruin your weekend. It can make your weekend if you get the right gap. And so as the 1 minute board is shown, the last engineers fire up the engines. They will make their way off the grid. It is now all down to the drivers. And Freddie Slater, the British driver who comes here with a high reputation, he's part of the BRDC Superstars programme to look after young British talent, and he's illustrated why by dint of winning the European Championship this season. He's won also in GB3, the UK-based single-seater championship for a similar type of single-seater, and having raced here 2 years ago in F4.
Yep, absolutely. Raced here 2 years ago in F4, did Freddie Slater 1 year ago in this exact race, and he found the barrier. What is going to take place in 2025? Well, it is time to find out. Myself and Wes are up here in the commentary box. This is the main event. This is what it comes down to. Who is going to win the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix? Green flag is out. We've got a green light on the gantry and the formation lap for one of the most prestigious races in all of motor racing is underway for the formation lap. Wes, here we go then. For a lot of these drivers, this is the moment where they need to deliver. Freddie Slater, well, we've got him already confirmed for Formula 3. We've got plenty of other drivers also confirmed for Formula 3 as well. But there will be lots of drivers. There will be plenty of which who need to get a good result and secure if they can secure a good result, they could secure themselves a good seat for next year somewhere with their motor racing. And also, of course, for Owen Tangavelu, it is his final race in motorsport. So there's quite a lot taking place here in this Macau race.
Yeah, and we, of course, we wish Owen Tangavelu all the best of luck. And,
no, he stalled! He stalled!
Tangavelu.
No way!
No
way! He stalled it! And that is heartbreaking. And, I mean, he'll hopefully be able to get that one going. But can you believe it? Well, his final race in motorsport will not be starting on the grid. And that is such a disappointment. He'll not get to tackle a race start just as we say it. That is such a disappointment for Owen Tangavelu. And, oh, that's heartbreaking. That is cruel. Both drivers, we had a driver who's also leaving motor racing. They were racing earlier on in the GT4 Cup that we had. And in that they retired. So it's kind of a bit of a sad case once again, Wes.
It is, yeah, and we saw a far-off shot of the grid of the stranded car, and it did run through my mind actually of, oh no, what if it's Owen? And it turns out to be so. But yeah, I just hope he can at the very least be able to perhaps start from the pit lane just to be able to salvage something, because yeah, that's not a way anybody wants to run their final race. And I suppose in a certain kind of twisted way, it might make the separation slightly easier, knowing that that's how it's meant to end. But no, in all seriousness, we were just about to say how we wish Owen all the best in his career and whatever endeavors he takes on in life. And yes, it's something significantly more fortunate than this is hopefully on its way to him.
Yeah, I think he's making his way down to the end of the pit lane, so he should be able to start it. Well, that is the good news, that he'll still be able to get this one going. But here we go. We are lining up in position. I asked you this question yesterday, Wes. What are the drivers feeling as they line up on the grid? Well, basically, what you said yesterday, ×2 really, and Freddie Slater has really positioned at an awkward angle. He's gone a bit too far, has he?
I think he just didn't quite realize how close his grid slot was. They are kind of difficult to see, and of course that being out of position like that may incur a penalty for him as well. To say nothing of how compromised his start will be anyway. I think it's too late at this point to adjust.
Yeah.
Because that would set off the sensors. But yeah, oh dearie me, he's making it hard on himself, certainly. But yeah, let's see how the start of the race goes.
Here we go then. Freddie Slater has put himself in an awkward position for the race start. Will that open the door for Mary Boyer and Teofil Nile? The 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix is underway and we're racing immediately off the line. Kolnagi taking avoiding action further back as Slater squeezes Mary Boyer, who gets to the inside line, and Mary Boyer gets ahead of Freddie Slater. Freddie Slater will try and fight this one back. Meanwhile, Gilter and Taito Kato are slipstreaming, trying to take advantage, and also Teofil Nile is trying to make it a 1-2 for Pinnacle Motorsport. Slater keeps his foot in as we make our way down towards Lisboa, where he retired from the race 1 year ago. Boyer leading the way, Nile backs out of it, and Slater looks to the outside line on the brakes into Lisboa. Will they make their way through? Kolnagi trying to keep his foot in as well. Oh, the ART was very close to the wall, but they've got through Lisboa, and it looks like they all have, and it was now Boyer, then Slater, then Nile, our top three on the opening lap.
Yeah, and oh dearie me, that was Freddie Slater just very, very overly aggressive, I thought, on Mary Boyer. He should have kind of consigned himself to the fact that he wasn't going to get the start he wanted. But yeah, very overly aggressive on not just Boyer, but on Teofil Nile as well. And Nile, for his trouble, has now lost a place to Delingy, so Enzo Delingy up into third position.
Yellow flags are flying. Something has happened further back, Wes. The yellow flags are out in the second sector of the racetrack, so I wonder who has had some form of an issue at the race start.
Yeah, that's a yellow flag in turn 4, and I think the safety car is coming out as well. We don't know at this point what it is, but yeah, turn 4 is the corner after Lisboa, and that's generally just an acceleration. Oh, and there's a big crash down at turn 4, and this is probably going to be a red flag because the circuit is blocked.
Well, Reza Siworthan is one of the cars involved. I can see Charlie Wirtz is down there. Well, we didn't see that happen. We thought they all got away with it. I think there's 5 cars in total involved, if I could see that correctly. As Wes mentioned, we might need the red flag as well, but we've got the safety car for now.
Yeah, at least 5 cars, I would say, if not maybe more. But yeah, so Siworthan involved. We think that Enzo and Newman Chi are down there. So we'll get you a complete list when we know the full details of it, and with any luck, a replay will be forthcoming as well.
Yep, so it looks like it's Wirtz, Umagaki, Siworthan, Ye, and Shi, as Wes has just mentioned to you. Those look to be the drivers involved. We hope everyone is okay in that incident as well. We, get that quite a bit here at Macau. There's not really a single weekend where you don't just get a few cars clattering into the side of each other. Now we get to see a replay, and yeah, we're going to get a car that's going to get loose. It's going to spin in the middle of the road, and everyone else is just going to clatter into the side. There's a lot of things going on as well, and it all condenses this part of the circuit.
Yeah, I think that wasn't the best of camera angles, but I think there was a tap or two down there. Very difficult to say, and I don't think any of the camera cars were in the vicinity either. So keep an eye on social media in the coming days. We may get one of the drivers posting their GoPro cameras that they've got on the top of the car.
I really hope that if this is going to take time to clear, you just red flag this because it is the main event at the end of the day. If it is going to take time to clear, then there's no point wasting laps and just continuing on. We've got a bit of a further curfew, I believe, always on the Sundays anyway. So it would make sense for us to red flag this if this is going to take quite a lot of time as well. But it is Boyer, then it is Slater. Delaney's moved up to 3rd. Teofil now lost out. He's down to 4th. And then we find ourselves with Kolnagi, P5. And then it is Taito Kato. Then we have a Gozi. Then we have Gilter. So he lost positions at the start. Then it is Al Jaheri and it is Stromstead. That is your top 10 in position at the moment. So just looking at our timing board, Owen was able to get out there on the circuit, which is great news, and I guess he'll now be bunched right behind everyone and looking to end his final race in motor racing on a high.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. Yeah, as a complete list, we know drivers who definitely have stopped on track: Newman Chi, Reza Suwarathan, and Kayoshi Omagaki. They are the 3 drivers that definitely are out of the race. There were a couple more, we think, that were involved, that being Enzo Ye and Charlie Wurtz, but they have since got going again. And we're about to see a replay of the start. Just such an awkward angle for Freddie Slater. And look at the way he chops across, or attempts to chop across, Mari Boya. But Mari Boya holding his ground there and squeezes Slater off his line, and that gets him the lead of the race. And then attempting to do the same was Tearfield Null, but you're going to see another chop from Slater, and that compromises the speed and the momentum of Tearfield Null, and then taking advantage of that very, very quickly was Enzo Delingi.
Yeah. It's going to get very, very close for the ART car. So that's what I was pointing out at the opening. Like, that's very close to contact as well.
Yeah, I think it was Jill Terre who was also trying to go around Tearfield Null, and due to that cost him some places as well to Kolnagi, Taito Kato, and James Agozi.
Yep. We're currently on board with Freddie Slater. You could see he was trying to create some room for himself. He's also going to get Tearfield Null that's going to arrive on the scene as well. You can't go around the outside of Mandarin Bendy. Loses a little bit of downforce there through the acute angle that he was at. And then he's trying to tuck in the slipstream. Has to be careful though because of Null. And Null's able to back. Then Null has to back out of it. That's going to further back allow Delaney to go through. Top 2 though were in order. And Freddie Slater had to stick him behind. But he has now got a chance to try and make an overtake on this restart. So let's see whether Freddie Slater will be able to do it. But Boya did exactly what Slater did to him just in the qualification race. Now Slater actually had a look round the outside for the lead. He fancied it was never going to get by there unless he wanted a one-way ticket to the wall.
Yeah, there's definitely a hint of desperation there in Freddie Slater's driving. He must be so frustrated with himself of not properly finding the correct position in the pole position slot. They've just announced safety car will be in this lap, so we're about to get going again. Great job by all of the marshals to clear up that big mess down at turn 4.
Yep, so it won't take long. So fair play and well done to the marshals, as Wes mentioned. But yes, it was actually very close between Null and the barrier there on the right-hand side of driver at the time. And that's why he has to get out of it. And Delaney says thank you very much and takes the position as well. But yes, this was how the start looked, and it was all action for Freddie Slater. Desperation, as Wes mentions. So now, as we have the safety car ending, it'll be interesting to see whether the same level of desperation will come in once again. The safety car is in this lap. It'll be Boya, Slater, Delaney, Nile, Kolnagi, Kato, Egozi, Gilter, Aldaheri, and Noah Stromstead, your top 10, as we get ready to go on to the 4th lap of the race.
Yep, 4th lap of the race. Yeah, once again, amazing how quickly they were able to clear up all those cars. I was sure when I saw that initial shot of it that we were going to have to stop the race because the track was blocked. Wasn't quite that bad as it turns out, but yeah, definitely all credit to the marshals. And the question now comes to, will Mari Boya be able to hold off what is going to be a red mist descended Freddie Slater, who we've already seen on 2 occasions just how aggressive he can be when the need arises, and yeah, he's going to be extremely fired up on this restart.
Mari Boya got 7th here last year. And the year before that was even more impressive because he got 4th, and that was when we were running Formula 3 cars in 2023. So he got 4th on his debut. So he's had a 4th, he's had a 7th. He's not been able to get on the podium. He was in the podium positions in terms of the Formula 3 Championship, finishing 3rd in the standings in that this season as well. So this is going to now be a big moment for Mari Boyer. He's had 3 seasons in Formula 3. So he knows he has to quickly progress with his motorsport career. He knows that lots of people would be looking at him with negative eyes just due to that. But now he's got a chance to impress everyone if he can win one of the most prestigious events, as Mari Boyer now will lead us through Fisherman's Bend and down towards the 24th and final turn on the circuit. He's already trying to break the slipstream. It looks like Freddie Slater, though, is going to be going with him round the final corner. We are back underway in the Formula Regional World Cup here at Macau, and Freddie Slater is tucked directly in the slipstream. He'll be getting closer towards Lisboa. Can he immediately go on the attack? And can he immediately try and make this move? Boyer weaving left and right furiously, but 3rd could get interesting as well for Teofil Nall, because he's getting closer and closer to that position. Delaney will have to go on the defensive. That is exactly what Boyer does as Slater pulls to the outside line down towards Lisboa. Slater is edging ahead of Mari Boyer, and he takes the lead into Lisboa. He's able to get a full car length in front, and meanwhile Delaney is just going to stay ahead of Nall, who momentarily got ahead, but Delaney fought back. It's Slater who takes the lead.
Yeah, such a shame for Mari Boyer. I was very hopeful that he was going to be able to protect that lead, at least for now. But yeah, that just nothing, it seems, that can stop Freddie Slater from the lead that he feels is rightfully his. And as you said, good defensive work there from Enzo Deligny, who was holding off a charging Nall.
Yep, so Nall tried to go on the attack to put 2 Pinnacle Motorsport cars in the top 3 positions. Slater now is doing Slater things. He's trying to check clear. He's trying to go on and win this race. Boyer, meanwhile, though, will want to try and take this one back, but it looks like Slater is just pulling away and doing what he does best. He may have lost that lead, but he's absolutely on the charge and wants to take it and extend it, basically. So unless there is any more safety cars or anything of that description, then it looks like, well, Freddie Slater is going to just try and control this. We make our way through this tight and twisty part of the lap into Melco. Hairpin we go, of course. No overtaking allowed. We've got a permanent yellow flag there. So the drivers have to wait in behind, and then they can start going for it once again through the final corners. And then the chance will come down the start-finish straight and all the way towards Lisboa.
Yeah, out of Fisherman's Bend now, up to the final turn 24, known as R Bend, which we'll be seeing in 12 laps time, whoever it will be about to win the Macau Grand Prix. But that is a long way off yet as we go on board with Mari Boyer, desperate not to let Slater just drive off into the distance. But I'm not sure he's got much choice at the moment. Freddie Slater with the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 16.9, controls or over a second faster than anybody else on the track, which is quite unbelievable. As a battle for 3rd place now, Teofil Nall going around the outside again, but Deligny's having none of it, and they just both managed to stay out of the barriers.
My word, was that close into Lisboa. You could tell at that precise moment Nall was risking it all to try and get ahead, and it's now put him on the back foot because Kulnagi is there. And what will the Euro Cup 3 champion be able to do? Will he be able to take the position away from Nall, I wonder? Well, he's definitely got himself into the conversation, but that was so close to the barrier for both of those drivers as they fought and they battled at that moment. So we are currently ticking our way through this race at a rapid rate. After the safety car restart that we had, Slater has been able to hit the front, and the battling is still raging on further back in the field. And Nall, though, my word, was he pushing on, because he got so close to the barrier. And around this Macau circuit, you're naturally getting close to the wall, but you don't want to be touching it.
Yeah, they've They've definitely put some kind of rocket in the back of both of those Pinnacle Motorsport cars because they are both operating beautifully at the moment. And Boyer's actually, despite what I said earlier, Boyer is not being left behind by Slater, at least not just yet. He's right behind the back of the Prema car. We're seeing a replay now from onboard Freddie Slater, and he just had so much more momentum at that point. Despite Boyer's efforts to break the toe, he managed to get around the Pinnacle car before the braking zone, and then it was just a case of squeezing him off his line.
It all depends on how close can you really get. How close can you be through the final corner? A 9/10 gap, it can be slendered down and closed down to a 4/10 gap by the time Lisboa comes, but you want to be closer than that. You want to attack. You want to be in attacking range. So this allows him to close in, but yeah, he needs to nail the middle sectors and the final sector specifically. Make sure he's close, and then he's got the big opportunity, because you naturally get so close. Like he came over the line, and it was very nearly 1 second. Now it's 4/10 into Lisboa. That's how powerful the slipstream is here at Macau. And we make our way down towards Lisboa then, and Yamakoshi has been able to also gain a position further back, and he has been able to clear Yuki Sano.
Yeah, he certainly has. Battles going on up and down the field. Very impressed with Mari Boyer, especially after what we saw yesterday with Slater just, merrily charging off into the distance. I kind of expected more here. It's why I mentioned I was disappointed with Slater getting by so early on in the race. But Boyer's doing a very impressive job, and Slater getting a bit off line going through the Solitude S's there. And despite the fact he's, as I said, done the fastest lap of the race, Boyer was actually able to match him. He was only a couple hundredths of a second down last time around there. So yeah, definitely not being left behind by Slater.
Yeah, very much equalised lap there between Slater and Boyer. It tells you how much they're pushing. They've already got a 2.7 second advantage to the drivers in behind as well. So Slater is on it. Boyer is on it. They are both battling for the win in the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Delaney has got a 7/10 advantage as well. That is further back in the field. So we've got some very interesting and close gaps all the way throughout this field. Round the final corner we go. It looks like this time a lot more further back is Mari Boyer, so he's lost even more time on this lap. So the gap will be 1 second. The fastest lap goes to Freddie Slater. That time he was over a 10th quicker, so a little bit more gained by Freddie Slater this time around.
Yeah, and he's extending the gap. We're seeing something similar to what we were seeing in the GT race earlier today, with cars able to follow much closely through the slow and twisty stuff, but not so much down the straight. Though, as I say that, look at this. This is Gilter on the back of James Agozzi in the blue car. Not quite able to get around there. Agozzi went to the inside line, and there's just no way through unless you are predominantly alongside and even with the nose in front. But Gilter's going to keep on trying, as is Theo Ferdinand, who's making real inroads and putting Delaney under real pressure at the moment for that final spot on the podium.
They really are as well. So it's a great fight that currently goes on around this circuit for so many different positions. So many different battles going on, so a lot for the drivers to contend with and deal with. They're all driving brilliantly, they're all driving cleanly, and that is exactly what we want to see from this field as well. So it is Slater, then it is Boyer, then it is Delaney and Niall. They're battling over 3rd and 4th position. Kolnagi is in 5th, and then it is Tartakato in 6th. There's no, of course, 4, 5, 6 car battle even that is going on for 7th at the moment. So that is a very close fight that currently rages on, and we're on board with one of the drivers who is in it, Matteo Di Paolo, if you are synced up with us.
Yeah, Matteo Di Paolo very much part of this battle just in front between Agassi, Gilter, Aldeheri, and Stromstead. But yeah, De Paulo languishing all the way down in 11th place at the moment. Keeping an eye out behind him at Nakamura Berta as we go through turn 1 at Reservoir on the route down to Mandarin Bend, and Tailfield Null is already causing Delingy to go defensive and try to break that toe. Mandarin Bend now turn 2, easily flat for these Formula Regional cars, and Niall is getting incredibly close to the back. Hugging the inside line now is Delingy as Niall goes to the inside. He's going to surprise him up the inside. Oh my goodness, that was close. Great driving from the both of them there, but Niall was right on the ragged edge of the grip and adhesion of his car.
That was so close, so dramatic at major speed. He was really trying his absolute best. Was Niall there, but that could have been the end of his race, and also it would have been a clatter into the back of Delaney as well, so it wouldn't have gone ideal. Now Freddie Slater has unleashed all the pace in the world. 2 seconds is now the gap between himself and Boyer, so we're back to what we had yesterday pretty much. Freddie Slater is getting on with it and is driving absolutely brilliantly out there around this Macau circuit, but this battle for third position is absolutely on between Delaney and Niall. Let's take a look at a replay. This was earlier on, so this is going to be very, very close to the wall for James Agosi as he was battling away at that precise moment. So he was battling up against the ART there.
I'd be very surprised if there's not some level of damage to that left rear of James Agosi. He's definitely lost 7th position to Gilter as far as we know. I think Aldeheri was also going to have a look. According to the screens, he's not through. It's only Gilter. But yeah, if Agosi does get away with that, then he's a very lucky boy.
Yep, very lucky boy indeed. Okay, let's focus on the racing that we are getting in this battle that is going on for third position. Niall, can he get a sniff of an opportunity this time? Around the final corner, looks like might be a little bit too far back. It'll be a long shot from there. It'll surely have to be some form of a dive bomb overtake. Not close enough. Kolnagi is also running directly in behind in P5. So these three are very much close together. But Niall is a driver who is on the attack. A good, decent season in the FIA Formula 3 Championship for him. Delaney, of course, is going to be moving to Formula 3 as well. He'll be with Prima next year as we throw it down into Lisboa. No switch, not even an opportunity this time for Teofil Niall.
No, not quite able to do that. And Freddie Slater's pulled out another second on Mari Boyer. The gap up to 3 seconds. As oh, goodness me, this is almost go-kart racing through Lisboa. They're all so close still, all the way back down the field. As we're only briefly able to look at that as we go back up to the battle between Delaney and Niall now.
We do indeed. Yellow flags are out. Oh. That is the reason why Oscar Wirtz is into the barrier. Oscar Wirtz finds the barrier at Lisboa corner, and it is going to now require surely a bit of an intervention. We might need the safety car unless they can clear that one very much quickly. They might be able to do that, but if you're Mari Boyer, you'll be praying for a safety car at this stage.
Oh yeah, certainly will, and that means both Wirtz brothers are
safety
now
out
of this race. Unfortunately, safety car is out. Yes, so that will close the pack up, which should give us a nice few.
Can Matteo Di Paolo make the move right before the safety car? Looks like he can. Now this is before the safety car wears. Of course, we've got the message early, and he's made the move. Extraordinary.
Yeah, he has indeed. Yeah, and it's going to be touch and go whether or not the stewards will see it that way. I couldn't quite see on the graphic, unfortunately, when it said the safety car was out. If he's he might want to ask his race engineer whether that was a legitimate overtake or not.
Yeah, I would do that just to be on the safe side. But Matteo Di Paolo fights his way by. But, well, it is going to be, I think if it was, whatever it was, I think we have to say that was a great overtake considering it wasn't at your normal parts of the circuit. Right, let's see this. So, this is going to be quite something.
Yeah, and that was Noah Stromstead going round. And I'm not seeing any signs of the safety car boards or even yellow flags or anything like that. So it should stand, as far as I know. Yeah, very, very good opportunist move there from De Paolo.
You don't often see passes at that part of the circuit. But yes, an opportunistic move there for Matteo De Paolo as he saw the battles going on. The car is being cleared. There's just a bit of front wing that needs picking up, and then hopefully we can get the safety car in at the end of this lap.
Yep, that's certainly the hope. It's a pretty standard run-of-the-mill removals from the marshals down there. Excuse me, at Lisboa. They're going to be well used to that here, and we're seeing a replay on screen now of Oscar Wurz just getting it all wrong, and he was on his own there, not under any pressure, and yeah, just outbraked himself.
Well, it is so critical in the context of the race victory. Is Boyer going to be able to get a good restart? If Freddie Slater nails it, you know what's coming. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. Here we go. The nervy moments are now. Is Freddie Slater going to nail this, or will Mari Boyer get a shot? Remember, if he can just be, even within something like 5/10, he'll at least be able to put alongside, even 6/10 really, considering, if we consider that the 9/10 margin has been closed down to about 4/10. So he needs to just make sure that he's close. It doesn't have to be the most closest thing. It doesn't need to be glued onto the back. It is such a long run down to Lisboa. The slipstream has been crazy so far. It just needs to be decent. It just needs to be consistent. He just needs to get a good restart, and he has got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's important to go for that inside line as quickly as you possibly can, because that is what the defensive car is going to do or try to do first. So while it is possible to go around the outside, it's incredibly difficult. So yeah, Mari Boyer has got it all to do.
He really has. We have got, after this, 5 laps to go in the Formula Regional World Cup. We're about to end 4 days of action at Macau, and Mari Boyer already tried pulling alongside Slater, who is now weaving, is bringing them to crawling pace, and Mari Boyer nearly loses his front wing with the way that these two are going at it, and now Freddie Slater gets his foot down, and we are underway now. This looks good for Mari Boyer. It looks like he's got a good margin now. Can he stay with him through these critical corners? The dirty air will not be helping at this phase. It's still looking like he could possibly at least pull alongside by the time we get down to Lisboa. It's all about this final corner, and Mari Boyer actually is going to be under pressure because Delaney is going to be in there as well. Okay, we make our way across the line. Boyer has at least got a bit of a sniff of an opportunity. Slater will have to check those mirrors right about now, and he knows it because he's trying to break the slipstream. Boyer is going to be gaining and gaining. So Boyer has been saved. Delaney won't be able to make the move, so Boyer is going all in for this race lead. Can he take it away from Freddie Slater? Freddie Slater will have to cover the inside line. Boyer will pull out and go to the outside line. Can he take the lead of the Macau Grand Prix? He edges ahead of Freddie Slater. Slater's all outwards on the brakes. Can they get the car slowed down? Just about. Mari Boyer takes the lead on the circuit. Big moment in the context of who's going to win this. Boyer has got the advantage. Slater must fight back now.
That was bold, aggressive, and brilliant. He not only had to see off a potential attack from Enzo Delaney, but he also had one eye up front with Freddie Slater, and Freddie Slater just had no answer to it, unfortunately for him. But he is going to come back strong, probably on the next lap. We know how much speed he's got in that Prema. He was pulling out a massive gap just before the safety car. And yeah, it's going to be a very difficult last few laps of this race for Mari Boyer.
How brilliantly poised is this? You've got Slater versus Boyer. You've got drivers that are waiting and praying for some form of drama. This is Macau at its finest. This is what it's meant to be about. Racing going all the way till the end on a tight and twisty street circuit, which requires the best. Some of the best circuits, according to the drivers that they have driven at. For a lot of them, it's their favourite, and the reason why it's a driver's circuit, it is so challenging. Overtaking is not simple around here, but it can be done. It all just requires that little bit skill. When you've got a driver like Mari Boyer, so experienced compared even to Freddie Slater, who gets so much running, who's done a whole year in the regional category as well, but still, Mari Boyer's got so much experience. This is such a great clash between two incredible races. Boyer has had 3 seasons of Formula 3. Freddie Slater's quickly progressing his way through the ranks, and Freddie Slater is all outwards. He's hit the ball. Freddie Slater hits the barrier, and that will be him out once again. He's hit the wall. I don't believe it. Macau strikes once again to Freddie Slater, and he's slowing down. Such big drama at the end of the race. It won't be Freddie Slater, and it's going to possibly be a 1-2 for Pinnacle Motorsport, because Niall is pulling alongside, trying to take second place. He can't do it. Delaney's going to hang on, but Slater lost the lead. He tried to get a good exit, but he ran deep. He hit the wall, and it looks like his Macau Grand Prix might be over for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, I think he got in the dirty air of Mari Boyer in front, and he just underestimated the amount of grip he was going to lose. He was so intent on getting a good run on the Pinnacle driver down the long straight, and yeah, just got it all wrong coming out of our bend. Yes, he's way offline, and he absolutely clatters the tyre barriers, and that is him out of the race for another year.
Can you believe what we've just seen? It could have been such a great victory for him, and that opportunity has gone. It has faded away as he hit the wall, and it looked very dramatic at first, and it meant that he slowed down. The safety car is back out onto the circuit. Oh my word, this Macau Grand Prix continues to deliver. Who would have called that at the start of the day? Freddie Slater out. I thought this would finally be the year where he'd be able to do it. Not quite. Not quite, Wes. This is absolutely ludicrous. Cannot believe what we're seeing in this Grand Prix. And now it is Boyer. It is going to be Boyer who will be leading, but he's got drivers like Delaney and Niall waiting to capitalise, and they'll be the ones to attack on the restart.
Yeah, and it just shows that just simply being the fastest car out on track is just not enough to make the win happen. You need so much more than that. You need to be able to keep your head when everybody around you is losing theirs, and focus on taking each corner as it comes and not thinking too far ahead, which is obviously what Slater has been doing. As we see a replay on screen, this is how Mari Boyer got the lead eventually. Had a lot of aggression from Slater all through this race. He very nearly lost it, in fact, going through Lisboa. But yeah. And that's where I think Mari Boyer has been all the key he's had to this race. Potentially winning it is because he's been mature, and he's been patient as well. He hasn't panicked when he was behind. He's been very, very mature.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, we've just had car number 5, Enzo Delaney, 2nd place runner. He's under investigation. Noted at the moment for moving under braking. I wonder whether that will be under investigation as well. Will that be improved to an investigation? But for the moment, it's been noted.
Yeah, that message came across before the restart. Actually, it was just as the safety car was coming out the first time. So that was probably something closer to the beginning or even the middle part of this race, whilst defending from Niall. So the stewards can be quite inconsistent with how they punish moving under braking, if indeed they decide to do that at all. So it's it's certainly not over for Delingy, but yeah, he might want to watch how aggressively he defends that second place from now on.
Yep. Goodness me. Macau continues after the karma contest yesterday. It's all boiled over to a regional crazy finish. Now, let's see what Delaney's going to be able to do up against Mari Boyer. This one's going to be interesting. Looks like the safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap. They're going to have to keep it clean, or there'll be surely another safety car, and then at that point it will end behind the safety car. So they need to keep it clean with 2 laps to go, Wes.
Yeah, certainly will. And definitely getting ready for the restart is Teofil Nile. He would love to definitely make it a pinnacle 1-2. And he may even be able, if he does get past Delingy, maybe even be able to take the fight to his teammate. But of course, first of all, he's got to get past Delingy, who has probably been one of the best defenders in this event so far. He's definitely been pushing the envelope as far as it will go, and even the stewards have noticed how his aggressive defensive style. So yeah, if his race engineer has come across the radio to inform him of the noting, not quite the investigation, but the noting, then he may be about to change his driving style very slightly.
Here we go. Mari Boyer puts his foot down, and it looks like Delaney is going with him. Delaney is pushing on, and he will surely be within range if he can just navigate the final corner. And Boyer is immediately getting to the weaving, even before he's got down to the final corner. That is how much he knows he'll be under pressure. Delaney looks like he's got a good entry to the corner, and now he's made his way through the final turn. And now it is game on. 2 laps to go to crown our World Cup winner of 2025. Mari Boyer leads the way, but Enzo Delaney is going to try now drag him down to Lisboa. He's in the slipstream. He's getting closer and closer. Boyer will have to now pick a line because Delaney's going to send it through Mandarin Bend. He's so close to the back. He pulls to the outside line, or at least attempts to. But here also comes Teofil Nile. Spin in the background. Big crash in the background there. And Nile gets through. 3rd to 1st for Teofil Nile, who takes the lead of the Macau Grand Prix. And we could be heading to a safety car if those cars don't recover. And the ARTs nearly take each other out. Drama between Tata Carter and Evan Giltaire.
Yeah, and Tata Carter and Evan Giltaire there, definitely out of the race. Big, massive suspension front left on that particular car. Can't quite see from that angle who it is, but yeah, the safety car may be about to come back out again, and Teofil Nile, from seemingly being stuck behind Enzo Delaney for the vast majority of this race, has gone from 3rd to 1st immediately. And this race has thrown up another surprise.
Yeah, we've got the yellow flags out at turn 2, yellow flags out at turn number 4. Jin Nakamura looks like one of the drivers involved, but it looked like Delaney got too much caught up on the back of Boyer, and it gave the overspeed to Teofil Nile, and Teofil Nile looks like it's going to do it. Safety car is deployed, and that will be the end of the race there. There won't be any overtaking allowed from that point. So this is the moment, Wes, that looks to have decided our winner.
He certainly looks like it, yeah, and Mari Boyer, all the fighting he's done thus far in this race, to be denied like this will be so frustrating for him. How on earth the ARTs didn't manage to stay out of the barrier, I will never know. But yeah, it's all for naught because a couple of other drivers have done so.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Macau delivers the goods once again. We're on to the final lap. Confirmation that will end the race behind the safety car. And goodness me, is that a curveball and a half? You don't even get Boyer or Slater winning the race. You get Niall out of absolutely nowhere. Makes the move, gets by. Remember, Niall was trying to contend for a podium. He was trying to get onto a podium. And then since Freddie Slater's crash, he's ended up in P1. That is the Macau Grand Prix for you. Cars absolutely everywhere. And a double overtake complete for the win. Niall is on his way to become the winner of the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix.
Yeah, and it's so often the way, isn't it? It's sometimes just one move that is a combination of skill with definitely a little more than a dash of luck is what it takes to win prestigious events like this one. And we're going to see it now from the back of the rear-facing camera of Mari Boyer. And I was absolutely convinced that Enzo Deligny was going to take his front wing off there. He just about managed to do that. And that allowed, that propelled Teofil now past both Deligny and Mari Boyer. Mari Boyer getting so close to the back of his teammate there, just about managing to stay out of the gearbox of his teammate.
Yep, absolutely. Goodness me, has this been dramatic? France are about to get their first winner of the Macau Grand Prix since 2004. This is going to be a special moment, and Niall has been absolutely brilliant. Has Teofil Niall. He was disqualified from the result 1 year ago for extra assistance received. He's finished 8th in the Formula 3 Championship this year. And he is on his way, though, to win the biggest and most prestigious event of FIDE Series. And this one will mean so much to him. It went to Ugo Agachukwu last year. This can really make careers. It gets so much attention on you. And Niall about to get to the victory moment. It will be such a special moment. And he will get to do it behind the safety car. But I guess what it will allow him to do is realise how big and how much it actually means without any pressure of keeping it clean. He is going to be on his way to win the entire thing. Freddie Slater did absolutely brilliantly until that point. Mari Boyer was the one who looked to be taking control then after we had that crash. But Niall made the move on Deligny, made the move on Boyer. And that is just Macau racing for you. That was absolutely brilliant. We will make our way through the Melco hairpin and down towards the final few corners here on the last tour of the race. The ARTs are lucky to still be in at 5th and 6th because they nearly collided on the restart as well. So that also took place on the restart a few moments ago. There has been so much that has gone on here at Macau. And France, who had winners from 2002 all the way to 2004, well, it'll be their first since then. What a brilliant moment for Teofil Niall. As I mentioned, he was disqualified here 1 year ago around this circuit. He's had a great season of Formula 3, finishing 8th in the standings. But now he is about to make history as he's about to become the first driver from France to win this event since 2004. The 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix is going to belong to Teofil Niall, who comes round the final corner. It will be a 1-2 for Pinnacle Motorsport, but it will be Teofil Niall, the French driver, who comes across the line to win the Grand Prix of 2025. Mari Boyer is in second, and Enzo Deligny gets the podium spot in third. But it is Niall who is on top for France. He adds his name to the history books, the second winner of the Formula Regional World Cup.
Yep. 21 years it's been since the last French winner, as you said, Omi, and that trio of French winners from 02 to 03 to 04, Tristan Gormady, Nicolas Lapierre, and Alexandre Prema, to give them their names. Will be will be absolutely overjoyed, I'm sure, if they're watching this race, to know that they have been succeeded by a very, very talented young driver in Teofil Null.
What a brilliant moment at Macau. Can you believe what we have just seen? A crazy, crazy race. And if anyone watched yesterday and was like, my word, was that not Macau? Well, if you didn't decide to watch this, then that was your punishment, because you have just missed so much chaos, so much carnage, and it is going to be France and Niall and Pinnacle Motorsport who get a 1-2 out of this crazy race. Let's look back to the highlights, Wes. This feels long ago now. It was such a crazy start between Freddie Slater and Mary Boyer.
Yeah, I know, and who would have thought that we were saying, weren't we, that how much Freddie Slater just looked absolutely unbeatable in the lead up to this race, and I think that first mistake of just not lining up properly in the pole position slot may well have in hindsight put pay to any notion he had of winning this race, because from that moment he was always going to lose the lead to Mari Boyer. All Mari Boyer needed was a reasonable start, which he got, and yeah, even though he would lose the lead to Slater, he would get it back on after the next restart from the safety car, and then just panicking in trying to get it back led Slater to end up in the barriers, and that put pay to his chances of winning for a second year in a row.
Yep, it really, really did. And AL2's nearly colliding. Goodness me, out there on the circuit. Had they collided, then that would have definitely caused some form of a pile-up for everyone in behind. So luckily that wasn't the case as well. It wouldn't have been a fancy team debrief at the end as well. But what an absolutely extraordinary race. Just like yesterday, we will cover the podium. Myself and Wes will then say goodbye, and that will conclude our coverage here on JB Motorsports of the Macau Grand Prix as well. And that was I think the most craziest one we've had. I think we had a red flag last year, but we had a red flag also in 2023 for this race on the Sunday, but we didn't actually have it this year. But in my opinion, that's the best one that I've done so far for this. The drama, the intrigue, the chaos, the carnage, that was box office. And I cannot wait to be creating the TikTok clips for it. There's going to be plenty of them, I'm sure, Wes.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, definitely. And yeah, anybody listening, make sure you go on Omi's TikTok page and and like the videos so that we can get a community going over there on TikTok as Teo Bernal pulls into Parc Fermé. And we're about to see a lot of very intense celebrations, I'm sure. Let's hope, Omi, that the French national anthem is able to be played this time.
It really, really is. On top of the car, Teofil Niall, you are the Macau Grand Prix winner. And it means so much into the hands of Team. And Teofil Niall has done the job absolutely brilliantly. It is hugs, handshakes, and well done to Mary Boyer as well. Mary Boyer, I think, will be quite annoyed. So will Delaney. They'll both be like, that could have been me. Had that last lap, of course, before the safety car, just gone that little bit differently. But that is racing. You know, they focused so much on each other, and Niall just got an open door, went round the outside, and won the Macau Grand Prix. That is how it works. And there's a reason why we emphasised of how important that restart was. We mentioned at the start of it, if there's a safety car beyond this point, it is going to end behind the safety car. We made it pretty clear. And, you know, as soon as we saw the Prima in the wall, I think that pretty much confirmed it. And then we knew how important it was and how big of a moment it was. Niall just going from third all the way to the lead. But he is going to quickly get weighed, and then he can continue with the celebrations. These celebrations will go on and on and on, Wes, I am absolutely sure.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. And commiserations to Prema as well, because this race marked the 10-year anniversary of their last win in Macau. They won the 2015 race with their driver Felix Rosenquist, and they would have obviously wanted to win this race, but it just wasn't to be.
Just wasn't to be. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix.
I have no words. To be honest, I was not believing in this in the last lap. They made a mistake and I just go full throttle, 6 years, and I overtook them. Pace was there the whole weekend. The team, they are just amazing, the whole crowd, and yeah, thanks to them. Now it's time to enjoy, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you do. Let's try and grab Mari if we can. Mari, Enzo. Mari, my word, your mindset on the grid to end up here. How are you feeling?
I'm not happy.
No.
I feel I did everything I could. Yeah. Freddy today was really strong. I pushed so hard at the beginning to try to catch him. He was with new tires, so it was super hard for me to stay with him. So when I realized I couldn't follow him, I started to, don't push, think on the tires, to maybe if there was a safety car or something, have a revenge. Still, he was super quick on the last two corners on the restart, and even though we overtook him, I take the gap. But yeah, Slipstream, I don't understand how it's so powerful. I was stopped on the straight, so couldn't do anything. This is racing, thanks to the team for sure, and congratulations to my teammate. And yeah, Pito.
We're gutted for you.
So you've heard from the top two, Enzo Dellini there, the third place driver. Yeah, I don't think anyone's really surprised at the reaction of Mari Boyer. He did work so hard, and he tried as hard as he possibly could, but it just illustrates how the tow works around here. And as the driver's now going to be taken up to the podium, Teo Nail, Mari Boyer and Enzo Dellini are set to make their way to the podium, where they will be the Grand Prix trophies and also the FIA FR World Cup trophies as well. So the drivers being escorted up the stairs to the podium, and as the circuit falls silent for the last time, Teo Nail then, race winner from Mari Boyer and Enzo Dellini. Mattia Colnaghi fourth ahead of Taito Kato and Evan Gilter. Seventh to Noah Stromsted from Matteo De Paolo, Yuki Sano, and it's Jose Garfias who will round out the top 10. 11th to Kenato Lee from Hio Yamakoshi. Timet Kwarchuk, the Euro Formula Open champion, 13th. James Igotzi, 14th after a couple of little minor moments early on. Enzo Ye, 15th from Sanapolin from Puvasak. Owen Tangavelu was 17th, and it was Charlie Wirtz from Jin Nakamura. They were the finishers. We lost, deep breath, Rashid Al-Dhaheri, Tokiya Suzuki, Charles Lung, Freddie Slater. So all three of the Prema cars gone. We lost Oscar Wirtz, Kiyoshi Umagaki, Reza Seaworthen, and Newman Chi as well. And Teo Nail it is, who is the winner.
He is the winner indeed, and I think a deserving winner as well. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant, brilliant to watch and witness that race. I mean, you've seen so many Macau Grand Prix. Where does that rank in terms of all of the ones that you witnessed?
Oh, it's definitely one of the better ones. The safety car ending under the safety car notwithstanding, but yeah, just the fact that the eventual winner didn't actually ever lead any green flag lap is it definitely gives you some idea of what a crazy race it was. So yeah, and just that moment with Freddie Slater. I mean, you just on the one hand you hate to see it, although I think the alternative of just having him romp away into the distance, I think would have put a bit of a downer on the race. So yeah, definitely glad it worked out the way it did.
Yep, would have loved to have seen him fight away for the victory, but yeah, a costly error. A costly error. And Macau, yeah, it looked like it was finally going to actually like him for once. But no, even this year, his dominant year, it has striked and it has bited him pretty much. Absolutely a wild Macau Grand Prix. And the celebrations will be very much going on. As I mentioned, we'll do the podium and then we'll say our goodbyes for another year of coverage. But what an absolutely brilliant race that was. Okay, let's get the final words then from David Addison and Alan Hyde as well. They've been a great part of our coverage. As has David Moore as well. We have to say a huge thank you to him for the motorbikes. We'll do the thank yous and everything later on. But yes, let's get the final words then from David Addison and Alan Hyde as they take us to the podium. We're already on the podium. A little bit too late for that. We'll get some words from them later on.
So the podium being made ready, and Sam Ho-Fai will be there in a moment, along with the drivers, along with the representatives of the winning team, KCMG Enya Pinnacle Motorsport, and along with Emanuele Pirro, of course, winner here of the Gia race, but now with his FIA hat on. Let's go to the podium, because 3 drivers are set to be presented to this huge crowd.
Our World Cup. First of all, please welcome our winning drivers. The second runner-up, number 5, Enzo Danigni from France. And the first runner-up, number 7, Marie Boya from Spain. And the winner is number 6, David Nair. And for the winning team, it goes to KCMG Enya Pinnacle Motorsport. Please welcome the representative, Mr. John O'Hara. Congratulations, what a moment. And now is the national anthem for the winner. Please welcome Mr. Sam Ho-Fai, Chief Executive of the Macau Special Administrative Region, to present the laurel and the trophies. First to our second runner-up, number 5, Enzo Danigni from France. And to the first runner-up, number 7, Marie Boya from Spain. And the winner, number 6, David Nair from France. Congratulations. And to the winning team, KCMG Enya Pinnacle Motorsport. Congratulations. 現在敦請長官閣下移步到中間與得獎車手合照留念。Please look to the front, to our cameras at the media zone. We're going to take a group photo with the Chief Executive. Please look to the front. 請長官閣下留步。現在讓我哋有請本屆大賽車6家主要贊助商嘅代表移步到我哋 頒獎台嘅位置進行合照。And now we are welcoming the 6 major sponsors representative, including the Sense China Limited, MGM China Holdings Limited, Macau Resource and Entertainment Limited, SJM Resource SA, Galaxy Entertainment Group, and Win Resource Macau Limited. Together, please look to the front and let's take one more group photo. 請各位望向前方，我哋再嚟一張合照。Congratulations! May all winning drivers remain on the podium. 多謝各位嘉賓 ，Thank you all of our presenting guests. 敦請長官閣下移步，亦都多謝各位嘉賓。And now, please welcome Mr. Emanuele Pichu, FIA Single Seater Commission President, to present the trophy to our winning and the winning team. Please, Mr. Pichu. First to our winning driver, number 6, David Knight from France. Again, congratulations. And to the winning team, KCMG and your Pinnacle Motorsport, our representative, Mr. John O'Hara. So please, Mr. Pichu, yes, move yourself to the center and let's look to the front to take a group photo. Please look to the front for one more group photo. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Pichu. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite all the winning drivers and the two representatives to move to the top of the podium. And let's take one more group photo together for our winning drivers. All right, please look to the front again. Enjoy your glorious moment. The fans have been cheering you on all day long. Thank you. Please return to the procession, because now we're going to pass you the non-alcoholic champagne in accordance to the law of Macau. So the champagne is for you to gather to take a photo. Please hold the non-alcoholic champagne and look to the front and let's take a photo. Please look to the front. It's for photo taking, please. Yes. Look to the front, hold the non-alcoholic champagne and take photo. Congratulations, thank you. We're gonna enjoy this special tradition later together with all of our team members later, all right? And now I'll pass the mic to Prix. We're gonna have an interview section with the winning drivers.
Don't boo me. Enzo, last year you finished just off the podium in 4th place. You were determined to make sure you got here this year. You worked really hard. For the first half of the race, you had to defend very hard from Teo. It was a good battle.
Yeah, it was a really chaotic race. It started 6th, got a really good start up to 3rd. Then first part of the race, Teo was really quick, so I had to defend. And then in the end, safety car and everything started to kick off. Freddie crashed in front of me. And then I had a chance on the last lap, but yeah, something happened and I wasn't able to get the run. And Teo got both of us, so no, good job to him.
Yeah, it's very much, you could have finished 1st, 2nd or 3rd on that restart. It was so close.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mess, but it's still a podium, so yeah, still happy.
Yeah, really good job. Well done, Enzo. Great job by you. 3rd place, 2nd place, Murray Boyer. Murray, I don't know if you could have done any more, really. You gave it everything. You got the lead initially, then you lost the lead, then you had a great restart, got it back. But when you were leading on the final restart, you just gave everybody a massive tow. It was so hard to keep them behind, wasn't it?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations and thanks to the team. I feel they did an amazing job. I also think, give everything this race, Freddie was incredibly fast. I knew he had the new tire, so I tried to push a lot at the beginning, but couldn't stay with him. So at what point I decided to keep some tires for the restart. I overtook him. I had a gap, but then the slipstream is just unbelievable. Anyway, Theo did an amazing job all the week. congratulations to him, and the team can be really, really proud about all the work they have done.
And you can as well. I know you wanted to win, but you still love this place. It's something special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I really like this place. In the first time I came here, I enjoyed it a lot, and for sure this time, maybe tomorrow I will be happier than today, but for sure I enjoyed it.
It was a great effort. Well done to you, Maribor in second place. Teo, wow, what a move. Third to first in one go, around the outside. That was 100% determination.
Yeah, for sure, was 100% determination. I was just full throttle, 6 gears, and I was looking to the front. I brake late, and it paid off. Obviously, the whole team deserved that win and the second position. Marie as well. We worked really well together the whole weekend. The car was just flying. The pace was there the whole weekend. So yeah, thanks to everyone.
Yeah, and first win for the team and a 1-2 finish, so a great effort, as you said. You're the first driver from France to win this race for 21 years, so in your lifetime, you're the first French driver to win it. A great day for you.
Yeah, I was not born 20 years ago, so yeah, it's just amazing. At the moment, I cannot really realize, but I think in few minutes should come, so yeah.
You're going to go to sleep tonight, eventually. You're going to close your eyes and you're going to think about that move over and over again.
Yeah, it was a bit scared, to be honest, but it paid off, and yeah, I'm really enjoying the whole weekend. I enjoyed to be here, so yeah.
It was brilliant. Well done. Fantastic move. Your race winner, the FIA FR World Cup winner, the Macau Grand Prix winner, Teo Nile.
A great race for the Macau Grand Prix. Teo Nile it is then who takes the race victory. He wins the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And we look forward to the next chapter in the story next year, the 73rd running. But for this year, it has been a great Grand Prix. Thanks for your company. From all of us, goodbye.
Thank you very much, Alan Hyde, and also David Addison as well. And of course, to David more earlier on for the motorbikes this weekend. A huge thanks to them for talking us through quite a few of the sessions, as myself and Wes covered the World Cups. And well, Wes, we've both got to get to bed, just like I did yesterday. Right now it is, for me, approaching 9 AM, which is a normal time. You should probably be waking up, but I've not had any sleep across the night, so it's a little bit different in my scenario. However, for you, it is still annoying hours, let's just say.
It is very annoying hours, yeah, for everybody in my flat. So it's just coming up for, it's now 2:41 in the morning. So yeah, I'm about to get some much needed sleep.
Okay, Wes, well, can I get your final thoughts on the entire event then as well? Can you summarize the entire 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix weekend?
It was very amazing. It was exciting. There was you never knew what was going to happen from one corner to the next, and if you've never watched Macau before, this was a very great one to get your teeth stuck into, and hopefully it'll bring you back for 2026 as well.
My thanks, Wes, for your entire coverage across the 2 days that we have broadcasted. Well, my final thank you goes as well, of course, to you for watching, but also to everyone down at Macau for providing us with the pictures, the entire team who brings this event together. It is such a special event in the feeder series world, and it is great that it has been another successful year. To the World Feed commentators and to all of the gallery who have produced us these pictures, a huge thank you. Of course, to the drivers as well for putting on a show. I would like to just quickly say as well, as we complete this FECA race, best of luck in the future to Owen Tangavellu as well, who retired from motor racing. We wish you the absolute best of luck with whatever you do moving forward in your life. But from the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix, it has been amazing. We cannot wait to do it all over again next year. But for now, goodbye.